Hello, everyone, and a warm welcome back to Paradise Island, Atlantis Resort and Casino. Ali Najad alongside Randy Lou for what else but day two of the 100K main event. The fifth of 6 days of Triton Super High Roller Series action as we have an abbreviated festival on our hands, but by no means abbreviated poker, as the World Series of Poker Paradise will be picking things up where we leave off. Now, Randy, you and I left off yesterday with you saying that you had gone down to the beach pool area, but you didn't make it to the lazy river. Have you conquered the lazy river yet?
I haven't yet, but I think I'm going to celebrate with that after we finish this Triton main event. You
Okay.
know?
All right, deal. Am I in, by the way? Like, do you want to go twosies on a
Oh,
on an inner two?
we're using the two-seater, right? Not the one-seater.
Listen, there was only one seat up at the top of our $500,000 invitational, which came with the bracelet, came with the trophy, and in the end, the man who took that seat was Papo MC. Alejandro Lococo. Obviously, a lot of celebrating going on in that camp. He really ran deep in terms of the people who were in his corner. You saw Mateos, you saw Joao Vieira, you saw the likes of Sergio Aido, all of the Latin American contingent really rallying around their man. And obviously, they're excited to see him as somebody who obviously is exceptional in terms of aptitude and talent, but doesn't play for a living per se. He's a battle rapper.
He was battling at the tables,
Yeah.
you know. He was relentless. He was aggressive, and I kind of find like a lot of these guys who are willing to kind of step out that comfort zone for the pros, they really just create an advantage for themselves to gain chips where others are not willing to do so. And I think that's what propelled them to the top.
Well, we're going to talk about people who were propelled to the top in just a moment. But first, let's go through the particulars, Randy. I'm not sure what you expected out of this 100K main, but an astonishing 182 entries in total. What we've put together as registration closes, just consider what the total prize pool is there. The math is very easy. 18.2 million, 113 uniques, 33 players, Randy, regging max late. I was shocked to see that number.
That is a huge number for me, you know, to plunk in 100K. You sit with 20 big blinds
Right.
very last second. You know, they've got some game, but it's an opportunity to win this Triton mains. You know, it doesn't come around too often.
We'll have the prize pool a little bit later for you. Some people were just busy too, though. Let's be fair, because there's a lot going on here concurrent with the Triton action. You do have what was a 25K dealer's choice going on. You had some 50K pot limit Omaha, 100K pot limit Omaha events that were going on. That which kind of kept people occupied if they did get showered in that invitational a little bit earlier. 31 places will be paid. 160,000 is the min cash. 3.85 million up top for first place. 7-figure payouts. Now, if you joined us yesterday for the coverage, obviously, then you witnessed the ascent of a handful of people, but it was a Kiwi when the dust settled who would hold the chip lead coming into day two here in this 100K main.
Yeah, David Yan is the current chip leader.
Mm-hmm.
You know, four starting stacks, day two. That's a pretty good start to try to get that 3.85 million up top. You know, he's no stranger to Triton series. He comes out to our stops. He knows how to play big stack poker. I'm not that surprised.
Now, I said Kiwi at the top, but then look at the banner that flies just below it, the Bulgarian flag in front of Dimitar Donchev. Yet again, that delegation making its mark. Granted, don't want to ride the broom. It is still a little bit early, but a handsome day one for him.
Yeah, and Danchev, he didn't come to our Triton tours in the very beginning, so
Mm-hmm.
he's got a little bit less reps at the stops, but he already picked up one title, has 3.2 million in Triton career earnings and 12 cashes, so right at home, the Bulgarians.
Now, we normally talk about the PLO portion of any given full scope Triton festival as being the sniper kind of moment when all of the Nordic Scandinavian guys descend rather upon us. And yet Elis Parsonen finds himself here in this 100K main Triton, his first non-PLO start that he's had.
So he's a Triton newcomer.
I guess to the two-card streets might be a fair way to describe him, but obviously nice to see him branching out.
Of course. Yeah, Elis, he's obviously known for his four-card prowess,
Right.
right? But he's actually a very talented two-card tournament player. You know, he's been playing it for a long time, just that he spends most of his time in the cash game streets Pillow.
Eastern Europe representation also coming in the form of one Thomas Adamski, 11th place, next best chip count in terms of debuts here, as you can see him right there in the Triton Poker Plus app. Do want to remind those of you who might be wondering what's this app that we're speaking of. First off, where you been, because we've been talking about it ad nauseum, but it's free to download. Get involved. It's iOS, it's Android, it's whatever you please, and it's the only way to soak up coverage, which is about 5 minutes from now. So let's keep it moving in terms of Coleman, 8th. This is just his second Triton stop since Jeju.
Yeah, it's just his second Triton stop. I remember hearing an interview, I believe, from Negreanu, and he was saying that David Coleman is one of the best no-limit tournament players at that time. I forget when he made that kind of post or whatnot, but David Coleman's one to watch.
He's got $1 million in career Triton earnings as of Jeju, 2 cashes that he picked up at that particular stop. How about Ossi Katola? We're going to talk about Parsonen in the Finnish delegation. We cannot do so without bringing him up. He was the man who befriended Gambledore, Santa at Monaco, and he's just splashing around out here again. Good to see him.
Yeah, you know, he was making some insane plays back in Monte Carlo. It's good to see him out here. You know, Ossi Katola and Santa were the 2 biggest names for me that were new that came out to Monte Carlo that made a splash. So we'll see if he can make another deep run and really just give some of these pros a bit of a headache.
All right, looking to rally as well as Wai Kin Yong, 2-time Triton champ. He does have main events under his belt, 4-time champ, rather, 2-time main event champion. Apologies, producer James, always on top of things in the little headset right there. London, Maine was the big one for him. Obviously, 2019, it's been a minute. But, you know, good to see him in the mix, just continuing down the list. Bonomo, here's a name that doesn't surface at all of our Tritons. You know, he's kind of laid low. Not a whole lot to prove, I suppose, when you're up toward the top of the career all-time money list. But if you take stops off, there's other people who are going to narrow that gap. I'm talking about Chidwick. I'm talking about Bryn Kenny. And even Daniel Negreanu, who's here at this particular stop, did not manage to find the bag and the money in the 500K. But, you know, point remains, if you're not playing, you're never going to keep the buffer up at the top of that all-time money list.
Exactly, and so it's nice to see Bonwell back in the mix. You know, he's been known as one of the greatest tournament players of all time. Had that amazing run to propel him to the in the top 10, right? Of course, and you know the other guys are here that you mentioned. You know,
yeah, right.
Negreanu last minute registered into this tournament because he was busy playing the 25K Dealer's Choice. You know, we've got Bryn Kenny, we've got Mateos, Chidwick. It's just star-studded field. What can I say?
It really is. I mean, it's one of those things where I confess, players who I will not name, I was out to dinner with them. And obviously, I'm not working against a home team. But they asked to look at the Triton Poker Plus app before they were registering kind of midway through day one, or intended to register. And they kept scrolling through the tables, and they were like, oh, maybe I'm not going to register. That's how stacked this field is. And, you know, I actually thought there was a tremendous amount of humility on display because, you know, in terms of EV, you really have to have deep belief in your abilities and your skill and, you know, just have that thirst for competition and challenge to think to yourself 100K is a good investment when you're coming in and playing in a main like this. Now, that's not intended to dissuade anyone, but I think you would agree, Randy, you got to be on form.
Look, if you're plunking down 100K to play this event, you need to believe in yourself and your talents. But you know, we have 113 uniques that are willing to do so,
Yeah.
and the thing is, there's a lot of respect for all the other pros out there. Like, yes, we know they're great players, but there's always that little bit of strategy where you think, I have an edge. I think I play this spot better than some of these other players, and that's why I'm bringing myself this opportunity to try to win that 3.85 million.
All right, now we're still a long way between now and the money bubble and a min cash, let alone the millions that are available up top. But we do have the 2 feature tables populated into the app, the blue and the red tables. Let's dive right back in and take a look at the first one where we do find overall chip leader David Jan sitting there with 112 bigs. And note that he is at the same table as Donchev, Randy. Not great for Dimitar.
No, that's top 2 counts at one table, not great at all. But we are still in the early stages of the tournament still, right? We've the beginning of day 2 where we're not really, you know, getting that close to the money yet.
All right. What we are getting close to is coverage. However, we'll walk through that red feature table momentarily as we dive back into the arena for day 2 coverage of this 100K main event. And as usual, we will scan the rest of the room. There's Dylan Lin. Looks like he's got a little breakfast, a little Java. maybe working. What he doesn't have is his bearings. Looking for his seat. Is that Tim Adams, Jeremy Osmus, Santosh Suvarna, Ding Biao, Sam Greenwood and company? Again, minefield. Zar Zubov saying hello to some friends. There's Seth Davies, caught him, and Nikki P, along with Darren Elias, enjoying a little nightcap. I think that's Ossi at their table, so chips will be in motion. There's Dylan, has found himself there. By the way, the Finns are clustered. Elis Parsonen also at that table. Now what have we here? Ole Shemian. Okay. To the left of Zubov. Dan Dvoris. Masashi Oya. Brandon Steven in the building, among others. JNT is in the house, Randy.
JNT.
Jean-Noel Torel.
He's the main event crusher, man. He keeps getting second place.
I'll tell you what, the man that was right next to him, if I'm not mistaken, was that Tim Adams? No, it wasn't. I was going to say that was the epic, just so close yet so far moment for JNT, where he took the best of it against Adams for effectively the tournament. Heads up. Adams ended up getting lucky, but that's all right. JNT not to be dissuaded. There is the aforementioned Darren Elias sitting
Beef
with
brisket?
Ferdinand Putra. Big brisket, Randy, not beef brisket. There's D. Peets in the one hole. Kristen Foxen coming over. Gonna park her stack right there, perhaps. Alex Foxen in tow. Okay, a redirect. See, she doesn't have any chips in her hand, though, so I'm wondering. Neither does Alex, for that matter.
They will be delivered. Just wait, my
Yeah,
man.
I'm just saying, you know, like, there's some concerns here, if I'm being honest. All right, there is a look now. We talked about the blue table. That red table, Alex Kulev with 71 bigs will manage to be a chip leader, given that there's some fairly lean stacks that surround him. So a nice table draw for Kulev to start things off here on table 2. But obviously he'll have to contend with one of the Foxen pairings. Alex sitting 20 bigs. Celsia Jang, by the way, who had that final table finish at the Invitational, Randy, just 9 bigs to start the day.
Just 9 bigs, but it is a chance. That gold table's looking pretty tough, actually.
Yeah, Bad's down at the bottom of that leaderboard. That ain't great.
Also accompanied by Jaffe, Adamo. Let us walk up the stage.
And to that feature we go.
There's the chip leader, dead center.
David Yan, 116 bigs, 1.16 million. How about it? Soiza happy to be to his left. Kuhn also at this table, by the way, so good luck, gents. It's a rough one. Scanning around, Sergio Aido also at that table. Yikes.
We're going to walk over to the red table as well.
I think this is the gold table, isn't it?
Is it the gold? No, that's the red.
This is
Kulev.
the red? Okay. Oh, yeah, you're right. Dan Shack, Sorel Mizzi, Socia. Stand corrected. Schwecht. The other half of the brothers Greenwood.
Happy to see Shaq. This is his first Triton festival.
Is it?
I believe so. Maybe I'm wrong. I'm going to click.
Such a household name of sorts.
Feels like he should be here, right?
Yeah. No doubt.
Sorry, second festival. Visit us in London, 2023.
Yeah, that's where I remember seeing him tussle. Well, shout out to those of you that are streaming us live and direct, be it on the Triton Poker Plus app, Twitch, or of course the Triton YouTube channel. Welcome aboard. Let's do a little roll call. Let us know where it is that you're streaming from. Opening up the chat right now to do some shout outs as we're waiting to get the cards in the air. Let us know what your favorite moment of the festival thus far has been, who you're pulling for. There's a look at the gold table. Mickey P. Bats. Oh. Scott Seaver saying hello.
No, it's been pushed back to next year, apparently, year after, apparently. Yeah.
A Dominator.
Yeah.
Jaffe. All front and center.
2026. Hopefully. It's much better in January.
I get 5 pages, please.
Seaver sitting 50 bigs deep, 496,000.
Can't name you a game he can't play.
Right? Daniel Gillett in the chat saying, my God, how much money does production in sets like this cost? Don't ask Daniel.
Enjoy it.
Just definitely enjoy. Shout out to Joao Cardoso watching from DC, Salvin from Latvia, Rico in Morocco, Daniel K in Germany, Salty Hoosiers out in Apollo Beach, Florida, Sheenies in the Netherlands, rooting for OC, Blue Ice in Malaysia, rooting for Soiza. How about an incredible one? Giving us a holler from Bangladesh, rooting for Jason Kuhn, Rolf Vandennoort. You don't need me to say this, but he's watching from the Netherlands, rooting for Toon Mulder, who I don't believe is in the field, but okay.
Yeah, I want to choose someone else to root for.
Gingerbread watching from Costa Rica, Carl Richter from Germany, Craig in Florida. We see you guys. Boo Boo in Malaysia, 2 a.m.
It's going to be a long night, but it's going to be worth it if you're starting at 2 a.m.
Oh, yeah. Chef Mac in Philly, Eric in Illinois, Sabman in Berlin. Thank you all for being a part of what at one point was a 35,000 view strong delegation watching this particular event. Just delightful.
First hand, Ducks opening.
95.
Jason Kuhn instantly 3-betting. Jack 10 suited, 95K.
Just saw the clock.
Setting the tone immediately.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't matter if you got the chip lead. I'm Jason Kuhn.
3 bets to 95 from the small, shedding Jan. Where else would he rather be, Randy? But right here, right now.
Every single one of these players.
Most decorated Triton champion of all time. If you don't know, take a listen. 28.9 million in career earnings. 10 Triton titles, 53 cashes. Played 3 events in Monte Carlo, a late arrival. Finished 11th in the 50K PLO, 10th in the 100K PLO main. Did not cash the Triton Million earlier from right here at Atlantis.
Yeah, David Yana was like, deuces didn't work last hand. Let me just pitch this time.
Green chips are 1K.
Pocket Kings now for Michael Dueck.
22.
Ido's giving this some thought, but we'll be relinquishing.
Yep, 10-8 suited. Binned.
Oh.
Jacks
great.
for Tom Fuchs.
I mean, Jacks is a monster hand, especially off of a 25 big blind open of Michael.
Yep. And he does declare all in. He's going to get snapped. Never loving the quick call from Dueck. The good news is, of course, that they're playing Dueck's stack depth, given that Tom covers. $515K pot. Can the Cowboys stay mounted? Or will Jacob dethrone? Ace 9-4 brings it into focus. No jack, no problem. No draws to worry about. 8 is clean. And let's keep it sanitary on the river is what Michael's thinking here. En route to a double. And set of kings for good measure on the end.
You drink coffee, Jason?
Yeah.
Is caffeine
Pick
okay
up
for you?
there
Yeah.
to start things off. Quite the contrary, of course, for Tom.
I can have a coffee.
Will now be left with just 18 bigs. Hand sort of played itself, Randy.
Played itself. Just
Good.
bad start of the day.
It's not a fucking thing, can't fucking thing, you know, shit. Everything you can't drink it? Nah, I can, I mean, I love it. But, you know, just checking with the guy that should know, you know, whether it's okay or not.
I just know what works for me. I don't know anything else.
I guess you're not the
52
average
bigs
person as
deep
well,
now.
so you can
Is
use
Michael.
what works for you as well.
And you know, Michael started the hand of 250,000. I'm looking at the app. I believe that's just a fresh registration here on day 2 for Michael Dweck. So
Max late reg action for him. Montenegro, earlier this year, was the first time that we bore witness to his talents. He went 1 for 4, played the 100K PLO main and finished in 10th place, and then joined us in Monte Carlo where he went 2 for 3. 2 final tables, Randy. 2nd in the 50K PLO and then 5th in the 25K PLO Turbo Bounty Quattro. But here playing 2 card. And let's see if Soiza's jacks perform better than Tom's did, as he will be an opener to 22,000 from under the gun.
Ace 9 of clubs for Jason Kuhn. 60 big blind deep. I'm sure he doesn't like the under the gun open of Soiza. But he's looking to get involved with a flat.
7-8 suited for Tom. Small blind.
Yeah, off of his stack, you can't really speculate anymore with 18 bigs. You want to have deep stacks for implied odds when you make your hand. Another ace 9 in. Different suit for David Yan.
Closing the action. No ace, no 9 on board. 1 overcard to the jacks.
Usually you're not really looking to open up the action with a middle pair like this that doesn't have many outs to improve if you're up against a queen. You kind of want to check it and make it like a 2-street game. Jason's got position with ace 9 of clubs. Not too much for him as he checks it back.
So round to knuckles. Brings a blank turn.
Wouldn't fault Soiza to bet at this point. Checking seems fine too. If he thinks that he can induce bluffs from Kuhn, he is going to check it over to Kuhn. I mean, there's been a lot of weakness in front of him.
One wouldn't blame Jason for maybe trying to take this 81,000, which feels like something the rest of the crew's not interested in. He does fire 60. And when you take this sort of line, if you're Soiza, obviously you feel compelled to keep your opponent honest, especially given the check back on the flop and the position bet now here on the turn with 2 checks from two opponents in front of Jason.
Also couple that with Jason not betting the flop. You kind of got to think the jacks are good at this point because a queen X or a set would probably bet the flop at a high frequency.
So Soiza does stick around. The 7 of hearts is uncomplicated.
It is kind of hard for Jason to rep a value hand as played unless it's like a weak queen, like queen jack. I don't think he's flatting queen 9 off of the cutoff against like UTG Open. It looks like he's going to try to rep something.
201,000 in the middle, and how hard is Jason going to swing off of 557? He delivers full pot.
That's nasty.
None of the draws get there, Randy. No diamonds, no straights. A queen really feels like the only thing we're worrying about if we're Soiza, and more often than not, maybe we expect Jason to lean toward a barrel on the flop with a queen.
Nice call here from Soiza.
Yeah.
It just didn't really add up. You know, queen check back the flop. And usually it's the weakest queens that do, which is like queen jack in the spot, but you're holding 2 jacks, so that just means your opponent has nothing. Nice call, Soiza.
And obviously, Kuhn could have been targeting something like ace, king, ace, jack, but with an ace in his hand, maybe a little bit less likely that Soiza's armed with that sort of
Welcome.
ammo.
You brought all the suits today, yeah? I mean, this trip.
Need to be prepared.
Yeah.
There's Matthias Eibinger.
It's not Orange Day yet. That's
Nope.
tomorrow.
No. That's another new one, by the way. I think, you know, maybe a trip to the Boss store here.
Yes.
No, you can keep it.
In the shopping esplanade was
Starbucks.
part of his pregame routine.
You think maybe he was just blinding out? He was just shopping first? Like, all right, I'm in.
No, he was definitely not blinding out.
Which tower are you staying in? Which hotel?
The Cove. You?
Quite 15-minute walk to get here.
Yeah, same.
Similar,
like
yeah.
for me, 7-minute run. After that, the legs are done.
David limps the small blind with 10-6 off suit. Soiza, 9-4 off. Checking back.
Always nice to have that intimidating stack when you limp the small blind. Doesn't get isolated. Queen 7-7 rainbow. Dry texture. First one to stab usually wins this one.
No stab here. Deuce on the turn, changing nothing. As this one takes uneventful shape.
Might see a stab from one of the players on this turn card. It's just so dry. But perhaps it's so dry, it's hard to have a piece and they don't find it credible. So we do go to the river card.
10 high is a winner at Showdown here, provided we get there.
No, 10 high does showdown. Okay, given the
Yeah.
board pair, the deuce. There we go.
David,
Soiza
you confirm you wrote me today, right?
content to just
you
check
wrote me the
back.
address today, right?
Keep things simple. Jan, by the way, has switched it up from the rocket scientist hat to a NASA hat. So I'm starting to think, Randy, that maybe a little visit to space camp before he came down here you know, Florida's not far from NASA. I think that's where it is. Maybe I'm wrong.
He definitely went to space camp because the other rocket scientist cap had NASA written on the side of the cap.
Well, I mean, I'm sure, you know, NASA.com or something. You could maybe they have an online store.
You think NASA.com has an online
I
merch
don't know.
store?
Well, I don't think it's how you dial into the space station. Like, but yeah, maybe. I don't know. Imagine if we just went to the site and figured it out.
No, no. We have viewers in the chat that can do that for us.
I know. They're always so on top of it, by the way.
22.
Michael, pocket sevens, putting that doubled stack to work and in a good way against Tom. That's the man he victimized earlier. And again, he has a bigger pair here.
Good timing for Tom not to go with that one. 2 pips up, pocket nines for Jan. Type of hand you don't really want to inflate
Yeah.
and make it a 4-bet pot all of a sudden. I like flatting.
1-9 busy in Soiza's hand and into the muck. You surprised that for 22 Tom didn't go set mining, or it's just a function of the fact that he only has those 17 bigs coming in? He doesn't want to spend 2 of them.
The latter, you know, he's not getting the right price to set mine with that hand.
Yeah, and you can get squeezed, obviously, when you flat there, and that hand lacks a future.
Oh.
He would have flopped a set, and he would have been cooked by a set of sevens for Dueck, who is just praying one of these flat callers has got ace-X. And while it isn't ace-X, Matthias is going to have a reason to continue as he has flopped the open-ender out of the big blind. Dueck happy to check, see if somebody wants to hang themselves. David not going to bite. Turn is toasty.
Yeah, Dueck's hand is very under-repped to have a set in this spot. Now he should be looking to build a pot against some ace-X. Maybe some 10Xs that are curious. Puts in 55K. Texture development for David, not looking so great.
Yeah, second overcard to the nines.
What's interesting here for Ibinger is that with that flop check from Dueck, it seems a little bit more capped. Normally, it isn't a hand this strong. It could be just like a weaker ace. Whereas Ibinger from the big blind's got a wide variety of holdings where he can have 2 pairs. He could have sets. So if he wants to play aggressively, he could. Especially when he has just an open and a straight draw of 6 high, where you know you don't want to check call miss and just have to just check fold and lose to random cards.
Oh my, Matthias has chosen to take the aggressive route as he check raises to 165,000. You remove the aces from his range. You don't necessarily think pocket tens would have avoided a squeeze play pre. Not impossible, of course, but Dueck is very comfortable with the set of sevens here. No flush draw to worry about. Is his hand so strong that you just want to flat and then let Matthias hang himself? There's our answer.
Exactly that, with no flush draw present. So Ibinger needs to hit that straight.
Oh my God.
Got
The
there.
8 rolling off. It looks like an innocent card, Randy. You don't really expect 6-4 to be a part of the check raise there. Maybe some 8-9. You don't expect Jack-9.
Yeah, this is just bye-bye, Dueck.
Matthias, the covering stack, sub 1 SPR effective. All 328, I imagine, will be on request.
Yeah, he's going to push it all in here. Snap called so fast, shows the set, and there's the bad news. Oh my God, look at Dueck.
Sick.
Wow.
It's an interesting one.
I don't think I can remember the last time we saw a bet on the river that was an all-in get called that quickly, nor somebody depart that quickly. We're going to need that mic back, Michael. There it is. Yeah. Apologies, but... Look at Ibinger, man, as though it was some sort of straightforward ABC exchange there, not even flinching.
Is that his thing, or like he just slams the chips in every time he plays? Or?
I have no idea.
What do we got cooking over here? Looks like an all-in involving Jonathan Jaffe, who had pocket eights against kings on the turn, finds himself dead against Alexander Linsky. So Jaffe showered moments after Michael Dweck.
Did he say seat open a little bit too early?
It was a little bit too early, if I'm being honest. By the way, that was a Jaffe open to 20K min raise. 3x from the small blind of Linsky to 60, and then Jaffe said, let's get it in with those eights.
I mean,
That's tough.
So I'm not going to waste your time.
yeah, just like an animated person, probably. Very animated.
22.
Not a fan of the chip splashing though. That call okay.
You would consider that a splash?
The kings. The king's hand. Tom had jacks. Splashes chips.
Oh, he did?
Yeah. That was a real splash. I mean, the chip was like, yeah.
How much is it?
Don't even pay
22.
attention.
That was a real
An
splash.
opener with the king 7 of spades.
I mean, seven is fine. Both. The king's one is.
Jan's got dominant spades,
Well,
flats.
it's
So
a
the
way bigger
conversation
pot.
centers
I
around
don't know, it's
Dweck's
like
bust
just,
out.
Splash the chips, Splash
I guess both is just whatever.
Yeah. As you like.
Is it 20,000?
Priced them out. Got Matthias out. It's just the 6-4, you know, the 4 off, and yeah, it's like 7-6. Oh, not good, mate. Sorry. GG.
Pocket threes of Sergio Ido close the action out of the big blind. 3 players to the flop with 81 in the middle. Ace, Jack, 8, top pair for David Jan. Best of what's around.
So David's the one in position. Let's see if he opts to bet top pair, medium kicker. The thing is, these players are checking as a pre-flop raiser at a very high frequency. It doesn't necessarily mean they miss, but you know they're also checking their misses and their strong hands for balance.
That they are, and look at the result of doing so for David. He's allowed Donchev to pick up something that might make him interested. Unsure how he's feeling about things as the pre-flop opener, having hit this king.
I should be looking to check this one down for Donchev.
No.
Kind of an interesting spot for ace-9. It's often the best hand. You kind of want to charge 2 opponents, but then you don't want
That's
to
not mine.
inflate the pot.
I think that was his.
One more pot control line, and that board is getting
He's-
quite
he's
nasty.
gone.
Yeah, 4 to a Broadway out there now as no chips have entered
I
post-flop.
only would like an iced coffee, please.
Feels like Donchev and Yan both have enough showdown value where they won't turn their hands into a bluff, but the threes, they might have a little bit of interest. Try to rep that queen, knowing the threes are never good. But given that he check, I would think this would just check around.
First his chips, then his food.
Donchev still beats like pocket pairs that flatted pre. Lowers into 8.
Check.
No betting, understandably.
A little pump for NASA.
One small step for Yan Kai.
Nice. Didn't realize NASA sponsors poker players.
That would be a great sponsor. The government gets involved. By the way, Rascal in the chat, Randy, had a question for you. He was asking why it is that when so many people have more than 20 bigs, someone would be willing to max late reg at the top of the day. Now, barring the logistics factor where maybe you were playing super late last night, other event, something like that. Would it ever be a strategic option? And if so, why?
It is a strategic option. From a mathematical point of view, when players are eliminated, you know, your chips are worth more in value, you know, just because you're a little bit closer to money, those players are eliminated. So the idea is that when you buy in for $100,000, you get 250,000 chips. The value of those chips in a mathematical sense is they're worth more than 250,000. So you almost immediately gain some EV in that way. Of course, it's higher variance because yes, there's players with a million chip stack and stuff like that.
Sure.
But you know, some of those guys that register early, they bust out then for like 1.2 buy-ins and things like this. So that's like the simplest way to explain it.
Tough to capture that EV, and for Jason Kuhn, he's in a great way here, having defended his big against the ace-jack suited open from Donchev. Both players with the open-ender, but Kuhn, with that 8 dangler, has the lead in the form of bottom pair.
Sorry.
$30K c-bet from Donchev.
There's not that many c-bet bluffs on this flop texture from under the gun. So this should make Jason play more passively.
Ace on the turn after Kuhn flatted the 30.
It's a nice turn card.
Yeah, giving Donchev the lead.
Obviously, he's got very clean outs in case he needs it. He didn't get check raise on the flop, so it's rare he gets check raise on the turn. There are some better hands than his that would probably still check call flop, like weak 2 pair, 8-9. Still bet 75K, and this is quite annoying for Jason, just because he has so much perceived equity. Open in a straight draw with a pair. But he shouldn't think his opponent's bluffing, and he's out.
All right, attention players, in the 100K Triton main event, we have just confirmed your prize pool. We have a total of 182 entries, including 60 re-entries, generating a total prize pool of $18.2 million. We're going to pay 31 spots, with the 31st player finisher receiving $160,000, and the winner of this Triton main event will take home WSOP bracelet, the Triton main event trophy, and $3,850,000. Best of luck, everyone.
Thanks so much, Luca. There for the formalities. And like the invitational before it, this one comes armed with not just millions up top, but the extra large Triton trophy and a World Series of Poker bracelet. How about that for a double dip? A triple dip, if you will. As the blinds 5 and 10,000 here, you get a glimpse at the 3 feature table chip counts. Looking at the way things have shaken up, Ibinger showering Dweck there, emerged as the overall chip leader in front of Donchev. Dimitar sliding to second, David Yan third behind them. Ding Biao fourth overall, and then Kehan Mokri in fifth.
Which one?
Milas Parsonen,
Starbucks, you know. Good enough.
4-card sniper in eighth overall.
I tried.
Soiza, seventh.
Yeah, slowly sipping it.
I take care you're not
First timer Vladimir Minko in sixth.
Still over 100 players remaining.
Oh, yeah.
Going with the APT.
Long way to go.
Good, yes, yes. We announced all the stops for next year, so I'll send you some stuff.
How many?
6.
The eliminated players, by the way,
6 stops, yeah. 5 or 6
The
stops.
Fallen,
Suganati
So
Toma,
everybody has enough.
Byron Coverman, Corey Kempson, Chris Wynn, Daniel Nielsen, Joe Chuen, Victor Kudanov, Chance Corneth, Papo MC, Alejandro Lococo. There will be no back-to-back for him. No shame in that, of course. ST Wang also falling. Eric Seidel, Nick Schulman, out in 111th. Ren Lin, Lady Gaga out of there. We saw Dweck, we saw Jaffe, and most recently it was Christoph Vogelsang who met his maker. Sosia Jang persists at the bottom of the leaderboard. 7 bigs deep. 9 deuce ain't going to be the one.
Nope. Wrong game.
Nick Alex Foxen is monitoring Bitcoin.
It's like, oh,
I mean,
can
listen,
rebuy more often.
you know, I've dated some questionable gals throughout the years, Randy. You know, who unstable, I guess, would be a diplomatic way to describe some of them, which, of course, makes for, you know, fun times after dark. However, Bitcoin of late has really been enduring about a schizophrenia, you know, fiscal in nature that I've yet to see. I, as you know, was involuntarily pummeled last week. Got out in front of the freight train a little bit. I bet the don't. And it just kept rolling 7 after 7 after 7 on the come out. But, you know, that's all right.
Yeah, I'm sorry for you, my friend.
Well, we're not going to have to be sorry for Sosia Jang, as that King 8 of Dan Shack did contemplate whether or not it was going to perform against this jam, and she is able to take down an orbit's worth of biscuits. Sosia also playing under that Kiwi banner. You know, I read a stat with respect to her finish, which was good for roughly 1.7. She was just 1 or 2 places away from earning the biggest payout ever for a female poker player. Annette Oberstad with a little north of $2 million currently holding that honor. And currently holding an insanely large chocolate muffin is James Dempsey. Shamelessly attacked it, by the way. I mean, that was incredible. I didn't realize he could unhinge his jaw like that. And just he's washing it down with a little... I never understood the small coffee, by the way, Producer James. Like, I mean, it's like 30 cents more for, you know, 6 sizes bigger. Just go with the lot.
Your eyes on Producer James or the poker, my friend?
But, well, the poker folds pre-flop. Now the poker. Pocket 8s. Small blind Chris Brewer. Goes behind the shades after he limps. Kulev with an excuse to sail it up.
You know, this ace doesn't necessarily need to, especially against a 30 big blind stack.
You know, Kulev agrees, but there's always need versus want. Now, the check back.
You want a lot of things, my friend.
I want it all, Randy. What I don't want with 2 8s is to look up at a king and a jack. But blind versus blind, check back from Kulev. We don't need to necessarily be fearful of Alex having hit one of these overcards.
You're right. Not the greatest flop, but he's not looking to check fold despite 2 overs to 2 8s, given wide ranges. Kulev's got ace high. Looking to check this one down. Does pair to 6. That could get him into a little bit of trouble.
Yeah, it's actually great for Brewer in terms of maybe an excuse to get paid.
He's more likely to go for value on the river than the turn, I would think. But, oh, he is going to reach for chips now, it seems. No, he checks. Put the chips back on top.
Wonder what Kulev makes of that posturing.
Seems like a line between should I bet thinly with a 7 or not, so he checks it back. Now surely the 2 8s wants to go for some value.
I
You
mean, a
don't want.
king, you just don't think a king or a jack is going to check back 2 streets behind you blind versus blind here. So
You also don't want a 7x with a weak kicker to check it back or a 6x. So you
yeah,
need to just charge those hands now yourself.
just in the event that that's what lurks, which as we can see, does indeed.
Pot size bet. Quick payoff. I would say that's max value for 2/8 against this ace-6.
Little 30K cobbling on the river there from Brewer. Had to wait to get the value, but he got it nevertheless. Well, Andre Thomas in the YouTube chat says, wow, Dan Shack still gambling these days. Good for him. Saw that Seidel was in the main. Love the new generation, but it's very cool to see the old school in town too. And I could not agree more with Andre, Randy. I think given how long you've been around as well, a true veteran of the game, we see Foxen with the Ace King, newer generation, of course, opening for the minimum. The dynamic created by not just, you know, invitee pro in an invitational or recreational player versus pro in an open field event. There's that other contrast of, you know, the older school player versus the newer school player, which, to be fair, maybe doesn't have as much of a delineating line between it, given, you know, the study that even the old schoolers have had to undertake in order to compete at these levels. As you see Brewer making a great decision here, flatting with this ace-queen, but it's just a lot of respect, I think, is the feeling that I get when I see someone Seidel in his 60s, you know, Shaq up there, not, I don't think in the 60s necessarily, but, you know, tussling and competing and, you know, picking up results as well
Picking up
against these
results,
kids.
you're right about that. You know, like Patrick Antonius, he crushes the Triton tour. You know, Ivy out there. It's that nostalgia, right? The old school players that we've been watching, and now they're competing with these new school young kids playing. You know, and we even have a little bit of breakdown in more invitee side, right? We've got these players who have a lot of reps in there, like Paul, Boss, right? They play a lot. Others who are less experienced. It's just nice to have this different collection of players.
And, you know, to be fair, as we see Kulev hopping in here, Sorel mulling things over, you can't assume age alone is what constitutes being old school or new school, because, you know, someone like JNT, I'd never seen him playing any poker, you know, came around. Now, newer generation, maybe not the way you describe it, but newer to poker, it would seem. So, you know, you got to be careful with assumptions in terms of, you know, chronological age versus poker career age, as Chris Brewer is going to put some years on Fox in here. Queen 5-4 board. He finds the side card for the lead. Note that Mizzy with a 5, which is in diamond form, and a little 6 dangler could keep himself interested. Foxen with 3 callers, though. Not sure the ace-king is all too proud.
It's going to try. I kind of feel like Foxen betting here might save Mizzy from losing a little bit of chips with that 6-5 off, because, of course, Brewer is going to continue. There is merit to raising with ace-queen in the spot. However, raising does kick out the blinds that might be holding a weak queen that want to continue.
65.
Raises the play, though.
And now it's back around to Foxen.
Service.
You surprised that he followed through? I mean, with 3 callers, don't you think some Queen X is definitely a possibility? It's the ace of diamonds.
For Foxen, you mean?
Yeah, it's the ace of diamonds in particular, I think, that helps it, right?
And the king helps too, because it's, you know, an overcard to the queen in case you're up against like queen, jack, queen, 10.
Blocks king, queen.
Yeah, blocks king, queen. It could be even a candidate you go for like 3 streets, hypothetically, blocking the best queens. Some runouts. But, you know, he fired 23. Nothing wrong with it. But once he sees a raise from Brewer, it's getting a bit tough. Because Brewer raised with 2 blinds still to act. So this should scream a bit more strength from Brewer.
Extra 42 if Foxen wants to see this turn, where he could pick up a lot of equity. Broadway gutters, wheel gutters, diamond draws.
Did he call or raise?
Oh my. He's convinced himself that this is either aces or kings as he 3-bets to 112,000, and it's story time.
Well, Brewer didn't raise this flop to just get away. You know, he feels he's got the very best hand most of the time, which you can see he's crushing. He just rips it in.
Wow, just taking his chances, blocking pocket aces, and if you got kings, congratulations, I suppose, is the thought that Brewer had. And you know, for me, Randy, I wonder how much of Brewer's decision, if any, is player dependent in a spot such as that. I don't know that in the face of a 3-bet, everybody left in this field gets 4-bet all in by Brewer there. But Foxen, of course, one of those who can find the go hard button.
Yeah, obviously we don't know if it's specifically player dependent spot for him to raise, but if you were to raise, I think Foxen certainly is one of the guys you want to do it against because, you know, he does go hard. He'll get curious and make plays back at you, and he just won himself, what, another like 90K in chips or so by making that raise.
Yeah.
So nicely done, Brewer.
Tobias Schwecht, meanwhile, min raises to 20,000. That's a name that should be familiar to those that do follow the Triton Super High Roller Series from the performance that he turned in particular in, bear with me, I was going to say London.
You know
as his
what?
first,
I
but
know
I
what
guess-
you're thinking about.
So what is it that I'm thinking
Remember
about?
how we did an extended stay for the GG?
Oh, yes. So what happened was, Randy, that was the last time, by the way, that the Triton Super High Roller Series collaborated with the World Series of Poker for back-to-back events, sort of, as we see Foxen's Ace King this time, ripping and taking it, squeezing the flat from Kulev. Tobias Schwecht, I think, won a circuit event.
Yeah, he won that main.
Subsequent to our last London Triton Super High Roller Series. And that's why when I look back at his London 2023, I was like, wait a minute, didn't he win one? For what it's worth, he did make a final table, 8th in the 25K back then. But in total, he's got 868,000 in Triton earnings and 8 cashes. But obviously, he's caught the attention.
You were on the right track, my friend.
Yeah.
But you remember he was playing against KT, I believe, heads up. So it's kind of funny to see our Triton regs kind of like dominate that circuit event.
That's right. I remember how quite a few of them stuck around. And how about a little fun? Mystery Hand Time brought to you by GG Poker. Luke Greenwood's cards will be blacked out for the remainder of this particular pot. Under the gun, he has clicked it.
Kulev, ace, queen. No, he's looking to play.
Yeah, that's an excuse to hop in.
We do see a lot of flats against these like 30 to 40 big blind stacks. Not looking to inflate it. Getting confusing spot, but also retaining weaker aces and queen X's that are offsuit.
So Kulev choosing to play the ace-queen as a flat, much like Brewer did earlier. Jack 7-7 board, 2 overs. Greenwood with the betting lead.
Betting lead does check this flop a lot. Often is unpaired. He is going to try and sprinkle some chips in, though. Let's
How
make
many?
it 20.
Okay. Steady with the pre-flop sizing.
Looks like a call spot in see what develops on the turn.
Double paired board. This is the kind of texture that can keep an ace high curious.
Also the type of texture on a turn where rarely do bets go in. Usually your value betting range, if your greenwood is jack and only a jack, you know, pocket pairs are looking to slow down. But he's betting again.
That he is.
If you've got ace queen in this spot, I suppose you just call and keep your opponent honest for now. Plus, if Kulev had a jack, he wouldn't be raising this turn, as he wants his opponent to just keep blasting away.
So 50 ahead, puts another 100,000 into the middle. Now an 8 of diamonds on the river. Not a whole lot in terms of data points that are telling. It's just a raise pre and 2 barrels post out of Greenwood. 205,000 in the middle. Let's see what he does on the river, and perhaps then we can begin to deduce what it is that Luke has.
If Luke's bluffing, it's some counterfeited pair, or maybe more likely some kind of heart hand that had equity against ace high that was looking to just steal it on a turn. He raised from under the gun, so he's not supposed to have too many jack X's, I would think, as does Kulev to flat against that range. It feels like the 7x is off the table usually for both players. There's not too many flats for Kulev against under the gun with 7x.
Now full
200K.
pot from Luke on the river, and it begins to feel as though Jack X and the overpair are the story that he's telling.
I don't think Lucas has got an overpair. I think he's representing Jack X or nothing. It's just such a polarizing bet on this board texture where he wouldn't have queens, kings, and aces, I would think. It'd just be very thin.
Not at this sizing, maybe?
Yeah, especially not this sizing. Sure, maybe half pot we can start talking about it, but it does fold. And what you got, Lucas? King, queen.
King high for Luke Greenwood as he muscles Kulev, who can be a sticky opponent, by the way, into the bin with the best hand. So nicely done, Luke Greenwood. Earned that particular pot, did the Canadian, whose brother Sam is the more decorated of the duo, but nice resume on Luke. 3.8 million plus in career earnings at Triton, 16 cashes, 1 title.
That's a nice bluff from Lucas. I think a lot of players, they follow through on 2 barrels as a bluff, and they're like, oh, I got called. All right, let me just slow down. But it's taking that extra step that really just gives you that pot.
Luke, by the way, made a mark on Monte Carlo at the last festival. He had not 1 but 2 4th-place finishes.
20.
Multiple cashes.
Yeah, that is.
It actually would be quite a fun, like, low stakes one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Like a
Yeah, just put like
depends on what series, but if it's like a Triton, make it like a 20K or something.
yeah. It just put like 40 things on a wheel and just
Yeah.
hit it every level.
Yeah. One of the things on the wheel, like the 1% who just needs to be, everyone has to go all in dough.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can make an extra small fault.
Dan
40
Shack,
spots, but that one
But it is 20 or
represents like a
25.
quarter of a spot or something.
Yeah.
clicks.
There are 4 4 1 in 160s that are just like absolutely insane.
Actually, the best way to do it would be to be the only one that you include C4, and C4 has to go all in. Really just play it.
Or just seat 4 is out. Every seat 4 at the whole is just out.
Greenwood defends the
Yeah,
big blind.
Everyone goes all in blind. Seat 4 is out, and then like, I don't know, 10 big blind each bomb pot.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
Also, just you can just have like simple ones where like antes 2 times bigger or 3 times bigger or something.
Yeah.
Not everyone has to be completely wacky.
Yeah. yeah, most of them probably a little more mellow. But
They all do have to be more fun. So no, like, you don't spin where you're like, no ante level. Let's go.
yeah, always more action.
You know, Randy,
like, limit, hold up, no ante.
I like to consider myself the minister of mischief around these
Yeah,
streets.
that'd be good.
I gotta say, Brewers kind of crowd my lane here, but I like it.
Really fast. You just listen
He's proposing that we have like a
Just
wheel
all
of
once.
fortune
Just
with
don't
a
be
whole
nice,
bunch of dirty sort of,
Don't play the
you know,
game where you
whoever
always
draws seat 4, you're instantly out of the tournament. Sort of, you know, spin the wheel like, I don't know, once at the top of the day. I don't know exactly how often, but
Yeah, I
I'm
like
here
that.
for it.
I think it'd be quite fun.
That does sound fun.
Fun for everyone but seat 4.
Well, there was other ideas that they had too. Like, all of a sudden you play limit hold'em, no ante for a level.
So it's all
You know,
painful things, right?
You must go all in. You know, yeah, I mean, the original one was, I believe, Ike Axton,
Multi-way stuff, though.
who came up with the decimator,
Yeah.
which is
I mean, like, obviously you'd always play ace.
every level.
Be like, but you could get like,
You low card. I like low card instead of high card for someone's chips and stack to just be removed. You just
The floor just
Dealer
opens
change.
underneath you and you just fall into a black pit.
yes, I'm into it.
Anyway, would even be, yeah, it'd be interesting too. 'Cause the
Now,
aces could
let's
actually
see how
not
into
be
pocket
that
jacks
good in Hold'em because you might have a lot of incentive
Luke
to, like,
Greenwood is.
whoa,
play like a limp strategy.
you're gonna get like tough spots too, where like the pop probably gets big because they have
Squeezes
yellow
to
hands.
90,000.
Might not be.
Yeah, but even if that happens, you're just with aces.
Let's see
against,
how
like,
durable
hands that are-
Mizzy feels
I
ace
mean, double
queen
suited
is.
spots get interesting, right? So like, if you're like multi-way and you have like
Mizzy could
you
get
have
very
the
aggressive
possibility
in
of,
this
like,
spot,
jack 10,
thinking
9,
that
8
Greenwood's on
suited,
the
but, like, if
squeeze,
it's like a 5-way PLO.
Sure.
You'd probably
Off of
rather
45
flush draw and
bigs.
hold 'em, man.
especially when
I
Schweck
think that
flats.
game might be better if like you were able to switch one card at some point.
This doesn't surprise me.
There's a lot of ways
And
you could vary.
Just muscling
pretty
back
much
over
down
the
on that.
top of
Also
Greenwood.
Billy tilted.
Here we go.
Schwecked out of there. Luke is here for it. If you got Queens Plus, congrats. If you don't, let's spin the wheel, which they will do, and it tilts in favor of Luke Greenwood about 3-2. These are roughly level stacks. Mizzy covers 952 in the middle.
17. Well, now
Oh, a queen right away in the window. This is horrific for Luke.
This is a very
scares
sad
me more
thing.
than you saying 61 when it says 0.
I'm
I'm
backdoor straight draws.
Taking it in
I will never
stride.
say
Get
yes
excited.
in this spot.
Looking for a 9, 10, or a jack.
Exactly.
Instead, it's a
Literally looked at me,
5,
you
and
know,
the
we got
dreaded
it.
2 outs
No,
once
I
is
have
the
100.
situation that
She's
Luke
nuts.
Greenwood finds himself in.
Look at him go. I have 100.
Okay, I have 100.
No,
You didn't believe it. You didn't-
that was so weak.
Conviction.
That was so weak.
Good
Good
night,
game.
Yeah, I
Lucas
think
Greenwood,
it's pretty close.
as
Maybe
accounting will be done
I
just to
might have, like,
verify,
three
but
back or something. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you're in.
Here, why don't you counter for?
Yeah,
I think I have a little bit.
you're in.
I just bought a guitar stand as well. From
fairly certain he's been showered. He's got different
Fender, 7 guitars, like a case, right?
perceptions.
Saw 7 guitars. Yeah, it's like a foldable stand.
Donchev still with the same stack he started the day with.
Stack them up nicely and you just pick them up. I can't right now. All in boxes, cases.
Tom definitely not with the stack that he started the day with. His jacks performing poorly as well. Much like those of Greenwood moments ago, he has moved in 141,000 and is dominated. Back up against the wall here. Donchev covering ace-9 of hearts in more ways than one. Over 300,000 in the middle. Can Tom get lucky? He's already gotten unlucky. The flop turn things around. Diamond in the window along with a couple of 4s, and we get our answer quite quickly here.
Sometimes we're lucky.
1 heart on board. Now 1 9.
Yeah, we sick.
Running
I don't want
nines
to have a
would
day
be a
off.
real spoiler here for Tom. And instead,
Cooler.
4 is full of aces when it's all said and done. And Tom will enjoy a double.
135, 141.
Like this? Okay.
You heard Tom
Yeah,
say
9 back.
didn't want to have a day off. Day continues for you, Tom Fuchs.
Yeah. Have you walked through the promos?
Jazz room. Dun, dun, dun,
Well,
dun, dun.
I just want everyone to know that in his spare time, Randy has been playing with a Casio keyboard, and this was his first track that he put together.
It's getting good though,
And
right?
We're going to play it underneath this GG Poker promo where we're trying to direct you to sign up and use Triton_2024 as the promo code when doing so. Deposit $20 and get yourself involved in the Weekender free of charge. Free $50 ticket awaits you. Don't hesitate. Head over to GG Poker today. Meanwhile, one in progress here where Bads is all in. He came in with Ace-Jack versus Ace-Queen. Was always in a bad way. And Elton Sang will double.
Fortune for
never mind.
Bads.
Other way around, forgive me. Bads will double. Elton will double him up. Kyat Lee, by the way, has joined festivities here.
Tom's going to want some action. Ace Queen on the button, 30 big blinds.
Raise.
Oh, he might get all of the action here. Ace-Jack in the big blind.
Mm-hmm.
Could easily 3-bet call this one off. Maybe even 3-bet rip.
$85.
85 from Soiza. Sets the stage for Tom.
Yeah, this is a pretty much a slam dunk jam, I would think, off of 30 big blinds. You've got fold equity. You're still flipping a lot against the hands that call off.
It's like 280 something, right?
300.
It's
Snap.
Yep.
We moving on up, Tom? Hold here, and you got 619,000 in chips.
I sure hope so. Dominating. Performed well when he was dominated moments ago. Ace-4 versus Ace-9. Can he invert the outcome? So far, so good. But opportunities for Soiza.
Flop, yeah. Chop is fair, no?
More ways to chop.
And none of them come to fruition. Ace-Queen for Tom
300.
Fuchs. And look at this, up to over 600,000. Real yo-yo on his chip graph.
Yeah, was looking grim when he got in the jacks against the kings. Was down to about 180K. Now he's peaking in chips.
$52 bigs. How about it? Efforting the Triton bio on
24.
Fuchs, by the way, who plays under the German banner. million+ in career Triton earnings. First joined us in Jeju earlier this year. He got shut out in a 9-event effort. And then finally broke the seal in event 1 in Monte Carlo. Final tabling and finishing 5th in the 25K WPT Global Ultimate Slam, and then 7th in the 150K 8 max for 762,000 as his cash is bookended. A 7-event effort. Meanwhile, Ido, the Spaniard, ace-7 suited, awaits David Jan's sentiments on the button with 2 8s.
69.
Jan takes us north.
Yeah, because the blinds now are 6K, 12K, the stacks are a little bit more shallow, so he's looking to 3-bet call it off against Ido, who's opening off of 22 bigs. Doesn't mind if Ido folds, which he does quickly.
Uneventful exchange there. Ido will bow out under the gun. King 4 offsuit. And it's mystery hand time yet again. Dimitar Donchev this time will have his holding absconded.
Back in the mystery house, you know, these hands are always very tricky.
Well, not so tricky perhaps are 2 10s for David Jan. We saw him 3-bet and take with the 8s moments ago. This time, though, he's going to flat it from the cutoff.
And that's due to the stack size of the opener. Donchev with a massive near million chip stack, not looking to inflate pots.
It's a raise, right? Yeah.
Heads up.
$80,000 in the middle, as neither blind came along. Despite reasonably attractive pricing at this 6 and 12K level. Queen 10-8 middle set here for David. This is a delight.
I'm doing backflips if I'm David Yan.
Oh, yeah. At least for the time being. Granted, the board is somewhat coordinated.
Sure. Especially when it gets checked over to you, you get to set the price. The more coordinated the board and deeper stacks, the more likely you go for larger sizings. He keeps it small, 25K into 80.
Donchev deferring post-flop despite being the opener and playing it as a check call. So the pot grows to 130,000. Now an ace on the turn is actually a very attractive development for David, who could very well see a line like this being tethered to the ace X's.
Yeah, Donchev could even have like ace queen still, ace king, ace jack, ace 8. Plenty of hands that David Yan can still get more value from. Sure, king jack did get there. Pocket aces might play passively, but there's plenty of more hands that Jan beats. $100 into 130.
Things are getting a little more expensive now for Donchev. Calls once more. Pot up to 330,000 now. And the board pairs on the river, so 10's full for David Jan. As played, this very much feels like David can target the whole range of ace-X. And at this point, any straights as well. I don't think that's what's lurking for Donchev.
But just in case he was up against the straight, of course, you welcome the 8. Go for a lot of value against ace-queen. Ace King. Suppose Ace 10 is possible as well. Even like Ace 8. You know, that's a hand that would be huge trouble.
$253.
North of full pot? No, 253, not 353, but still very healthy out of David, who took his time here before coming up with this number. And now for Donchev, what do you think he's got, chat?
He's bluffing, yeah, so.
He raised it pre to 25,000, then check called 25K on the flop. Check called 100K on the turn, and now faces 253 on this river.
Yeah, the way this board is developed, Jan doesn't have that many bluffs. So curious to see how Donchev continues. Ow.
Wow, he checked jams. Now this is slightly awkward. Does he ever have queens full or aces full here? Obviously, that's the story he's telling David Jan. And this is a horrific feeling in the pit of Jan's stomach now.
Wow, how sick is this? $1 million apiece? I think Donchev, if he's got it, he's got pocket aces. That's my guess. Donchev should never be doing this with King Jack, I would think. So let's take out worst value. Don't feel like the only worst value is like Ace 8.
How much is it?
Might still jam, to be honest. Yeah, the problem for David is maybe Donchev's not bluffing here too often. But is he doing a worse value? And I think it is possible with this run out. Ace 8, 10 8. You know, these are worse full houses. If there was hands that's bluffing in this spot, it's normally some kind of 3-pair hand like Queen 10. Although, of course, you block that with 2 10s. Some heroic Ace Queen, although I don't know if they need to turn that into a bluff. $450 more thousand chips. I'm thinking he's got aces. That's my guess.
How many is that?
That's the story he's telling. And you can see David Jan not exactly jumping for joy here. Is there a world in which he's going to fold tens full, Randy?
There is a world because David Jan's hand looks strong. And he's still raising into him.
That's right. Jan just trying to construct
five
what
now?
makes sense.
Best of six.
As he burns through time banks here, Randy, what do we beat with the tens full as played?
We beat some worse value. If Donchev is jamming ace-8, for example, that's a disaster to fold 2 tens.
What do you think is... I mean, value range, bottom of it is ace-8, right?
Yes. He shouldn't be jamming king-jack or jack-9 for just a straight.
And are there bluffs? And if there are, what would they include?
Mainly 3 pair, so queen-10.
Ace-queen?
Maybe ace-queen, although that might not need to turn itself into a bluff. Ace-10, but you're blocking that. Queen-10, you're blocking that with 2 tens. I think the main problem here is that he beats a little bit of value, and that's a disaster if you fold against that.
The call is made.
Queens.
And pocket queens get shown. Set over set. What an absolute nightmare for David Jan. The only good news is that he covered. The bad news is he's left with just 220,000 as we sat back and we let that one play out organically. Unbelievably painful.
Yeah, I think David realizes that he doesn't think Donchev is bluffing. But if there's ever a chance it's worse for value, he can't lay it down, and that's why he made that crying call in the end.
Well, more than a few people had queen in the chat, so tip of the hat to those of you who nailed that mystery hand. Meanwhile, Stephen Chidwick has pocket aces here up against a pair of sevens for Tobias Schwecht, which have checked over. This was a Chidwick raise to 24,000 pre-flop.
So Chidwick went tricky. Should be looking to build a pot now.
Yeah, the round of knuckles on the flop, bringing the queen on the turn, which doesn't actually change a thing in terms of the opposition.
David Peters?
David Jan. Started was set and they both hit houses.
Looks like news travels fast. Brewer given the update about the Donchev and David Jan exchange. Meanwhile, Chidwick did not fire as you suspected he would, Randy. I, too, confess I thought the barrel was inbound.
Now a lot of things kind of got there. You know, hearts, straights, 2 pairs.
Is Jan out?
Yeah.
Not yet out, but yeah, he is very future.
Yeah. 15 bigs.
Comes Schweck.
18,000 the swing. I don't think this is something that's going to prove fruitful.
It's likely that they don't get all the money.
Yeah, this 18K bet is peculiar. I don't think it ever gets a better hand to fold. Maybe a better 7. Seems more like a block bet. Still one player to act behind Chidwick. So there could be value in raising to try to get called, but maybe even calling and getting another overcall is a pretty good situation for the aces as well.
about what I expected.
And Chidwick gonna take it north to 80,000.
But it's World Series.
That ace of hearts obviously helpful to that end. Extra 62, of course, always too much for Schwecht. As Stevie patiently waiting 2 streets before putting his chips in motion.
Nielsen, whatever. Matthew Belchel. I know about him.
What did he do?
He was, yeah, he's a cash good guy. I don't know him though.
Not too harmful for Schwecht.
I think
Chidwick, by the way, I mean, what a resume on this guy in terms of Tritons. 23.5 million plus in career Triton earnings. 2 titles, 47 cashes. Nearly won the Ivan Liao Player of the Year award the year that Jason Kuhn put together an absolutely unfathomable final festival of the season to snatch, rob, dare I say, that Player of the Year award honor from Chidwick.
That was my favorite race. You
Oh,
know,
it was incredible.
It's like Steven's got it locked up. Nope. Jason Kuhn just ships multiple tournaments in a row.
See, what if I played like 3 tournaments a year and that king getting exposed was the difference was
That would have been, yeah, you'd be thinking about that forever.
Alex, may I have some grays and greens, please?
Sure. Is it good like this?
Thank you very much.
Dan Shack open. 9-6 offsuit in for Chidwick.
I don't even know. You don't track it? I mean, I
Putting the newfound chips to work in the form of defense.
lately I haven't.
Jack 3,
Like I hadn't played a track
not in his neighborhood as he checks over to the Broadway draw.
5 years. Yeah, I played in 2019 and then not until 2024. Oh wow. Just because I was staying in the U.S., so I was doing like.
Let's move on.
Straightforward, follow through and take it for Shaq.
So it was less than it was before that. I was like 11 months on the road out of the year. So
Yeah, that's kind of what I was doing.
5 years, but then I stopped for a few years. Getting closer to that now again.
So going back to
traveling.
Yeah.
Animal did the business against Petrangelo. Dirty business.
All the pots.
You're gonna come to the first Triton Dubai for sure.
That sounds amazing.
Dude.
You think that's gonna happen?
100%.
Really?
Yeah, well, Paul's, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. Well, the casinos open up in like 2 years. I mean, that's gonna be like an insane place to play poker.
Might need to move there.
I got a place there that's ready
In
in
Dubai?
2027. Yeah.
Yeah.
Dubai's gonna be nuts.
It's gonna be like 4 years or something. I think.
2 years.
2 years.
Yeah, within 2 years. Not exactly in Dubai, but like 2 hours away.
Yeah.
Wow. I had no
Ace 10 suited.
Yeah,
Shaq back to work.
You know they're getting a casino in Queens too. That's gonna be sick.
Really?
They're gonna win in Queens.
Queens, New York.
Yeah.
Why?
Wow.
It's I think Bobby Baldwin has a piece of it, so there's gonna be poker too.
And with Trump president, I feel like there's gonna be casinos everywhere now.
I don't know about that.
10-9 suited for Schwecht. A pretty one. Conversation centering around some of the upcoming properties that are slated to open up. Dubai. Wynn, apparently with a license, going to be constructing something a bit outside of the city center. And then we were talking about Queens, New York
Like just going, yeah.
I mean, Dubai's probably more.
as well.
Actually, I don't know.
Dude, Manhattan's
It might not be.
Manhattan's literally.
Shrek talking about a flat call from the button.
Socia Jang, just 41,000 chips remaining. Folds the big blind.
More extremes in Dubai.
Yeah, like.
Rough day.
Yeah, I mean, it's like
Rough spot for Schweck.
Yeah.
Dominated.
82 in the middle. Jack high flop.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just super. It's a super. It's like a whatever it is. How many people in New York? 8 million.
No diamond on board.
Sounds about right.
No problem, though. as Shaq will ask a question. Putting a quarter in the machine.
That's obviously very top heavy as well.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. The amount of.
Schweck's got a little bit of back doors.
Hong Kong is also
Yeah, the median.
No overs to the jack, though, which is
Yeah, that's
not the greatest.
Not the mean.
The average is like 500.
Yeah.
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 But he too also puts a quarter in the machine.
Yeah, gonna peel and see what's what. Obviously, plenty of backdoor equity potential. That isn't the card. 4 diamonds does give Shaq a wheel draw. He's already got the best of it.
Yeah, but when he gets called on the flop, he doesn't necessarily think the ace 10 is good. Might play cautious.
Well, they'll have to do some kind of a train stop or something. Yeah, they will. Which will be sick.
Yeah. Be kind of I would definitely need a box. just fucking take you a gash onto the subway.
Yeah, that sounds like a bad idea.
I had such a sick vocal session.
Shaq does not fire the second barrel as Brewer discusses
Yeah, that's the cool thing about Dubai is you could have,
transit strategies out Manhattan if you're going to be playing cash games
Let's play
in
the
Queens.
10K cash game. Let's take the subway over the metro.
Yeah, you don't necessarily want to ride the subway with a bunch of cheese on you.
It would be the reason.
65K, looking to steal it. Against hands that were just stabbing.
Wow.
Nicely done. Schweck.
So Tobias with a peel and an activation, sending Shaq's hand into the muck. Dan made a believer.
Korea?
Have cameras.
Seoul, Korea?
Yeah.
I mean, it works.
They also
Conflicted on that.
Yeah, same. But
they also don't have bins on the street
Yeah.
because they deal with their own.
Yeah, it's all, but the city's super clean. It's
I mean,
very
it's
interesting.
clean, but it's.
I mean, it's cleaner than a lot of cities that have trash cans. The system works better than I would expect. I think if they didn't have trash cans in New York, you just wouldn't be able to walk.
Kulev with ace-king takes his turn opening.
Kulev also not a fan of no trash cans out in public.
Yeah, nor am I, by the way. It is a point I believe I recall when you're walking around the streets of Seoul.
It's also in Japan. No trash cans on the street.
I mean,
You can't find one.
66.
Clean up after yourself, my
yeah,
man.
okay, I would like to, but where am I supposed to put the trash, Randy?
At home.
Yeah,
Put it in your
okay.
bag.
So
Your
I'm just
Louis
gonna walk
bag or
around with my
something.
backpack full of trash. Sorel Mizzi might have a sense that Kulev has got trash up front as he 3-bets the 2 6s. Covers healthily.
66K for 66. That's a tell.
Yeah, I guess it doesn't shock me. I think it's more of a cultural thing than anything because it's like you have to have the realistic expectations.
You know, sometimes Kulev actually just flats this pre. They're pretty deep. +1 versus +2. Of course, 4-bet is fine.
50 bigs plus to start this one effective as Kulev is the covered stack. 120 in the middle already. Another 42 on request. Oh, no. Kulev may have taken his time, but in the end, he does come with the 4-bet to 185,000, and all of a sudden, 6 is not looking so hot.
Yeah, this is one of the problems with 3-betting 6s in this spot is when you get 4-bet, you are like, oh, could have saw 3 cards for cheap. Now in a spot where doesn't get to see a flop.
Nope. So Mizzi punished for playing back at Kulev there. Sorel's second ever Triton Festival. This one, first, was back in Vietnam. He went 0 for 6. Trying to break the seal here, has made day 2 of this 100K main. As we give you an updated glimpse at the state of affairs, Donchev 1.8 million over at the blue table. Mizzi the chip leader at red. Elton Sang 1.1 million in spite of having doubled up Mikita Badzikowski. We saw that not long ago. Sosia Jang still lingers at the bottom of the leaderboard, just 3 bigs in front of her now. Ben Tollerine keeping her company in the sub-10 big blind crew. Roland Rakita and Ben Heath rounding out that undesirable honor. Ace-9 now for Kulev, direct under the gun. That's not enough.
Baby suited connector for Schweck. No interest.
Nope.
More trash. And no more trash.
Ace Jack on the button, far from it, especially when you're sitting on a nub.
100% equity.
Wow, how can you call against that statement?
Almost 3x, 35,000 in total. Shaq with King Jack.
This is enough. Sosia is going to jam much worse. Brings in.
Perfect hand for you.
I tried to warn you.
That's okay.
So, Shaq, the customer, Sosia says, I tried to warn you. Obviously, he's not too troubled by it, just given
graphics
size.
say 73.25. She said 100%.
Okay, Randy, I wouldn't go putting her on blast like that. She just said 100% equity to raise the button, maybe, is what she meant. Now, hang on, because threats on a Queen Jack 10 board come in the form of an ace or a 9, as Shaq is open-ended here. Sosia hoping to keep her seat, find a spin, maybe repeat that FT performance from yesterday. On the turn, the king does improve Dan Shaq, but of course Sosia has made the Broadway. She just needs to fade a king or a jack. Can she do it? Yes. So, enjoy a double.
Yeah.
Well, she's got more than she started the day with. Now 94,000 in chips.
It's never a bad formula. Of course, more than she started the day with isn't saying much, considering she started as the overall short stack coming into today.
Raise.
Raise and take it for Schwecht with the king 6 suited. Middle position. Tournament staff. Kate coming over to advise that this feature will give way to a new one on the break, so pack your bags.
All right, king, queen now.
Raise.
Tobias, he's going to raise it up to a quarter.
Been active.
You have around 600?
Yeah, a little bit less.
Pocket 10s for Kulev. He inquires.
Kulev's more likely to 3-bet if it was a late position open. Given the +1 deep stacks, he flats. Doesn't want to make it a bit confusing for himself. tend to see this more as, am I willing to get in this much off of these positions and stacks? If it's no, then you send it to the flatting range.
And his flat sends us to the flop. Ace-9-5. Range advantage for Schwecht. As the early position opener. Swing and a miss, of course. Let's see whether or not he wants to tell a story. The answer was no as he checks back and picks up a Broadway gutty. Second overcard to the 10s.
There is a river card that tells a very disastrous story for Kulev. If a 10 does somehow show up. But as played, I could see Schweck just betting this turn card and getting it done with 2 overs to the 10. He's got a gut shot, and a lot of flats from the small blind that just check flop, check turn. Our pocket pairs are just looking to give up. No 10s and lower. But now that Schwecht hasn't bet the turn, 2 10s are looking all right.
So the river pairs the board. Front door hearts arrive. No post-flop action.
Not much value for Kulev, I would think, with 2 10s. This would be thin if he can find a bet. Seems unlikely.
He agrees. Checking. No pairs. There's showdown value here for Schwecht. Maybe some of the 6-7, 6-8, 7-8 stuff.
Maybe a little
lay
bit.
dormant. He decides to knuckle back and does get shown those 2 10s. So a nice pickup there for Kulev. Every little bit helps. Now sitting 62 bigs deep is Alex. Taking a look at Kulev's Triton resume. An impressive one. 6.4 million plus in career Triton earnings. 16 cashes. 1 title. I'll take a guess at when that title took place. Randy, you recall? I'll give you a hint. It was at this buy-in level, 100K.
I can't remember which stop.
It was this year in Montenegro in a no-limit 8 max event.
So 2 stops ago.
Yeah. Ace-Jack. Dan Shack decides to just rip it, keep it to a single decision point, sub 20 big blind stack, fully deployed. No patrons around DeFoxen, 8-9 suited, pretty under normal circumstances. Not these, however.
Of course, one of the advantages of jamming in is you kick out the big blind that wants to see a flop with suited connectors.
Soiza takes a peek at needles as we flip back over to another feature.
So you're going to Paris and then you...
I'm not doing Paris,
Oh,
but
you're
I'm
not?
going to do Monte Carlo and Barcelona. But Paris is not possible this year. Too much travel, man. Maybe next year. I mean, I love Paris.
Yeah, I mean, how it was fucking hell, man. Fucking aces on the button, everybody folds. Jesus.
No action for Soiza, who laments it. As Jason advising that he's not going to be headed to Paris this year.
Yeah, it's very tough.
I'm all out next year, too. Like, this year I was not all out at all. I played like 30% of what I usually play this year. I really needed it. But next year's back to...
I played a lot this year.
You played a lot? Yeah, I did the previous year, and I was like, fuck, I got to go now.
Yeah, I mean, at least you're like, better shape. So
I try. Well, that's what the year off could do for you.
Yesterday I was like misreading boards and stuff.
Oh my God, I know.
Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
Looked it up.
Too much pressure.
Come on, bro. 10-9-4. That's not a very good lineup.
Are we getting a peek? Over aces versus ace king. Wow, how bad is that for Seaver?
Well, Scott got 400,000 in as a 4-better. He opened at 26,000. Alexander Linsky 3-bet to 100 from the big. And Seaver's 400 stuffing does not yield fruit on a 10-6-5 board. He has no spade, and now he has no hope. Wrapping the rail and on his feet is Scott Seaver, a victim of Alexander Linsky's red aces here.
That's it. GG, Seaver.
Yep. A lot of talent walking out the door right there. Seaver had an absolutely stellar summer this year in Las Vegas. Kind of called his shot. Said he was going to put the hurt on poker as he was very focused and did just that. Now we focus upon the exchange between Schwecht and Chidwick. Tobias with trip aces on the turn. Chidwick has picked up a hard draw here.
So Chidwick bet 60K on the flop. That's near pot. That should condense the range more to the top end for the check call from Schweck, which contains a lot of aces, maybe to some of the stronger king X's with backdoors.
First 100K I played in.
Stevie.
Same bet.
60K. Once more after Tobias declined a barrel, just given that Chidwick from direct under the gun could have some bigger ace X. We proceed with caution. King's full is a thing from time to time.
Yeah, Chidwick's bet here of 60K once again is to target king X specifically. He never expects an ace to fold, and he has equity.
3 on the river. So the 7 kicker still plays. And Chidwick gives up on the semi-bluff attempt.
Oh, it'll be a warm-up.
Yeah, if he expected the king X to fold on a turn, then he's left with just ace X and no reason to bluff against that.
Not exactly a test run, but I guess it's, you know.
They want to see what can happen and the potential of it.
I think, yeah, and maybe it's just because, like, since that time, like, Crown has, you know, they've lost, like, a lot of their staff, right? Like, the original TD and a lot of their staff
so they have to
left.
figure out how
Like
to even do this
Natasha
again.
and
What's
Do you
his
think
name?
there'll be a,
Is it
did you buy
Joel?
invitational?
John
Like
somebody
2
was
mil buy?
the
Yeah,
guy.
Probably. Might be.
2
And
years.
I remember
They're like-
Haley.
Like it's
I like
Yeah,
Haley.
Haley. I do working for, like,
Yeah, no,
other
there's.
groups.
Oh,
There's
they
actually
are.
I think there's a lot of
of
people that can play that
Australia,
tournament.
but,
It will be a special one. Yeah.
Is it more public or more underground?
Yeah.
Really gonna want to come out.
I mean,
It might break some records.
But I was, like, I'm told that, there's a lot, there's basically, like, low to mid-stakes.
25?
Women to run all the time. There's just various poker leagues. And then,
Mizzy, baby suited ace, made it 25 to go. Same kit
118.
in clubs on the button for Foxen, and he's going to do some leaning as we go upstairs to 118,000 all in.
This is annoying for Missy. He's got a terrible kicker against a 10 big blind shove. He's invested 2 big blinds. Be a huge win for Fox, and if Mizzy was to just fold, but he finds the call, so we're often going to chop this one up.
Single decision point, relegated to pre-flop.
This one you have exactly 50%.
Yeah? Okay, I'll take it.
This one does rate to be chopped up the majority of the time.
Okay with that. Oh no, oh no. Okay.
Pretty close.
Ace,
Now you're
queen,
looking
10.
I can't.
Deuces and trays
Oh yeah, I can with the 3.
Kind of close.
3 of clubs, 3 of clubs.
are the only
Give
things
everyone
that
what they want. No?
send this pot one
No,
direction
but
or the
it's
other.
fine. 3 of clubs for this side. Ooh.
Diamond's not an issue on the turn. And all Foxen needs to
No
do
side.
is keep it 3 free to hit the reset button, which is exactly what he and Sorrel will do.
Put that on the turn, though. Make it more exciting, no?
That would have been, yeah.
Yeah, I'm happy with it. I like the sweat.
Australia's another level.
Oh, yeah.
Play.
It's the biggest
If
tournament.
you told me I was going to make 15K and I have.
Yeah.
What were you going to say?
What's the biggest tournament that's ever happened?
The million pounds in London.
£1 million? Yeah. Okay. With inflation,
It's like
it should be a
1.3
bigger one.
US.
Yeah.
Million's nothing these days, right?
Yeah, it was a lot more then. That was 2019.
Oh, pre-COVID?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that was like a 2 mil now.
Yeah. Since they printed over half the money supply, things have changed.
I think it's something like 80%.
Is he giving us a crash course in economics?
Yeah, thanks, Sorrel.
It's a single digit number. 80% in the last X amount of years.
Wow.
Yeah. It's staggering.
Right. 4, yeah.
What, 4 of spades?
And is first class worth the money if you compare it to business class?
I mean, it's like an apartment in business. It's like two people next to each other with a flat bed. So you have privacy.
Yeah, I understand. Less people walking around.
Some of them you just.
King 8 offsuit for Schwecht. Raises the button. Is Shaq counseling Kulev on the nuances between business and first-class international travel? Chidwick counseling Schwecht in turn on raising the button when he's in the small with ace-king. As we see the all-in.
I kind of think Sosia Jang might commit ace-9 in this spot.
This would be a bad idea.
Chidwick's reshoving off of 20 bigs against the button open. It's going to contain hands worse than ace-9, like broadways, like worse aces. Of course, the better ones as well. Maybe she thinks she calls here. Button folds. Little 2 big blind overlay from the button. Plus, she's invested a big blind ante as well. Wouldn't falter.
There was a 12-month period where in 2020
Proposition of a potential triple is obviously nice, and this is button
like-
and
So it's now
small
just,
blind in front of us that have
increasing exponentially. Yeah.
Right.
That was right after COVID. the,
made
like,
these
really-
decisions. So Sosia does
Yeah,
end
all the
up
asset
making the
prices went up. It
call.
wasn't that the asset prices
Schwecht
were going up, it was that the
bowing
dollar
out,
was
and
going up.
Sosia may very well be doing the same here,
Oh, we're making so much money.
unless
Not
she
really,
can
like,
find a
Maybe
much
if you own assets,
needed
the
9 for the
equity
time
is
being.
more
Dominated in an over 200K pot just before the break here.
100% dealer.
100 again?
There's only
Doesn't
0
matter
and
what I
100.
have if you have 100%.
There's only 0 and 100. But my Wi-Fi signal's not as
Roading
good.
is odd.
Jack 7-4. Sosia's ace of hearts working hard here. Wearing the gracious
8
smile
of hearts.
on the
Not
turn. No grace from the deck. Can she find the needed 9? No. Board pairs, ace-king plays, but Sosia Jang no longer does. As she will D-mic, and this break will be a lengthy one for her. Permanent, in fact, as she's showered here in the 100K main. Meanwhile, King 9 versus 8-6 here. The product of a blind versus blind. Tom Fuchs raise. Jan defending. Tom out flops with middle pair here. 82 in the middle.
Check over to David. He is out flopped.
Checks back. Now on the turn. No issues for the 8-6.
Could definitely hunt some value. Looks like he's going to wait for a clean river card. King 9 high's got showdown value. Doesn't really need to inflate the pot. Position. It's got a 250,000 stack remaining. Excellent card for Tom. Still has second pair. Hasn't seen a bet from his opponent, so doesn't have to worry about kicker issues.
Yeah, an eventful run out.
$82.
Full pot. And of course, as we can see, David Jan shouldn't be interested, but he is going to contemplate here. Yeah, I love that scowl. I love that David Jan intensity that he always brings to every single event. So with that, frame number 1 is in the books here on day number 2 of this 100K main. Mizzy, Donchev, and Elton presiding over the respective feature tables, which will be giving way to a new set of feature tables. And the blinds will be going to 10 and 15,000. Myself, Ali Najad, and Randy Liu also will be giving way to Henry Kilbane and Brian Rast as we bring you back to the desk ever so briefly. The only thing I really want to unpack about that first frame, I think you would agree, Randy, is the insanity that was Donchev versus Jan set over set with the board pairing on the river and Donchev jamming. Credit to David, he went through, I think, 7 time banks as the line felt like it was all or nothing. In the end, paid it off, but that was stone cold.
He almost got away, and then in the end, he made the call, saw the bad news. He expected to see queens or aces if he did lose that hand. It was number 1 and number 2 to start the day off, and one of them has fallen quite a ways down.
Yeah, it felt like there were Eskimos, igloos, and polar bears all over the place on the back end of that cooler. All right, Randy and I going to step aside, as I mentioned, just about a 5-minute break for those of you at home. Continuing coverage of day 2 of the Triton Super High Roller Series 100K main comes your way in just a few.
All in. Call.
Michael, pocket 7s, putting that doubled stack to work, and in a good way against Tom. That's the man he victimized earlier. And again, he has a bigger pair here.
Good timing for Tom not to go with that one. 2 pips up, pocket 9s for Jan. Type of hand you don't really want to inflate.
Yeah.
And make it a 4-bet pot all of a sudden. I like flatting.
1-9 busy in Soiza's hand and into the muck. You surprised that for 22 Tom didn't go set mining, or it's just a function of the fact that he only has those 17 bigs coming in? He doesn't want to spend 2 of them.
The latter. You know, he's not getting the right price to set mine with that hand.
Yeah, and you can get squeezed, obviously, when you flat there, and that hand lacks a future. He would have flopped a set, and he would have been cooked by a set of 7s for Dweck, who is just praying one of these flat callers has got ace-X. And while it isn't ace-X, Matthias is going to have a reason to continue as he has flopped the open-ender out of the big blind. Dweck Happy to check. See if somebody wants to hang themselves. David not going to bite. Turn is toasty.
Yeah, Dweck's hand is very under-repped to have a set in this spot. Now he should be looking to build a pot against some ace-x, maybe some 10x's that are curious. Puts in 55K. Texture development for David, not looking so great.
Yeah, second overcard to the 9s.
What's interesting here for Ibinger is that with that flop check from Dweck, it seems a little bit more capped. Normally, it isn't a hand this strong. It could be just like a weaker ace. Whereas Ibinger from the big blind's got a wide variety of holdings where he can have 2 pairs. He could have sets. So if he wants to play aggressively, he could. Especially when he has just an open and a straight draw of 6 high, where you don't want to check call miss and just have to just check fold and lose to random cards.
Oh my, Matthias has chosen to take the aggressive route as he check raises to 165,000. You remove the aces from his range. You don't necessarily think pocket 10s would have avoided a squeeze play pre. Not impossible, of course, but Dweck is very comfortable with the set of 7s here. No flush draw to worry about. Is his hand so strong that you just want to flat and then let Matthias hang himself? There's our answer.
Exactly that, with no flush draw present. So Ibinger needs to hit that straight.
Oh my God.
He got
the
there.
8 rolling off. It looks like an innocent card, Randy. You don't really expect 6-4 to be a part of the check raise there. Maybe some 8-9. You don't expect Jack-9.
Yeah, this is just bye-bye, Dweck.
Matthias, the covering stack, sub 1 SPR effective. All 328, I imagine, will be on request.
Yeah, he's going to push it all in here. Snap called so fast, shows the set, and there's the bad news. Oh my God, look at Dweck.
Sick.
Wow.
It's an interesting one.
I don't think I can remember the last time we saw a bet on the river that was an all-in get called that quickly, nor somebody depart that quickly. We're going to need that mic back, Michael. There it is. Apologies, but I like to consider myself the minister of mischief around these streets.
Yeah, that'd be good.
I got to say, Brewers kind of crowd my lane here, but I like it. He's proposing that we have like a wheel of fortune with a whole bunch of dirty sort of, whoever draws seat 4, you're instantly out of the tournament. Sort of, spin the wheel like, I don't know, once at the top of the day. I don't know exactly how often, but
Yeah,
I'm here for it.
I think it'd be quite fun.
It does sound fun.
Fun for everyone but seat 4.
Well, there was other ideas that they had too, like all of a sudden you play limit hold'em, no ante for a level.
So it's all painful things, right?
You must go all in, yeah, I mean. The original one was, I believe, Ike Axton, who came up with the decimator, which is,
I mean, like, obviously you'd always play ace.
every level.
But you could get, like...
You low card. I like low card instead of high card for someone's chips and stack to just be removed. You just...
The floor just
dealer
opens
change.
underneath you and you just fall into a black pit.
Yes! I'm into it. Now, let's see how into pocket jacks Luke Greenwood is.
Whoa.
Play like a limp strategy.
You're going to get, like, tough spots, too, where, like, the pop probably gets big because they have
Squeezes
yellow
to
hands.
90,000.
Might not be.
Yeah, but even if that happens, you're just with aces.
Let's see how durable Mizzy feels ace queen is.
Spots get interesting, right? So, like, if you're, like, multi-way and you have, like...
Mizzy could get very aggressive in this
this
spot, thinking that Greenwood's on the squeeze.
Five-way PLO.
Sure.
Off of 45 bigs. Especially when Schweck
I think that
flats.
game might be better if like you were able to switch one card at some point.
This doesn't surprise me.
There's a lot of ways
And
you could bail.
just muscling back over the top of Greenwood.
Billy tilted.
Here we go.
Schwecked out of there. Luke is here for it. If you got Queens Plus, congrats. If you don't, let's spin the wheel, which they will do, and it tilts in favor of Luke Greenwood about 3-2. These are roughly level stacks. Mizzy covers 952 in the middle.
17. Well, now
Oh, a queen right away in the window. This is horrific for Luke.
This is a very
Scares
sad
me more
thing.
than you saying 61 when it says 0.
Backdoor straight draws.
Taking it in
So
stride.
never say yes during this pot.
Looking for a 9-10 or a jack.
Exactly.
Instead, it's a
literally looked at the
5,
Keto,
and the
he got
dreaded
it.
2 outs
No,
once
I
is
have
the
100.
situation that Luke Greenwood finds himself in.
Look at him go. I have 100.
Okay, I have 100.
No.
You didn't believe it.
Yeah,
You didn't-
that was so weak.
Conviction.
That was so weak.
Good
Good
night,
game.
Yeah,
Lucas
no,
Greenwood,
it's pretty close.
as
Maybe
accounting will be done
I
just to
might have
verify,
listened
but
to it
Ladies and gentlemen, this is about to be the most high-energy frame of poker you've ever witnessed at the Triton Poker Series. We've got day 2 of the 100K with 182 entries in it. We've got my co-commentator, Brian Rass, jacked up on the pre-workout. Let's go, man. I mean, 4 million up top in this one almost. 182 runners. We're here for some of the greatest poker in the world. Let's go.
Listen, I was on my way to the gym. I thought it wasn't until the 3rd frame, but then my producer was like, no, Rash, you got to get in here, man.
We need you now.
We need it now. The people need the injection of energy. So I just came straight up. Caffeine, pre-workout. We're ready to go. Let's see some poker. These guys, I can't even believe how many people registered overnight. It was 149. Now we're at 182. If the math checks out, that's 33 people before the start of day 2.
Red-eye flight from Miami.
Okay. They get the double-double. All right, the bracelet and the Triton trophy and probably a lot of money. So this is sweet.
3,850,000 to be exact. That's what's going to be going to the eventual champion. The plan today is hopefully to play down to the final 2 tables or so, 10 levels of play with 2 levels in, about to kick off with level number 3. It's the Bulgarian Dimitar Danchev leading the field. But look who's in second place, Rasti. We've got none other than Ossi Katola on his second bullet, playing 100 bigs. And then Steven Song, by the way, who's been on a bit of a tear recently, the American, playing his first 100K.
Wait,
he said on
Henry,
stream yesterday.
don't just glaze over Ossi Katola. Listen, I need to tell the people a hand history from yesterday. Ossi Katola raised the button, okay?
4.5
Scott
big blinds.
Seaver jammed 30 bigs from the small with King Jack off. Ossi Katola went in the tank and called it off with deuce 6 of clubs. He did not win. He rebought, and now here he is second in chips. Let's go.
Sometimes you have to flick in the call with the
Yeah.
deuce 6 suited, you know, my man. I mean,
if he didn't call, he wouldn't be here with 1.5 million right
Facts.
now, okay?
Butterfly effect. All of that jazz. Top right-hand corner of the screens. Download the Triton Poker Plus app now. Scan that QR code. You can see every single hand history from every player on the outer tables. We didn't even get the chance to introduce the 2 tables. We were just too hyped about this event. We got Kenny, we got Coleman, we got Strava, we got Tollerine, we got Muller, Song, Lunlun, Lefrancois over on table 9. That's the blue feature table. On the red feature, we got D-Negs in the house. Mateos, we got David Peters, Ferdinand Putra, Watson, Elias. I mean, let's go. You know what? Let's do it, Rusty.
Let's do it. Here we are.
I'm
Look at
pumped for
these.
this one. You've brought the energy, pal.
We got, look at these featured tables. We got Negreanu on one for the fans, one of the most popular poker players of all time, most accomplished poker players of all time. On the gold table, we have the Triton GOAT himself, Jason Kuhn. He's built up some chips so far today.
Let's see who wants to get after it. Hang on, because one of our producers almost just killed themselves coming through the stage. Easy now, Martins. Easy. Johannes Strava. Another one of those that perhaps you're not all too familiar with, Brian, but one of the younger online guys from the newer generation of players, very well respected from his peers.
Yeah, listen, I have no idea who he is, but I've refrained from saying this anymore because I don't want this guy to fill out his bingo card where Rast, the old live pro, makes a comment about not knowing who some online crusher who's won millions upon millions online is. But yes, I have no idea who Johannes Straver is, but I have no doubt here he is playing 100K. He looks like he's probably won millions of dollars online.
So bet 86.
Listen, it's no, I mean it is no insult. Listen, guys,
No,
I'm
of course
43
it's
years
not.
old and I haven't really played online poker since Black
Dude,
Friday,
you're not-
so
you're-
it is what it is.
Okay, you're 43 years old. You haven't played online since Black Friday. You're not European, which is like if you're not out there on grinding the Euro circuit, of course, mate. Don't worry.
But that's why we have Henry in here. Because listen, I have my shortcomings and he's here to really lift that up and keep it pushing.
The same vice versa, mate. Don't worry.
220
Chat's
plus,
loving
yeah.
that pre-show,
Okay.
by the way. Don't worry, guys. We're going to keep an eye on the pulse of Rasty. Okay. I know CPR. Ben flatting the King 9 suited off of 18 bigs, just shy. King 8-5.
Oh shit! Sorry.
Beautiful development for Tolerine.
And very little in the
Yeah.
way for other people. I wouldn't be surprised if Tolerine checks this back three ways. One of his worst kicker kings in terms of hands he's flatting. I'm not sure how he interprets backdoor hearts here as being a plus towards betting or a minus. Again, with King 9, he's going to be 50-50 to have a backdoor flush draw. Wouldn't even be surprised if he randomizes this.
Well, three ways. Strava waving the white flag.
Oh, he's super short, though.
Yeah, they both are, yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, it's like 15 bigs back.
Yeah, in some ways it makes a pretty nice trap, too. Yeah. He's just saying no ace. Ooh, what a card for... He's picked up a gutter and hearts, and actually now someone made a pair. Although nothing that Straver's going to be too thrilled about, but it is better than ace high.
Love to see Steven's song in the mix, by the way. Although he's completely whiffed this hand.
I wonder if he bets here. It's kind of like a weird merge of like potentially bluffing out, like 10s and 10s-ish, and also getting clearance from hands like Queen Jack. Not getting 9s out, though. No, I guess Tolerine never has those hands, because right, he's always jamming them, and same with the big blinds, so take that back. No one has 10s.
There is the bet on the turn from Ben86. Wants to start building the pot. See if Strava comes along for the ride. He does. 175k out there. Crucial pot for both players, not to state the obvious. As Tolerine improves to top 2 on the river. Does put a 4-liner on board. And 7 would make a straight.
Yeah, so Tolerine is willing to go broke here with such a just over 1 SPR. The real question is, like, what can he get called by? Now, Straver, as the raiser, can have 10s through queens. He could also have a king. It's a little bit unlikely that he plays a king this way. Double check and just call very small bet. So even just the double check, but then if double check, then just not check raising a hand like king jack or king queen. So from that standpoint, he's not super likely to have a very strong hand, unless maybe he made 2 pair, which Ben is blocking. So, also really maybe the only 2 pair hand is specifically 8-9 suited, of which there's only 2 combos. I mean, potentially aces. The point being, if Ben goes all in, there's not like a ton of hands that can call him. And so we can see he chooses a less than all-in size here.
150 into 175. What do we think of Strava's bluff catcher here in terms of blocker effects and things that it doesn't block?
I think an ace is an above average side card, right? Like, I don't think Ben has a ton of bluffs that come from ace, just in terms of stuff that bets the turn small and then bluffs river big. Very few. Probably more like missed heart draws and stuff from like queen and jack high. So, and I mean the 6 is, so he has probably a slightly above average bluff catcher, I would say. But he probably has quite a few hands like this though, right? Like even stuff like ace 6, ace 8, ace 9.
Pocket 10s.
Yeah, I would say these hands are actually better bluff catchers than 10s through queens.
For sure.
Right?
100%.
So in a sense, like, he should fold 10s through queens probably and be more likely to call hands like this, which is why he's now going into time banks and considering it. So I do think this is a tricky spot. I won't be surprised if he calls, although I don't know. I've never seen the guy play before, so I don't have a strong opinion about what he will do. Do you?
Yeah, I mean, he's chewing on this, and it isn't posturing. This is a genuine tank from the Dutchman. Really pondering a call here for all the reasons you listed. I guess if you try and reverse engineer the hand from Strava's shoes, you know, what value does Tollerine have here that doesn't bet flop, bets turn 3 ways, and then bets close to pot on the river? It's pretty polar.
I think Tollerine can actually have just 1 pair of kings. Maybe even king jack or king 10.
He's made the call. He's going to get shown the bad news. Ben 86 scooping a monster 475k pot. Crucial given that he was down to just 15 bigs. Bouncing back up north of the 30 big blind territory. And Strava burning through 5 time banks to then ultimately fall on the wrong decision. Wow. How about that to get us started? A hero call, 4th pair.
Yeah, I mean, I know when you can see the cards, it can kind of have a knee-jerk tendency to say, oh, that's ridiculous. But it seems not ridiculous to me at all. It seems fine. Right, Henry? Would you agree?
I agree entirely. Yeah. I think you did a fantastic job of breaking down the hand and kind of explaining to us why Strava called in that spot, and it makes a ton of sense. Back over here, I mean, Darren's taken a bit of a loose rejam versus hijack. I don't know what the dynamic's like over here. I mean, maybe Wayne has just been RFIing every other hand. Darren felt like he could get some folds. Oh, how about just finding the 7?
I got a reaction out of Darren right there. He's probably less amused.
The old 3 outer for the OG. What a time to find it.
Did you like that sideways look?
Yeah. That was spicy.
That was a spicy little sideways glance right there.
You raise into my big blind pal? I'm all in. Oh, we're going to spin the... What's going on, man? This isn't a highlight reel. So we've literally just gone live and we've had 3 collisions.
This hand seems completely normal, though.
You, right?
It's crazy because Steven never loses this.
As long as I'm not at risk.
The way he's been running over the last 4 months.
Oh, he's had a really good last 4 months?
Yeah, Pascal's just drawing dead with Ace King here. He has like 3% equity.
Dude, I'm going to look at Steven's Hendon mob now. I didn't realize. Well, it does make sense if he's playing his first 100K.
I'm surprised it hasn't come 7 deuce, to be honest with you. Ace or a king needed for Pascal. 1 card to come. Doesn't find it.
GG.
Steven improves to a boat. Holds with the 7s. I jest, of course, by the way. That was obviously a very clear and fair flip and a standard spot. Small blind V cutoff.
Did win the 25K North American Poker Tour
EPT
for 440. He won the EPT 5K Barcelona. Wow, that's a big 5K.
I mean, that's one of the biggest 5Ks of the year. Yeah.
1.3.
Yeah, he's brilliant. I think he's very, very talented, Steven. And obviously, when you're running well and playing well, that is the most lethal combo in poker. So Steven Song is our tournament chip leader with 79 players remaining. Still a lot of ways to go before we make it into the money. 31 places paid in this one. We got Seth Davies and Jason Kuhn in the top 5 as well. Jason in 5th, Shark Davies in 4th. Numero uno for David Coleman. Well, fortunately for Tolerine.
Yeah, the position of the opener means he's probably just flatting here, especially kind of with like, we're in a spot, it's like over half of the field is now out, right? So we're just creeping into a part of the tournament where, you know, let's not say there's like a lot of ICM, but you're going to start to see it kind of change lines people take pre-flop. Like I think some of the pure cash game pre-flop 3-betting strats that people were doing yesterday are going to be toned down just like a little bit. You know, stuff like the 3-betting with 9s and 8s, which if you look at a cash game strat, get like mixed in a bunch. You know what I'm saying? Like that stuff kind of starts going into pure flat territory once you add in just, you know, just a little tickle of ICM.
Tolerine is in trouble here, Asti. Not to state the obvious. 8-3 deuce, 2 spades, and Coleman's just slid it on over to his man. Setting the trap. Let's see if Tolerine takes the bait.
Yeah, aces being one of your natural checks as you get into... This is one of the interesting differences between short stack and deep stack play. You actually really don't want to slow play aces much once you get very deep, like 100, 200 BB plus, both in terms of pre-flop, you know, re-raise wars and even post-flop. But then once you start getting into shallower depths, you sometimes flat aces pre-flop in spots, and you also see a lot of like it sliding into the check line, both in and out of position. Now the question is, they are deep enough that Coleman has some, he has some incentive to check raise out of position. Which it's pretty easy to find a good range of hands that mix this. Like he can be doing this with a lot of stuff like two big cards with a spade. Love taking this line, like ace queen off with a spade, king queen off with a spade. Could even, if he really wants to get funky, a heart instead of a spade, or definitely like offsuit spade heart stuff because you're blocking flush draws and backdoor heart draws that might float you. So, as well as you generally will have an overcard Ben's probably 3-betting queens, maybe not 3-betting jacks. So having anything queen or higher is definitely an overcard versus a overpair. You know, plus you could also take this line with strong draws as well. So, you know, it's just not a very hard line to mix, and aces is going to be one of the key value hands in this.
Oh, GG, sir. Snapped.
Wow.
Tolerine ripping it in. Didn't want to play a guessing game on turns. Should have picture card roll off, and now finds himself drawing to running spades or a red 9. 1.1 million chip pot. No help on the turn. Upside down 9. So 2 outs once for the OG. Oh, 9 of diamonds.
Yikes.
Corner pocket.
Wow.
And Ben 86, in the span of not even an orbit, goes from 16 big blinds up to 73 bigs, spiking the 2 outer on the river against his fellow countryman David Coleman for a 1.1 million chip pot.
Oh well.
It's a tough one in the sense, like, Ben 86 has been around the block and done just about everything. And David Coleman, I mean, this would be quite the breakout tournament for Coleman should he final table and, like, maybe win. But he's not out, but Coleman's going to have to
he's got a bunch.
Keep trying. He's now down to a pretty short stack. And Ben 86...
He's got 35 bigs. I mean, stay composed.
I guess average is only 600. But, I mean, he would have, what, like 1.4?
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, obviously, we'd much prefer to not get 2 outed on the river for 60, 70 bigs.
It's blind first, you know that, right? In this one. I asked earlier.
Okay.
Yeah, but Coleman's a young, talented American
This one is not
player.
Okay, yeah, instead of anti.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it is blind first at Triton events. The lads just letting each other know.
Well, he's got more than 2 bigs.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. Doesn't make too much of a difference.
Hey, Coleman's got a pretty impressive hand and mob. First recorded cash, 2015. Best live cash, 730,000.
Yeah, so he hasn't cashed for $1 million yet. This would this tournament would be a good chance.
Well, it's funny because that EPT that Stephen won, David Coleman also reached that final table, came 5th for 440K.
For sure.
Yeah, I'm trying to look. If it doesn't look like he's had a real kind of like breakout win yet. His best is 730K, 25K WPT Alpha 8. I mean, that's a pretty strong win.
That's a very strong win.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie. I mean,
very strong win.
Yeah. Solid.
That probably qualifies as your first breakout win. He's won a couple Poker Go Cups for low 6 figures. Yeah, he's actually had quite a good year so far. Won like 5 tournaments. A lot of them much smaller than this.
The most winningest player of all time. Bring Kenny.
Ooh.
Is it queens?
Yeah.
The reaction makes it feel like queens.
That's why you folded under the gun.
Oh.
What about kings? Little 1 up. 75K out there. Bounce back into it. Top set.
Some backdoor. Yeah, I think it's about an average flop. Probably not above average. That's a below average turn.
Coleman dead on the turn. Did have some sweats options,
Could
but
be
none
worse.
of
You
them
could have like 10 bigs.
presenting themselves.
I would have just folded them.
Strava bouncing back up to 5 big blinds. He's saying there's a chance, Rusty.
Change. Like even if you raise, you'll still need it. You don't have to announce your bet.
I'll even prepare the race.
You're ready.
Yeah.
This is a really fun
Yeah.
table, by the way. We've got some.
I was literally just thinking the same thing. I'm like, wow, this table's good.
Well, we've got some very good young generation online guys. I mean, Sam Muller, part of the Poker Code crew, came second in the Mystery Bounty in Monte Carlo just a few weeks back. His first 7-figure score in that one.
I remember watching, I did that, I don't know, maybe it was that one, but one of Muller's final tables. And I remember thinking, because he looks like he's a super young guy, and I'm like, wow, he plays pretty mature for his age, and seemed
Lucky chips I gave you.
totally
Not that you
calm
can
and
hand,
fine at the final
never
table.
had
I was
Yeah.
pretty impressed with the quality of his play and his, you know, his posture, his, you know, ability to stay focused in the moment and not, you know, play well. So feels like he's got a bright future ahead of him, Muller. But yeah, no, that table's pretty exciting in terms of talent. That's perhaps not quite as, you know, some guys that aren't on Triton quite as regularly, right? Steven Song, Coleman, you know, Muller to a certain extent, Straver.
Short stacks over here on the red table, including Daniel Negreanu. As Thomas, 8 bigs, +1. Rips it in. He's going to get rid of D-Negs.
D-Negs would have liked to rip that in himself if it was folded to him. Little Jack 10 suited in the, is the hijack or the cutoff? Yeah, I mean, they pick some good tables. I mean, look at this table as well, right? You know, we've got, obviously, Negreanu. He is very short, but, you know, things can change. Mateos, David Peters, Mike Watson, Putra, Mulaker, Darren Elias, and Huang.
It would be cool to see D-Negs spin up a bit of a stack in this one. Don't get to see him at Tritons all too often.
Yeah, I'm sure the fans are here for that. And I am too, for the same reason. Just seeing him kind of bust out first all in would be a little anticlimactic. I want to watch him play a little bit.
This being D-Negs' first Triton stop. The collaboration, the WSOP Paradise. Bracelet and a Triton trophy up top in this one.
For those of you who aren't aware, this is not just Michael Watson. It's actually Sir Watts, first of his name, king of the value bet and the first men. So you got to pay your respects, ladies and gentlemen.
Watson's had a pretty sick year as well. I know he took down, what was it, EPT Monte Carlo earlier this year.
I feel like he's a guy who's kind of underrated. Just really great player. Maybe not as flashy as some other guys, but just has very consistent results and have had them for a very long time. Probably doesn't get his flowers as much as he should.
Well, how about it? This year, he's won a bracelet, a Triton trophy, and an EPT. He won 2 Triton trophies, actually, sorry, this year.
15.
That's quite the year, so what's?
Yeah. And by that, I mean, it's like, I think people would say, oh, yeah, Mike Watson. Oh, yeah, he's good, of course, and kind of leave it at that. But it's not. It's more like, oh, Mike Watson, he's kind of one of the best, actually. I mean, we're talking 30 million in live tournament earnings.
Plus everything online, obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, he's been around a minute, and he's been playing very consistently at the highest level for quite some time. See if Darren wants to do something spicy. Does not. Declines after stabbing once. Then check 2 on the flop. So what's with the check mark? He's going to be back up to 30 bigs.
I feel like Watts has some incentive to value bet his hand himself here. He's good a lot, not all the time, but when he's good, his opponent's not going to value bet that often, and I don't think he can rely on a ton of bluffs. So yeah, this value bet makes a lot of sense with the Darren stabbing flop and checking back. Definitely wants to get value out of a 5. Potentially ace or king high.
Mad Dog. North of 30 bigs. Do you know why they call him Mad Dog?
No.
I was asking, by the way.
Who's Mad Dog?
So what's Jason?
Oh, I didn't.
Is Jason Kuhn gave him that nickname. Seth Davies, they all call him Mad Dog. I don't know why.
Okay.
You know, you can Mad Dog your way to a victory, though, over on GG Poker. Sign up today. Use the code Triton_2024. That free $50 ticket into the weekender. Min deposit of $20 required. They're really mixing it up with the music, aren't they? Mad Dog's a pretty strong nickname, to be fair.
It is. Yes. I kind of want to know why.
I'll have to ask him.
Yeah. Please do and report back.
Yeah. Whenever I'll see Jason today, just ask him. But I want to make sure he's not at the table, and I do. Which is going to be tough, because Jason's got heaps, by the way.
Heaps? I thought he had like 500.
No, he's like 4th in chips, 5th in chips.
Oh, shoot.
Yeah, he's 5th in chips.
He's won some. Oh, yeah, okay. He was at 500 about 7 hands ago. Then...
Tell us, Brian.
He had pocket kings. Tomas Adamski raises in the low jack. Kuhn 3-bets. Dealer button. Call. Flop 338 rainbow. Check 90K call. Turn another 3. Check 160 call. River a jack. Check. Jason 255 call. Pocket kings good. He wins 655K in that pot and was at 1.3, and after winning a pot since then, he's at 1.4.
Just like that, eh?
Ooh.
Darren on a bit of a spin himself after finding that 3-outer. Back over here, Strava UTG. Ask for it all for his final 4.3 big blinds. He's going to need to get lucky against Lun Lun.
You went all in, right?
Cards on their backs. Strava in rough shape. Hearts alive. Looking for an ace, though. That's the immediate out for him. All of the aces are live. get back up to 11 big blinds. The damage that was done to his stack, courtesy of Ben Tollerine. Hero call gone wrong for the Dutchman. Not looking great. The Jack 8. Queen. Now an additional out for Strava. Ace or a queen would do it. Doesn't find it.
Thank you.
Lundland holds with the 10s. He's back up to 18 bigs. And the Dutchman will not be picking up a Triton trophy in this one.
Do we wait or do we just keep playing?
Sure, it's fine.
Straver was not going to win that pot.
Seems fine, right?
Even if Loon didn't have 10s, Coleman calls the big blind with Jack 9, which is dominated, but hits 2 jacks and wins.
I guess we'll move them here.
Moolocker here. Is he going to call or is he going to squeeze? Squeeze jam.
I like squeeze. I mean,
yeah.
Want to thin out the field.
There is some merit to call, mostly from the sense of stop and go, right? Because you're actually out of position. I think it's a pretty interesting decision, actually.
We just saw one of D-Negs's, sorry, Mulocker's queens mucked by D-Negs. In before the overjam from Sir Watts. The 6s cut off the small blind, the button flat in the middle. We're off to the races. A little bit of an overlay in the pot for Mulocker, courtesy of Darren Elias's 35k. What do you fancy? Brian, 6s or Queen Jack of Spades?
I mean, I want to say Queen Jack of Spades. It's rough because we know a queen got mucked. But
yeah, it's all the more reason for Queen Jack of Spades to do it. Oh, never easy. King Jack 7, all diamonds. Someone's looking for a diamond or a 6 to shower the Austrian. Can he find it? No. Mulocker doubling up and then some. Up to 21 bigs.
Thank you.
D-Negs down to
Save me
just
money.
10 bigs now.
Welcome.
Yeah, I would have played with.
Come on, D-Negs.
what did D-Negs have? Did you see?
Queen 8 of clubs.
Yeah, so he doesn't win. Saved him 20k.
Saved him 20k, yeah.
It's actually kind of an... Well, I guess it's not that uncomfortable for Sir Watts, because they were short enough that the person flatting behind probably doesn't have that many bigger pairs. Sometimes you see flats there from people with like 8s, 9s. But yeah, a lot of them, only 20 big blind stacks, right?
Yeah, so what started the hand with like 28 bigs?
Yeah, and
Darren had something similar, yeah.
Yeah.
Talking to Darren, straight back into action with the ace-king. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
He raised
no.
to 30. Do it. Here.
Do it, dealer.
Some of that. You got it?
Let's see if Negreanu can find a 3-outer.
Ace, man. I was so excited. I had an ace. You did this before.
You beat a guy just before with ace-7 against ace-queen. So you're doing ace-8. Okay?
There we go.
Ace-8.
He's got the camera out.
Aaron always has shit. This time he has a hand. Okay? So just, you need to do an 8. That's all. That's all. Your job is just put the 8. And then we're good.
Diamonds alive.
4 diamonds, whatever you want to do. However you want to do it. Just lucky me. Here we go.
Negreanu
What about a chop, Daniel?
Not sure. You're not sure.
Need to
Anybody
channel their energy
There's
for
the
Dean
ace.
Eggs.
Who's got the spades? Him?
You gotta ask for something specific.
Okay, 8.
Your indecision, like you're.
8 of spades. You're right. I've been like all over the map. 8 of spades is what we're looking for here. Give him a little sweat. Make it fun for TV. 8 of spades. Or 3-3. I'm not. You're right. I'm being too. I'm not being like dialed in.
Good game, man.
What it is. GG. You don't feel an 8, huh? Come on, one time. 8. That's all.
8 and an 8 only. For Dean Eggs to stay alive.
Oh, close. All right. Good luck, all you idiots. That was boring as fuck. I don't like playing 10 big blind stacks. I should have showed up. My own fault. Here, enjoy it.
GG's. Always entertaining to have Daniel at the table. Just couldn't get anything going.
That was an entertaining bust out. He did our job for us. We just had to shut up and let Daniel do his magic.
I was pulling for an 8. Sorry, Darren. Not that I'm anti-railing him, but Dean Eggs is always highly entertaining.
Yeah, we just don't really get him on Triton.
First ever Triton for him.
Yeah. So I think all of us wanted to see a little bit more, but it is what it is. The cards do what they will, and you just have to accept the results. The poker gods are fickle.
70.
Hey, 70,000.
They rarely give you what you want when you want it.
It's true. It's true. To be fair, we've... Oh, I thought London was perhaps going to get away from it. See if Coleman can just hold this time with 80%. He's already been 2-outed once by 9s. His ace is getting cracked by Tollerine.
I mean, I just feel bad for Coleman from the Tollerine hand, so I'm definitely pulling for him in this one.
You're not allowed to do that, Brian. You meant to stay impartial.
This would be brutal, dude. Losing 2 pair over
to
pairs.
the same hand as well.
9s is lucky.
Don't say that, bro. You made me sweat there for a second. 2 cards to come.
I kind of have. I'm a little partial for 9s for whatever reason. I feel like they hit a set a little bit more often.
Oh, man. Coleman said he thought it was a chop for a second.
You call me, right?
Yeah,
you call me. Way more. Yeah, you call him. GG.
GG.
Yep.
GG's, London. Couldn't pull a Tollerine.
Another brain fart.
Rusty, we're down to 70 players, by the way.
Oh, you didn't want to win that one?
I brain farted.
I think we started the frame. It just ticked down to 69. It started the frame at 78, so we've lost 9.
Started at 78.
70, or actually, I don't want to say for sure. The last time, the earliest time I remember looking, I saw 78.
It was more than 80.
Was it? Okay, so I looked. I remember from after the frame started then.
Yeah, because I remember you making the comment about ICM when it got into like the mid 80s, about half the field now eliminated.
No, I made the comment at 78. That's why I remember.
Okay.
Was that at the beginning of the frame?
It wasn't too long ago.
Okay, so yeah, maybe. Guys, all the days and hours just blend into one.
I was about to
all
say,
right?
like,
it's the poker never stops. We're just here.
Sometimes.
Oh my God, look at this. This is Watson's not super deep, so this is just going in. If you're Putra, you're just, okay, let's play. We got the gut shot straight flush draw. And Watson really has the medicine for that hand. Kind of the worst hand to be up against.
So 30 with 10 outs twice.
He's mad dogging it.
Mad Dog looking to get back up to 640,000. He could just hold here with the ace high. So Watts is going to be playing a very healthy 40+ big blinds. Oh. Immediately. 10 of spades on the turn. So Watts now pulling to 9 outs himself.
Massive equity shift.
Right color, wrong suit. Mad Dog out of there. Ferdinand Putra up to 1.1 million. And another elimination. It feels like it's just been elimination city so far today, Rusty. Since we've been in the booth at least.
Watts is going to have to go value bet some fools in another smaller tournament. Because these are the two biggest ones. That's why I'm out here. I only fly out for the big stuff, Henry. If it's too small, I don't even bother.
Oh, man.
I can't even sweat small tournaments. Got to get my juices flowing.
Imagine having you commentate on like a 1500.
Oh, you guys wouldn't want that. I fuck around way too much.
You'd be.
You know what? Why don't you sign me up? Let's fuck around and find out, okay?
Not happening. Not happening. You need to. You just.
They
gotta
pay me a lot.
Okay?
They gotta pay me a lot to commentate that. I gotta like up 4x my normal salary if I'm so.
You go home. You enjoy Christmas. All right. I'll see you out in Brazil sometime next year. You can show me around. Stephen Song. Chip leader. 67 left. Song playing his first ever 100K. Absolutely bossing it. Wayne getting a bit fruity with the king 3 out the small blind. 3.3x. I love it. Just leaning into that ICM that's slowly coming into effect. It's deep heats. Wayne still with the best hand on the 10-5-4. David Peters with Queen 9. Opting to slide it on over one of the American OGs. 67 remain, 31 paid, min cash in this one. 160,000. Plan is to play all the way down to the final 2 tables today and then come back tomorrow and crown a champion. Said champion's going to be going home with 3.8 million. And what could be a career-defining tournament. 7 of spades on the turn after it checked through on the flop. With the bottom end for straight draw. This one's going to check down to the river, and I wonder, as played, if both players are content checking down their king and queen highs respectively, although one would have to imagine that David Peters, should he get checked to for a 3rd time, have to feel like his queen high is no good.
Oh, he's definitely going to feel that. Will he bluff?
Doesn't look like he's going to get the chance to. Overbet from Wayne. Man, Wayne's bringing the spice today, bro. 150 to 150. We can see he's bluffing with the best hand. Up to 1.2 million.
3-ball. It's part of making a straight. Which he's blocking.
Thanks for that, Brian.
Yep. Well, that's probably one of the reasons he's thinking overbet.
Dude, how about this
3.
top 10, by the way? Steven Song in first, Danchev in second, Seth Davies in third, Dominikas Mikulaitis in fourth, Mikita Badziakowski in fifth, Ibiger in sixth, Texas Mike in seventh, Jason Kuhn in eighth, Timothy Adams in ninth, and Alexander Linsky in 10th. That is insane. I've just ticked off
insane.
5 of the greatest No Limit Hold'em players in, current times.
You were using different levels of verbal expressivity as you read people's name. I feel like you didn't put enough oomph behind Timothy Adams. I realized, he was the 9th name when you got there, but it should have been Timothy Adams.
Hold on.
Oh,
okay. Adams
He's
is
sick.
a 2-time Triton main event champ.
Yeah,
okay.
He's a sick poker player.
He's one of the greatest of all time. One of my sickest commentary experiences was Adams four-handed in the 200K in London. Him, Barbero, Espen Jorstad, and David Yan. It's like 4.2 million up top. At the time, four-handed, it was like 1.7 million guaranteed. They start asking for a deal, and Adams is just like, sorry, guys. I want to continue playing. Okay? That's how sick Adams is. All right? So, yes, maybe a bit of verbal, quietness on my part, but I'm a big Adams fan.
Did he go on to ship it?
He actually ended up busting in fourth.
And then they made a deal?
But then they made a deal. Barbero jammed 5-3 suited, blind v blind for like 15 bigs. Adams calls with 9s, and of course Barbero just makes a flush to shower Adams in fourth. There's no justice in poker, Rusty. You were saying it earlier on. The poker gods work in funny ways.
After he busted, the 3 of them made a joke about this is what happens when you don't accept a deal. That's happened.
Maybe. They didn't do it on camera.
They didn't do it on camera,
Yan
of
and
course.
Espen aren't the types. Barbero, I could see.
Yes.
Yeah, Barbero.
Off camera, though. That's not an on-camera joke.
Barbero might have just been like, oh, this is what... I can't even do his voice, bro. That's what you get for not making a deal, mate. I remember the flop as well. It came like Queen 4 deuce, 2 hearts. So he just like flops an open ender and a flush draw against the 9s, and just showers Adams. And then Adams went on to win the main event.
Oh,
just like a few days later.
Wow. Sick.
Yeah, sorry, Adams fans, for not putting enough oomph on the name. So I was going to check through. On turn.
I actually think Putra's hand works better as a potential bluff catcher than, he could think about value, but the thing is, as the big blind, he's actually going to have a ton of 1 pairs on this board, so I wouldn't use ace-queen for that. And having an ace, you're actually blocking your opponent a little bit from having ace highs and make it a little bit more likely that he bluffs here with like king, queen, jack, high, etc. So yeah, I like this check.
Bit of a stare around the table there from 30. It's just like, yeah, guys. I flat the ace queen from the big blind. Okay. I can mix it up. JSep is saying Rusty is jacked up on Mountain Dew. He's not.
No, it's pre-workout.
Doesn't put that nonsense.
Actually, this is making me consider. I had like a full serving because I was about to go work out, but it is making me consider kind of a more titrated pre-workout approach through a poker day of like taking a full serving but drinking it over like 5 or 6 hours. Because I actually
You just banged it out in one.
Well, yeah, I was about to go to the gym. I had my gym clothes on, and drank some coffee, pre-workout, boom, and then James calls me, is like, hey, you're going to be on in the first break instead of the second, which is in like 40 minutes. So much for going to the gym. But said I'm here and I'm jacked.
What were you gonna do today? Chest day?
Chest, back, and shoulders.
Oh wow,
today.
okay, you're doing it all.
I'm doing a 2-day split.
Very sicko.
Here. Actually, these Tritons is like, you come, we're staying in nice hotels. They usually have decent gyms. I end up lifting weights more here. I do other places.
Back on over to the blue feature. Our chip leader, Steven Song, reigns supreme. Out to Coleman. Queen 10 in the hijack. Options in front of him.
Say this about the Atlantis. You know, there's people, I've heard many mixed reviews of the Atlantis over the years as to how much people like coming here. Actually has a very nice gym.
It has a great gym.
Great gym.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's big. It's got everything you'd want in a gym.
It's got the old school chin up and pull up bars as well, which I really like.
So.
Wow, Boss has got 1.1 million, by the way. He's moved up to 9th in chips. Down to 64 players, dropping like flies in this one.
This is a conservative take versus the hijack in the small blind.
Hey, listen, you can keep the Queen 10 in there.
Yeah. No, I think actually it's fine. Probably mixes. Ooh, good flop for Paul. Coleman is going to be incentivized. I mean, part of the reason it's good is Coleman's going to be incentivized to semi-bluff at this. He actually has a draw. He has a spade. Queen high is not going to win at showdown. And, you know, he's got a range advantage on this board. And he's in position with the betting lead. And Paul has a hand that's good enough to take quite a lot of heat. He also covers the spade.
It is heat. Being delivered from Coleman. 2/3 pot. There's the call. 280 in the middle, 645 the effective stack, and a jack of spades finds its way to the turn. Coleman turning the Queen high straight, and a disastrous development for the boss of Triton Poker, Paul Pua.
Yeah, very. And with Coleman having the 10 of spades, it's very unlikely now that Paul has a flush. I mean, you're kind of looking at specifically King, Queen of spades, and maybe 8-7 of spades if he even plays that. I'm not even sure what other flushes Paul can have. So Coleman kind of has the effect of nuts, despite there being a flush on board.
What a dirty turn card. Coleman size big on the flop. He's going to check it back. And Boss gets there on the river. And perhaps by opting to check back turn, Coleman has saved himself from potentially getting eliminated in this tournament.
You can discount some ways that Coleman has the king of spades here. Some hands like king, queen, and king 10 off with the king of spades, Coleman is almost certainly barreling on the turn. So, you know, more likely to check back hands like King Jack and Ace Jack, or sorry, Ace King with the King of Spades. Oh, interestingly enough, Paul doesn't value bet his hand. He's going to play it as a bluff catcher.
There's so many avenues this hand could have gone down. I mean, Paul could have let turn. Coleman could have fired twice. Instead it went check, check. Paul's now opting to bluff catch with the ace queen. Is it 2/3 again here from Coleman?
With the 8 pairing, it's a lot less likely that Paul has a boat than some other cards like the ace pairing, for example, from Coleman's perspective. But he does have to worry about both the queen and king of spades.
Hence the sizing being 2/3 rather than more polarizing.
Yeah, I would say this is right around the range of thin.
660,000 chip pot going boss's way. He's up to 1.5 million.
Okay, but actually I should cover. Yeah.
To 1.5 million. I think Muller was just saying to boss, hey, listen, protect your hand, because I could see it. Boss just replied, yeah, but you're not in the hand, Sam, so I didn't mind you seeing my cards kind of thing. It's all good. Well, that's how things stand. Tail of the tape so far today is Rusty and myself have been calling the action on elimination after elimination after elimination. Some huge bust outs, some sick coolers. Most recently departed Daniel Negreanu.
Yeah,
It was
he said that
pretty
he'd
card
play,
dead.
that Triton stop and then he'd be done before he
Great
had all
guy,
this.
no mobile phone, no cell phone.
Very interesting check by Paul. I think he's going to have a lot of
Very unique person.
hands like his, ace jack, ace queen, that don't have a spade.
He's only email, really?
Right?
Yeah.
That are
Oh.
very tough on the river to play, and
I
so
played with him in Cyprus.
he's strengthening that
He
range
didn't
up,
play the
checking
same,
ace
though.
queen with the
He
queen of
took it
spades.
Down
Um,
for 20 years.
yeah, interesting decision. It paid off.
You know what he did for a living? Before?
He has like a patent for something. For,
Mathematician.
no, I think for like a trading strategy or something. I don't know.
Trading?
I think he has a patent for like,
Pattern.
yeah,
Yeah,
for
that's
some
what
trading.
is on internet.
Yeah, that's the only thing I could find.
Ta đã ngâm rồi, ngồi yên rồi.
Holy mackerel. Tolerine raised it up with the jack 7 suited and flopped it straight, but it's going to be hard for him to get action here.
Before đấy, tại mình ta. Tại nào?
如果大嗰就射佢，唔大嗰就直接射佢。好多啊！你哋有40個。
SPR of like 7 though, so
係啊，上一個 blind 嚟嘅。
no slow playing.
50個。跟住成齋跟住，咁樣打咯，好似你咁打。你
Well, Ben 86 putting his chips to good use after spiking a 2-outer on the river earlier on today to stay alive.
完美你打到。
Almost in the Millionaires Club.
I think I owe what did I give the time back? Were you the dealer when I was in the hand?
No, Texas Mike
Jim Dillon,
up to
no, you-
6th in chips.
I think I owe one.
This one's asleep.
Yeah, on
Where's the sleeping dragon
On
when
the
we need
river.
him, Rusty?
Oh, you didn't give that one? I guess he didn't ask for it.
Where is he?
I
He's
did.
still in
I
this.
started with it, yeah.
Sleeping dragon?
Yeah.
He's not here.
Yeah.
Oh, he's not in the Bahamas.
Maybe visa issues, you never know. He's not here. Hopefully see him in Jeju. Kenny activating from under the gun. First we've seen of him so far today. just going to take it down. He's now playing $1 million. The man that just seems to get it done in the higher stakes tournaments. Most winningest tournament player of all time by quite some margin, by the way. I mean, I think he has like 8 million more than Bonomo or something, which is pretty insane.
Yeah, I mean, he created some separation at that last Triton stop. And it seems like Bonomo's rate of play has slowed down quite a bit, so
Yeah,
I'm not sure that Bonomo is the one who you pick to catch him.
I think it's Chidwick.
Yeah,
if
Chidwick
anything.
is the
Chidwick
one.
or Makita.
I mean, I think Chidwick is a harder worker than Makita, although I could be wrong. But I mean, is Makita...
Makita grinds everything.
Oh, does he too? Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, Bryn's last 3 results. A win in the 25K, Seminole Hard Rock Poker Open for 500K. A win in the 125K main at Triton in Monte Carlo for 4.4 million. And then a 4th in the 150K in Monte Carlo for 1.6 million.
Oh, I didn't realize how high Mateos. He's up to over 52 million.
Well, Mateos has won 15 million this year, if I'm not mistaken. What could have been in that 500K, of course, had he held. Let's see the GPI for this year. Yeah, Mateos second the GPI with, what, 2 weeks left of the year behind Jesse Lonis. How do you see earnings from this year? If anyone can point us in the right direction. Oh, there we go, 2024 money list. Adrian Mateos, 13 million. 13 million in cashes this year.
We should put the chips further because she couldn't reach it, so she doesn't need to stand every round, you know. Okay.
Well done, Ferdy. Poker players can be a bit socially inept sometimes. Always tilts me, Rasty, when I'm in a game. Someone just puts their chips in front of them, the dealer can't reach them.
Oh, yeah.
Shout out to Ferdinand Putra for just reminding everyone else, not slow the game down.
Yeah, or if you do bet them, you're in one of those seats in the corner that's hard for the dealer to reach. If you do bet them just in front of the line, when it's time for the dealer to pull them in, you kind of push your chips forward, right?
Well, Daniel Colpoys in the chat saying, who the F is Sleeping Dragon? Tell him who Sleeping Dragon is, Rasty. I mean,
Sleeping Dragon is, oh my goodness. Henry, I'm having a brain fart. You're going to have to help me here.
what you're struggling with the real name? Hang on a minute, because we got Mateos open on the button. Wayne's jammed from the small with ace jack, and David Peters has woken up with 10s out of the big. 17 bigs. I think we're going to have a 3-way all in here. There it is. The jam from David Peters. Mateos says run it. And Wayne in trouble. Looking for the 3-outer.
No, thanks, darling.
Adrian looking for some clubs. Diamonds, ace or a queen. Nine, 5, 4. As clean as it gets for deep heats, even has hearts covered. Needs to fade an ace, queen, or a jack with one card to come. Scoop a million chip pot. Can he hold 3 ways? No! Ace of diamonds on the river, and the year of Adrian Mateos continues. Finding the ace, showering David Peters' pocket tens, doubling up against Wayne's ace-jack.
Wow, what a river. Mateos is going to catapult up with that win into the top.
That's how he does it. Going back to what we were saying about Sleeping Dragon.
Listen, I remember it's Zhu Liang.
Zhu Liang.
And I actually came up with the nickname after Zhu Liang, the Chinese general from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms period of history, which is a really famous period of history from Chinese history. There's a really good strategy video game from when I was a kid, and I remember the Sleeping Dragon, and that's the name. And he is a really fun tournament player to watch, the Sleeping Dragon.
Yeah, someone like Daniel Coldpoise, if he came to like a Triton, battled with the likes of Zhu Liang. You know, a lot of these Americans, once they get a taste, the Triton stops. It's tough to go back against people like Zhu Liang. Gambledore. We've had it all. Tom, aces, 25 bigs.
Tom's position might save Danchev here. Let's see. Will he? Oh no, he decides 3-bet, which will get him into trouble. I don't think you can 3-bet fold 10s in this spot, so we'll see how Tom plays. He could just jam.
Yeah, especially against hijack, I think. Yeah. I like jam.
Aces can play either way. As you get into higher ICM, you actually slow play aces less than you do in just chip EV situations with these kind of stack depths. So I was curious to see what Tom thinks, and I guess he thinks ICM is not high enough yet, which makes sense. Still 62 players, and he's going to play it chip EV wise. But that decision is going to cost him the full double here, because pretty hard to see how Danchev puts in a lot more chips with 10s on this board.
240 out there. Does come with a C-bet, 20% pot.
Tom doesn't have the ace of clubs. He has half the aces, but no ace of clubs. It increases the chances of Danchev having some like ace-x of, you know, a decent part of Danchev's like bluff range is like ace-x suited type hands. So half of those hands now have the nut flush draw. So Tom thinks this is enough here between some ace-king, ace-queen, ace-x of clubs. Maybe let's go ahead and raise. And that should just get the job done versus 10s. He does have a club, but seems like a difficult continue.
Bravo na Mitko. Managed to lose the min, all things considered. Well, I guess the min would have been flat calling the 10s, but one of the greatest Bulgarians who ever played the game. Online and live. Danchev is here with the likes of Kulev. Saw Coco Jumbo walking around earlier on today. Bulgarians are tough. Folds around to Fuchs in the big. Jack 9-0, +1 open. Muloka opening off of 17 bigs. Yeah, I can get behind fold here.
Oh, and good decision as well. His hand was dominated in every way possible. King Jack to Jack 9, both suits covered. I thought that was an interesting juxtaposition of ICM decisions. Jack 9 off, fold along with the aces flat. They both kind of belie slightly different interpretations of how much ICM there is here.
Timeless Tales asking if Kulev is Coco Jumbo. He is not. That online moniker belongs to Ognian Dimov. Muloka with ace-king now. Activating once more. I think the pace of play has slowed down a bit. I mean, you and I have gotten through, what, 25% of the field or so eliminated since we joined, and it does seem to be that people are now recognizing, you know, half the field gets eliminated. We're in the money. There's some slight adjustments.
Yeah, so compared to most Tritons, this is larger field than normal. And I would say that plays out, that makes caching slightly more important.
Here we go.
Oh, let's watch this all in first, and then I'll continue that thought.
Darren just taking the rejam spot for 19.25 bigs. Classic. Ace-king against eights. Darren just throwing a little look Muloka's way. I mean, I like Darren. Darren's old school, bro. Ace 9-9. Muloka vaults into the lead. 2 cards to come. Make that 1 card. 5% equity. Doesn't find it. So Muloka is going to double up to 40 bigs. Darren's down to just 2.5 bigs, having just been in the big blind.
Yeah, so how big the field is affects kind of the ICM situation around caching. It becomes more important to cache as the field gets larger and larger, because what happens in the way they do most tournament payouts, including these, is, you know, you get that cash for, you know, 1.5 to usually 2 buy-ins in that range, right? And then there's a long string of bust outs where there's very little in the terms of pay jumps. So just that first bump from 0 to, in this case, it's 1.6 buy-ins, ends up being quite important. And then the larger the field, generally, the more ICM kind of goes away after you make the money, which, you know, in turn makes ICM actually a bit higher right before you make the money because it's more important. So this isn't a large field tourney in the sense of, you know, usually you're talking many hundreds or thousands of players, but it is significantly larger than most Triton events, which oftentimes have less than 100 players and are kind of small field. So it is a little bit more important to cash, even though the cash itself is not particularly large at only 1.6 buy-ins. I mean, it does represent a large real-world figure, and that might mean different things to different players in the event.
Yeah, 1.6 buy-ins min cash in this one.
It's not that big. It's on the smaller. I mean, usually don't get smaller than 1.5 by very much.
Good luck, chaps. Feels like El Conquistador is an impossible man to beat at the moment. Darren with 40% equity. Make that 26 with 2 cards to come. So you're saying there's a chance, eh?
That was quite the flip. The dealer slid it out and rolled it over.
Mateo's now looking for a king, jack, or a 10 to eliminate Darren. Doesn't find it. Running 5s for Darren to double up and then some. Back up to 7 bigs.
Mateo's in absolute shock right now. Cannot believe how bad he's running.
Oh, man.
Okay, that was a joke in case you guys didn't get it. He did just win a 3-way all-in for $1 million.
Rusty, see, now you spoiled it. Because it was a great joke, and then you explained it. And like my grandpa used to say, it's like dissecting a frog. You know?
Yeah.
Yeah, you understand it better, but now the frog's dead, as is the joke. So, you know.
No, I know. I definitely didn't for you, but I'm just worried about all the people coming in and out of the stream. Yeah, okay.
Who cares, bro? It was a great joke. You got to laugh out of me.
Yeah. You're right.
You got to laugh out producer James. Sure, there's probably a few people at home saying, what on earth is Brian talking about? But, you know, who cares, bro?
Okay. I'll remember that.
I hope you
That'll
do.
make me better.
Boss turning a set. He's up to 1.6 million. Man, imagine if Mateo's just like FTs this and has a $15 million year. It's crazy because he came like, what, 12th in the 500K? Something like top 15 in the 500K? Yeah, he came 11th. Back over here, Danny Tang, 5-time champ. All in for his tournament life against the 10-time champ, Jason Kuhn. 1 card to come. Danny looking for an ace-king on the river. Doesn't find it.
Kuhn only covered him by 10 by a small blind. So both effectively all in.
JK up to 1.3 million. The Ivan Liao Season 2 Player of the Year. Showering the Ivan Liao Season 3 Player of the Year, Danny Tang. All the money going in pre-flop. Understandably so. Jason vaults back up the leaderboard. 9th in chips now. Do have a new chip leader. None other than Seth Davies, who's been on quite the tear. Recently took down the super high roller bowl earlier on this year. For a career best.
cameras when you lose are kind of crazy.
3.2 million. Then followed that up with a second place finish in the 100K EPT Barcelona for 990K. And then just 2 months later, took down the PGT Super High Roller Bowl PLO main event for 1.5 million. Would love to see Seth Davies pick up his first Triton title here in Paradise. 60 players remain.
就係一個興趣啫，打牌。得10幾啊，唔知7。哇，睇唔到咗咯。
Those of you just joining us, this is day 2. The Triton Poker Series, WSOP Paradise joint collaboration.
Yeah, a little check raise here from Artur. Thought maybe that was coming.
Love to see it. You can always rely on Artur to find the aggressive lines.
冇錢仲加慘啦！呢個世界冇錢。咩都要錢呢個現實嘅世界。你病就可能如果冇數你唔頭痛。
Took down 2 trophies in Monte Carlo. Folded that full house against Aussie's Royal Flush correctly. That's pretty sick. He's currently leading the Ivan Liao Player of the Year leaderboard race. We're coming towards the end of frame 2. 4 levels into today. Plan is to play 10 levels. Should get down to the final 2 tables or so. And tomorrow, be playing down to a champion. Top prize of 3.85 million in this one. Someone's listening to the stream.
Yeah, I can hear it as well.
Who is it listening to it? I can't see who's got the phone up. We are on an hour delay, obviously, to protect the integrity of the game.
哎呀，失職桃花好似我去突開。
其實而家你可以緊啲冇所謂，因為
冇，因為佢哋冇短碼嘛，追翻嚟機會細。冇所謂嘅，40蚊。
Someone who has an interest in sweating a previous hand. What we got going on over here? Let's see Dominicus Mikulaitis with heaps, Jeremy Osmers, Timothy Adams, Peter Aarts, Leonard Maui, Mario Mosbach. You can see in the top right-hand corner of your screens the QR code for the Triton Poker Plus app, where you can literally download and watch every hand played out from every player in this tournament. Get in the mix. Someone asking, do you guys think the people in this tournament are really good at poker or just really rich? Probably a mix of both. Probably well balanced.
A lot of excellent poker players in this field, so I mean, but it does need to be a bit of both, really, right? I mean, can't really be poor and be playing 100K buy-in tournaments.
Hey, listen, there can be great poker players with not so great bankroll management, and then there can be not so great poker players that got into Bitcoin really early, you know? You never know. It's the beautiful thing about this game. You got the reg money. There's no discrimination. You can pull up a seat. It's the +2 open. Lee gonna defend the King 9. This feels close. This feels cuspy. I think King 8 is probably a fold.
Ooh, Mueller has him in jail, covering the club by a pip. See that reflected in the equities.
Yeah, 92% with 2 cards to come. Lee with enough of a hand. He could be interested in continuing here, especially against this size, sub 20% pot.
I think he definitely continues versus the size with the 9 of clubs.
Jack of spades pairing on the turn. Fortunately for Lee, non-club.
It's a good card for Mueller. One less jack in the deck, which was already beating him. He can check it back, though, for pot control. If he's ahead, it's likely his opponent has very few outs at this point, which is the case here. And if he's behind, he probably has not too many outs himself. And even though his hand is good, it's not super likely he gets 2 streets of value with it. But he's going to go ahead and bet turn. Which I think is fine, but kind of the inverse strategy probably on many runouts of bet turn and check a bunch of rivers, but not necessarily all of them.
Mueller on the ascend. You can ascend the chip counts in the Weekender over on GG Poker. A free $50 ticket into that one. Min deposit of $20 required by using the promo code Triton_2024. Sign up today on GG Poker. Do let us know if you are grinding over on GG, of course. Always love it in the chat. You guys are engaging with us, letting us know where you're from, who you're rooting for, what you're playing online. Let us know how you've been enjoying the series so far. Who do you want to win this one? 58 left, 31 paid. Some poker superstars left in the field. You can check out the entire leaderboard over on the Triton app. Brian Rast, 6-time bracelet winner, in the commentary booth alongside myself, Henry Kilbane. Got over 10,000 of you watching on YouTube, thousands over on the app. Appreciate each and every one of you for keeping us company. If you haven't already, by the way, do drop us a like on YouTube. Really helps the algorithm push the live stream out to a wider audience. We're always looking to grow the game. And hopefully you're all appreciating this free poker content, the highest stakes poker in the world, always free of charge, always has been, always will be. The day Triton start charging for live streams is the day Brian and I decide to become pro golf commentators.
Good luck with that one, Henry.
All right, boxing. I could see you doing like MMA commentary.
Yeah,
especially,
no, potentially.
especially if you've had your pre-workout. If you've had pre-workout and you got an MMA fight to commentate on.
Going to the UFC, baby. Doing the commentary. I could do that.
After you were 27, right? How old are you? 27?
Yes.
Yeah. When did you play?
Got
start
Poland
playing?
in the chat,
When you were
Hungary, Plovdiv, Bulgaria, Barcelona. A lot of Europeans in the mix.
Playing professional or
both?
Yes. First time I played at 16, I think.
Timothy Burke saying, I thought you were a golf commentator.
Okay.
One day.
School buddies and stuff? Or family?
Ebo saying, I'd watch
Oh,
the
okay,
fights
sure,
on mute
When someone told
if
me
Henry and
27,
Rast were commentating.
Just the online
Fair.
learnings itself takes some time.
Hey, come and say that to Rasty's face, okay? After he's amped up. Got Australia in the chat, Netherlands, Azerbaijan, South Korea. Taylor von Kriegenberg is all in. Ace 4 against 9s, blind versus blind for 20 big blinds apiece. Pretty cold deck here for the American. 2 cards to come. 3 outs. Make that 5. Then Jack of Hearts on the turn. Doesn't find one. Put out Punsri, number 1 on Thailand's all-time money list. Up to 900K.
Thank you. Seat open.
Drop it like flies in this one. Dante Bellardinelli in the chat saying, Triton Poker, best live event coverage, including the commentators. Well, I'm not sure about that, Dante, but thank you. Regards from Johannesburg. A jest, of course. Let us know who you're rooting for, by the way. Haven't really seen many people shouting out their favourite players. So it's still
40.
very early. I would love to see a Mateos deep run. Just to end the year with a bang. Opening things up from the cutoff. Its diamonds are smothered by 30.
Folding some relevant cards in the big blind, a small diamond and a 9.
Mateos has flopped best on the Queen, Queen 9. 2 cards to come though. Don't expect to see 30 fold. It's got 60% of a royal. Could very well have the best hand.
60.
Half pot starting to be a size that's a bit uncomfortable, but I think still small enough that Poocher calls here, but wouldn't be shocked to see him fold.
Who has the most intimidating stare in poker for you? Give me 3, so you don't have to name just like one person, because Mateos is on my list. As is Foxen. Back over here, Punsry's all in again. Hang on a minute, this is small blind v cutoff. It went open from Jow, 3-bet from Punsry. Vieira just ripped it in with the deuces for 40 big blinds. And just holds. Just like that, up to 1.6 million.
The 4-bet jam for 40 bigs with deuces.
Yeah, is that a thing?
Yeah.
Apparently it is.
Yeah. You actually probably prefer to do it with your smallest pairs there. If you think your opponent's not like 3-bet calling as wide with like middle pairs, for example. It's like deuces and 3s, and you'd rather flat with like 6s.
That's sick.
Yeah.
Well, Vieira finding it and holding.
Yeah, I'm trying to think. Most intimidating stare. I'd say the person who I'm going to pick as number 1 is not somebody most people here are familiar with, but like I'll say David Oppenheim. And the reason why is because like most of these guys here, just being frank, like, yeah, they stare at you, but like I just feel like if Foxen's staring at me, like he's not getting a read off me. He doesn't know what he's looking for looking at me. I'm ice cold, mother effer. I've been playing pokies for a long, long time. Foxen has no clue. Look at me. I'll probably get more out of you. Oppenheim, that man is spooky with the live reads. Okay? These guys don't even know. Like, if you're talking about like the great old school players staring at you, is something different. These young guys, they don't know how to get reads, man.
Wait, so you're saying Foxen's just like staring into the abyss?
He might get something off some people, off of the rooks, but not off of a veteran like me. Good luck, buddy. Stare at me. I'll stare at you right back. I'm going to get more out of that exchange.
Oh, my God. Dude, I was only asking you.
Ask some live players. Any guys who've been playing live for a long time, they know.
Oh, man.
I mean, I'm not like Oppenheim good at the live reads, but I'm solidly above average. These guys don't want to mess with me in those streets.
Hey, look, I'm sorry, Foxen. You're just catching stray bullets out here in the
all
booth.
of them. Foxen, Mateos. Let's pick all the starers. I'll go head to toe to toe with any of them with that. But yeah, no, David Oppenheim. I'm telling you, that guy's spooky.
Okay, so opponent getting showered. Button v big blind against Texas Mike for his final 5 bigs. Foxen and Mateos getting showered. Who else has a good stare? Adams, Chidwick.
Yeah, Chidwick, definitely. But I'm just saying, like, I'm not really sure they're getting reads. Like, it's just part of their thing, a little bit intimidating. But I don't feel like they're getting. But I'm telling you, David Oppenheim. He's really good at it. Another guy who's really good is a good friend of mine, Antonio Esfandiari. He's very good at getting live reads.
You're getting absolutely showered, by the way.
Yeah, they don't know. Never seen these guys play.
Mate, you kind of asked for that one. You're getting showered by the chat. I think Foxen knows what he's looking for.
Raise 40.
Break a table. Play one more hand. Level 10 with a break.
Chance call.
Oh, Chance.
Chance
yes,
sick.
Chance is also. Yeah, Chance is out of younger players who are playing this. Chance.
Bro, what do you mean younger
He's number
players?
1.
How old are you?
Dude, I just picked Oppenheim and Antonio, who are both older than me. I'm 43. But Chance is younger than me, and he's here playing this tournament. Chance is number 1 in this tournament in terms of guys who I think have an intimidating stare. And the thing that people don't get is, listen, like, you guys think that a guy just staring at you nonstop is intimidating. Yeah, if you suck at poker, that's probably intimidating. But the thing that makes somebody intimidating when they stare at you is if they're able to get good live reads, right? It doesn't matter if someone's looking at you or not if they're not getting live reads. Chance gets great live reads. I know this for a fact.
Yeah,
I've
Chance
talked
is
poker
silly.
with him. Chance is sick in that. So he's the person who's playing right now who I'm picking.
But you know he's like
Yeah, the
great
people
friends
in
with
chat,
Foxen.
most of these guys don't know anything. Like, who's the commentator guy talking? Oh, all right, guys. You know, no big deal. Won like 28 million in tournaments and like a lot in cash. And I've been playing poker longer than almost everyone who's playing this. I'm in the Poker Hall of Fame. It's all good. I don't know what I'm talking about. That's why they put me on here. Trust me, guys. I know about live reads. Okay?
Brian Rast, ladies and gentlemen. If you don't know the name, now you do, okay? As Jason Kuhn finds himself one card away from eliminating Tomas Adamski as he holds on the river. JK, 10-time Triton champ, up to 1.7 million. As we head into our first break, it's Mikita Baziakowski, chip leader. Day 2 of the Triton WSOP main.
The chat said someone else who's pretty good. I'd say Fedor is like above average. I feel like he gets decent live reads too.
I heard it, but I need to break a table first.
I'm glad that a couple of people are in your good books, Chance and Fedor.
No, listen, maybe Foxen is decent at it too. I don't really know. Foxen's actually tight with Chance.
Yeah,
so
they're
Chance,
like
Chance
like
has probably
best
taught him a
mates,
few
bro. They're
things.
not- I don't know if they're
maybe
best mates, but
Foxen.
like
no,
they're
they do
both head
chip leader,
honcho of chip leader coaching,
yeah. They probably talked a bunch about live reads. So, yeah, maybe Foxen is up there more than I was saying. I'm just saying that, like, guys, the thing you want to look, the thing that matters more is what somebody's getting live reads and implementing them, which doesn't always correlate one-to-one with how much they stare.
All right, I've got 3 things to point out from the chat. Got GB saying, I'm here for Salty Rast. We need him more in the booth. I love it. I've got Jay Seppi saying, Rasty needs to drink his creatine every shift and his pre-workout before he's commentating. I agree. John Duthie, by the way, in the chat saying, I've played with Rasty and his stare is like a rabbit in the headlights. So, I don't know, J-Dog. Duffy wants to come out to the Bahamas. We'll get a little mix game going, you know. I'll commentate on it for free.
Yeah. I don't really stare at people the way some of these guys do. So, I agree. I'm not
fantastic.
I'm not really trying to intimidate somebody. I feel like
I know you're not.
When you're playing somebody who's good, that just doesn't work. You end up like cueing them in that you're trying to get reads off them. The way that you really do it is that you like low key look at them. Like I wear a hat a lot. You kind of just have your hat down enough. Maybe they don't even know they're looking at you. You can accomplish that. I mean, a long time ago, I used to wear sunglasses quite often for this reason. I might bring them back because guys are using like face masks and scarves now. So I'm not going to feel that bad doing it. But I'm just saying, you kind of want someone to not think you're really checking them out. That's when you get more.
That's valid.
Like not when you're staring at them. Then they know that you're looking. So, I mean, yeah, if somebody is a rook and that makes them uncomfortable, they might give stuff away. But most people playing big poker don't fall in that category, and you don't want them to know you're really checking them out. It's just the 411, guys. I also have put work into live reads, potentially with coaches and talking like, you know, I don't want to give anything more away, but let's just say I put some work into this.
I'm very much here for the Brian Rast rant. We get them like every other stop. You know, Monte Carlo, morale was high. Bitcoin rallied from 66K to 100. You were in good spirits. It's been going sideways for a bit, and today, you know, we hit the tipping point. Well done, ladies and gents. Dimitar Danchev, the Bulgarian, bossing it up on the red table. 1.75 million. Jason Kuhn, courtesy of holding with the jacks against Danny Tang. He's playing 1.7. As things stand, 54 left, 31 paid, so really heading into that ICM kind of territory. Mikita Baziakowski, chip leader. Stephen Song, second in chips. Danchev in third. Jason Kuhn in fourth. Seth Davies in fifth. How about that for a top 5 round out as we head into break? I believe one more hand to be played over here before we head into said break. Also, just worth mentioning, Paul Boer, Fedor Holtz, and Texas Mike in the top 10 as well. I don't want to call it early, but this one is shaping up to be a classic, ladies and gents. Well, Coleman's going to get a spin. All the kings are out there. +1 open from Wayne, who's had a really rough stint of it, by the way. I mean, he was bossing it up. It was up to 1.4 million at one point. And he's dropped down massively. That ace-jack against the ace-queen and tens that Mateos won. He then lost a sizable pot against Danchev. He's going to come back from break sub 20. Question is Coleman going to be coming back from break? He's getting it in as good as one can hope. Kings against ace-king for a 570,000 chip pot.
Yeah, good news for Putra is Coleman only has 12 blinds, so, you know, could be getting it in for quite a bit more with a hand that's good.
I don't want to be that guy, but Coleman was, well, one card away from a 1.7 million chip stack very early in this frame. Got 2 outed by Ben Tollerin for a huge pot, and he's just had a very rough go of it. Would be nice to see him double up here.
Well, he's down quite a bit from when he won the jacks to nines. Because I think after that he must have had like 600 to 800K. But
he has spades covered, no diamond in sight. Running Broadway, also an opportunity for Pudra. Ace and an ace only now for Ferdy to shower Coleman.
Needs to channel his inner Barry Greenstein to send Coleman on his bicycle.
I don't know why, but it just feels like it's coming. Okay, not this time. Coleman holds. Back up to 570K. He's going to go into break, come back to big blind 25K, north of 20. We'll hold there as we head back over here. Forces river to straight.
Bet 110.
See if Tollerin can get away from this.
The hands he'd be looking to bluff catch would be 2 spades and like some deuce X type stuff, like king deuce, queen deuce suited.
5 seconds.
My guess is hijack raise c-bet. Paul probably just checks down a 3. He's not like turning it into a bluff because he's beating overcards a bunch. And definitely not value betting week 1 pairs for this size, like 3 and 4X.
Call.
Tollerin pays him off. Boss up to 1.7 million. That means he's going into break 3rd in chips.
Wow, and it looks like Makita is 1st in chips. He just crossed the 2 milli mark.
Yeah, Makita's been getting busy on the outer tables. So, 2nd break of the day, 4 levels played. The plan is to play 10. Makita Maziakowski leading the field with about 50 players left. 31 will be paid in this one. Min cash of $160,000. The plan of action, like I said, is to play 10 levels. Should hopefully get down to the final 2 tables as we welcome you back to the break desk. Brian Rast alongside myself, Henry Gilwain. Rusty, really fun frame that. I mean, we started off with the first 30 minutes, I want to say, just elimination after elimination. Pretty cold deck as well, some coolers. And then we just saw some, you know, really great poker being played. Is there any hand in particular that stood out for you, that frame?
No, I think what you described pretty much. I'm trying to remember. Nothing in particular that stands out, but just we got to see a lot of action back and forth across the tables. And we're getting down into a fun part of the tournament right now, playing down to the bubble. So this next frame where I think Randy will be stepping in for me should be exciting. So, you know, these two guys gonna, you know, take it on in, probably close to the bubble. And yeah.
Exactly. Randy's going to be stepping in. You're going to be going to the gym because you need to just get to the gym, get it out of your system, go pump some iron. I'll see you later on this evening as we work our way down to the final two tables. Going away for 10 minutes. When we return, 2 more levels. Mikita Baziakowski, chip leading the field, 54 left, 31 paid. This is getting really spicy here in the Bahamas. We'll see you very shortly.
All in. Called.
Wow. How about that to get us started? A hero call, 4th pair.
Yeah, I mean, I know when you can see the cards, it can kind of have a knee-jerk tendency to say, oh, that's ridiculous. But it seems not ridiculous to me at all. It seems fine. Right, Henry? Would you agree?
I agree entirely. I think you did a fantastic job of breaking down the hand and kind of explaining to us why Strava called in that spot, and it makes a ton of sense. Back over here, I mean, Darren's taken a bit of a loose rejam versus hijack. I don't know what the dynamic's like over here. I mean, maybe Wayne has just been RFIing every other hand. Darren felt like he could get some folds. Oh, how about just finding the 7?
I got a reaction out of Darren right there. He's probably less amused.
The old 3 outer for the OG. What a time to find it.
Did you like that sideways look?
Yeah. That was spicy.
That was a spicy little sideways glance right there.
You raise into my big blind, pal? I'm all in. Oh, we're going to spin the... What's going on, man? This isn't a highlight reel. So we've literally just gone live and we've had 3 collisions.
This hand seems
choice of hand
completely normal, though.
You, right?
It's crazy because Steven never loses this.
As long as I'm not at risk.
The way he's been running over the last 4 months.
Oh, he's had a really good last 4 months?
Yeah, Pascal's just drawing dead with ace-king, yeah. He has like 3% equity.
Dude, I'm going to look at Steven's Hendon mob now. I didn't realize. Well, it does make sense if he's playing his first 100K.
I'm surprised it hasn't come 7 deuce, to be honest with you. Ace or a king needed for Pascal. 1 card to come. Doesn't find it.
GG.
Steven improves to a boat. Holds with the 7s. I jest, of course, by the way. That was obviously a very clear and fair flip and a standard spot. Small blind V cutoff.
Did win the 25K.
Back over here, Strava UTG. ask for it all for his final 4.3 big blinds. He's going to need to get lucky against Lun Lun.
You went all in, right?
Cards on their backs. Strava in rough shape. Hearts alive. Looking for an ace though. That's the immediate out for him. All of the aces are live. Get back up to 11 big blinds. The damage that was done to his stack, courtesy of Ben Tollerine. Hero call gone wrong for the Dutchman. Not looking great. The Jack 8. Queen. Now an additional out for Strava. Ace or a queen would do it. Doesn't find it.
Thank you.
Lundlund holds with the 10s. He's back up to 18 bigs. And the Dutchman will not be picking up a Triton trophy in this one.
Many bigger pairs. Sometimes you see flats there from people with like 8s, 9s. But yeah, a lot of them, only 20 big blind stacks, right?
Yeah, so what started the hand with like 28 bigs?
Yeah, and
Darren had something similar,
yeah.
Talking to Darren, straight back into action with the ace-king. Oh, no.
Uh-oh.
Oh,
He raised
no.
to 30. Do it. Here.
Do it, dealer.
Some of that. You got it?
Let's see if Negreanu can find a
Got it,
3-outer.
fucking ace, man. I was so excited. I had an ace. You did this before. You beat a guy just before with ace-7 against ace-queen. So you're doing ace-8. Okay?
There we go.
Ace-8.
He's got the camera out.
Aaron always has shit. This time he has a hand. Okay? So just, you need to do an 8. That's all. That's all you, your job is just put the 8. And then we're good.
Diamonds alive.
4 diamonds, whatever you want to do. However you want to do it. Lucky me. Here we go.
Negreanu
What
fans
about a chop, Daniel?
Not sure. You're not sure.
need
Anybody
to
call
channel
me?
their energy for
Where's the
Dean
ace?
Eggs.
Who's got the spades? Him?
You gotta ask for something specific.
Okay, 8.
Your indecision, like you're.
8 of spades. You're right. I've been like all over the map. 8 of spades is what we're looking for here. Give him a little sweat. Make it fun for TV. 8 of spades. Or 3-3. I'm not. You're right. I'm being too. I'm not being like dialed in.
Good game, man.
What it is. GG. You don't feel an 8, huh? Come on, one time. 8. That's all.
8
Any
and an
ace. I don't
8
care.
only. For Dean Eggs to stay alive.
Oh, close. All right. Good luck, all you idiots.
Yeah.
That was boring as fuck. I don't like playing 10 big blind stacks. I should have showed up. My own fault. Here, enjoy it.
GG's always entertaining to have Daniel at the table. Just couldn't get anything going.
That was an entertaining bust out. He did our job for us. We just had to shut up and let Daniel do his magic.
I was pulling for an 8. Sorry, Darren. Not that I'm anti-railing him, but Dean Eggs is always highly entertaining.
Yeah, we just don't really get him on Triton.
First ever Triton for him.
Yeah. So I think all of us wanted to see a little bit more, but it is what it is. The cards do what they will, and you just have to accept the results. The poker gods are fickle.
70?
Right, 70,000.
They rarely give you what you want when you want it.
It's true. It's
So.
true. To be fair, we've... Oh, I thought London was perhaps going to get away from it. See if Coleman can just hold this time with 80%. He's already been 2-outed once by 9s. His ace is getting cracked by Tollerine.
I mean, I just feel bad for Coleman from the Tollerine hand, so I'm definitely pulling for him in this one.
You're not allowed to do that, Brian. You're meant to stay impartial.
This this would be brutal, dude.
It would
Losing
be.
2 pair over
to
pairs.
the same hand as well.
9s is lucky.
Don't say that, bro. You made me sweat there for a second. 2 cards to come.
kind of have. I'm a little partial for 9s for whatever reason. I feel like they hit a set a little bit more often.
Oh man.
GG.
Coleman said he thought it was a chop for a second.
You cover me, right?
Yeah,
you cover me. Way more. Yeah, you cover me. GG.
GG.
Yep.
GG's, Lundlund. Couldn't pull the Tolerine.
Another brain fart.
Rusty, we're down to 70 players, by the way.
Oh,
mate.
you didn't want to
Either.
win that one?
Drop
Looks
the
like
mic.
I brain farted.
I think we started the frame.
Well, very warm welcome back to the break desk here for continuing coverage of the 100K Triton WSOP Paradise main event. Randy Liu alongside myself, Henry Kilbane, stepping in for a very fired up Brian Rass. Randy, I'm hoping you're a little bit tamer and calmer. Did you grab some food, got some sunshine, you know, by the resort, just enjoyed yourself for a bit?
I enjoyed myself. I'm zen right now.
I'll tell you what you're going to enjoy. I want you to turn your attention to the Triton Poker Plus app immediately, because you look at the top 10 and, I mean, pick your poison, pick the soft spot in this. You've got Mikita Baziakowski, 5-time Triton champ, leading the field, 54 left with 31 paid. And I think this is the frame where we can expect the likes of Mikita, Dimitar Danchev, Jason Kuhn, Seth Davies, these guys that are experienced in these Triton fields, these Triton bubbles, to start leaning into perhaps some of the newcomers. Most notably, Stephen Song, who's second in chips. And I want to go out on a limb and say, you know, Song, although this is his first 100K and his first Triton, he's no stranger to playing for high stakes, and I don't think he's going to be the type of newcomer that's going to get pushed around by some of these OGs.
No, I don't think Steven Song's going to get run over. He's a tremendous player. I'm surprised he hasn't gone to the Triton series just yet, you know. But 100K buy-in, the biggest buy-in he's ever played, you know, it's a time to really just step up and show your game, but he's doing it well with second place at the moment.
Yeah, and I loved the honesty from him yesterday as well. He was at the table with some of the Triton OGs, and he was like, look, it's my first ever 100K. I'm here in the mix, and to see him build up a stack, I mean, look, if he continues from this second place to make a run, make it into the money, potentially threaten a final table kind of run, maybe we'll start seeing him on the tour, you know, out in Jeju next year, Montenegro. Maybe we'll see some of
Look, I got a little something against Steven Song. He beat me up. He beat me heads up for a circuit ring once. So
did he actually?
With some random hand. So you know what, Steven Song? I wish you the best. Use my money well.
Well, he seems to be using it well here. You got Texas Mike in 9th as well, by the way. He obviously had that deep run, final tabled the 500K. Good to see him. I mean, showing he's not just a one-trick pony, knows how to get it done in the tournament streets. So yeah, that's the tail of the tape with the top 10. 54 left, 31 paid, min cash of 1.6. I think we're going to play 10 levels today, maybe an extra level, depending on how many left. But the plan is to get down to, you know, 16 or so. And I think, yeah, we're going to come back tomorrow and obviously play for 3.8 million and change, a Triton trophy. And it's a bracelet up for grabs in this one, Randy.
It's everything in one. What more can you want?
Here in Paradise, as we throw it down to the main stage once more for continuing coverage of the 100K main, the likes of Muller, Kuhn, Tolerine, Paulie V, Texas Mike, Boss Paul, who are all at the same table. Then on table 6, the red feature, we've got Timothy Adams, 2-time main event champion. We've got Jeremy Osmus in the mix, Dominicus Mikolaitis, Bring Kenny, Mario Mosbach, KT, all up on the main stage. Enjoy the show, ladies and gentlemen. 2 more levels to be played out in this frame before we head into our next break. Next break will be a dinner break. Of course, with the power of technology, we'll be splicing that delay. Look at the gold table, by the way. Ossi Katola, chip leader. Nelis Parsonen, second in chips over there. But for now, our attention focused on the red and blue feature tables.
Gotta pay. He can block.
Here we go.
This is higher.
Man, I got a cafe.
Showtime.
So high. They just keep getting higher. For too long, it's only going to be our chins on the rails. I mean, mine kind of is in this massage chair.
Yes, yes it is, Jason. Jason sitting on 1.7 million. Benjamin Tollerine, Ben 86. It's got a king queen suited.
Yeah, Tollerine, very lucky to be here. Spiked a 2-outer in a monster pot.
He's also a big fan of 4-card, your favorite game.
I do love me some 4-card Magic. Randy, not going to lie. We're not going to get to cover any of that this trip.
Ah, no.
You had a good day, huh?
Yeah, that was awesome.
I see the news.
I was only
Not
about
about
the
the
200. Crazy.
Crazy, yeah.
Yeah. I've never seen a game that big before.
Yeah.
Crazy.
What she said.
I'm in for those 5th grade jokes. I'm in.
You got to slide them in once in a while, right?
Of course.
Number 1 on Portugal's all-time money list, João Vieira in the big. We've got a not pained endorsement in the chat from Stephen Wolfram. Saying Triton is the best online production. Can't really watch any other events other than Triton. In brackets, not a paid endorsement. Appreciate the kind words.
Thank you,
Stephen.
Nice.
Oh, you got the Bombas.
Oh, yeah. Better believe it, buddy. Merino wool. That's the only thing I wear.
You know they donate 1 pair?
Yeah. I'm probably responsible for about 120 pairs at this point donated.
160?
I'm seriously. I bought so many goddamn pairs of Bombas. It's all Callum and Cole wear, too.
Aggressive play here from Moeller, but it should work against the Texas Mike. Knows that Mike is willing to raise some garbage hands in the cutoff.
Yeah, that's a really nice 3-bet there from Muller. I need to start coming up with some nicknames for these younger online guys.
Sorry about that.
What you got for Moeller? You got one?
Not yet. No, it's too early in his career. You know, we'll wait for him to pick up a Triton title, which shouldn't take too long before we start giving him a a nickname. But you know, like we came up with El Conquistador for Mateos. That was the Triton crew. That's what we got.
Good to see him back.
We got Boss. That's a simple one.
I mean, that's every kebab shop owner
You
in the world.
You're
okay?
saying Paul Paul is a kebab shop owner?
No. I'm saying every kebab shop owner calls everyone boss. So we didn't come up with that, okay? You go and order a kebab at 3 a.m. in London, Randy, you're getting called boss.
Oh, the customer's getting called boss. Got it. Okay.
Okay. Jason gonna defend the min open from under the gun from one of his best friends. No friends at the poker table though.
Nope. No flop for Kuhn. If you are gonna bet your middling pairs, you tend to bet with the best kickers. Ace Queen seems like it would qualify.
35.
Goes to Vem saying now he wants a kebab. Same. Sorry,
Yeah,
guys.
thanks, man. I would like a kebab right now.
For those of you just joining us, working our way through day 2, 54 left, 31 paid, playing down to the final 2 tables. Top 3 chip stacks as things stand. Mikita Baziakowski in pole position. Steven Song in second. And the Triton co-founder, Paul Boer, in third. Also got the likes of Seth Davies, Fedor Holtz, Jason Kuhn, and Elton Tang in the top 10.
Offsuit Ace gonna try to steal the blinds. Gets through Kuhn. And likely Tolerine.
Randy, this one's probably going to be a nothing burger. So I don't expect to see Tolerine defend this. Flamingo saying that he saw a clip of you, Ali, and Helmuth wearing short slippers. Very funny.
Not short slippers.
I don't know. The way it was worded, it says short slippers. So
Yeah,
I
we
don't
only
know.
got half the slipper, so half the foot is just hanging over. No, shorts and slippers, of course.
Okay. When was this? Sorry.
Do you go to some games?
At some point today.
Like it. Right atmosphere.
Okay.
So you.
Oh,
Look.
so wait. So Flamingo's here in the Bahamas. If they saw you, is that what you're saying?
No, Phil Helmuth was using his phone and recording a little bit for himself.
Okay.
No spoiler alert, but there will be something for you guys as long as you guys follow the Triton social channels, you will.
You know, at this point, I love trying to remind people to follow us on socials, but if you're not, you kind of don't deserve to follow us at this point. The content that gets released, some of your favorite players, behind-the-scenes interviews, funny bits, there's just so much. Head on over, follow Triton on all socials as Paulie V looks down at a couple of queens. He's going to be more than happy to get his 8 bigs in. Snap.
That always gets a chuckle from everyone.
Queens against queens.
Ones are mine, these ones.
How about you take the red ones, I'll take the black.
Alright, so light.
Oh, free roll for Paulie.
Paulie's ladies are a little bit nicer.
230.
Or not.
Paulie tried going for the old. Did you hear that? It's like 230, mate. Get it ready.
Missing one club.
Man, 182 runners, eh?
My roommate is Bayern Munich fan.
Yeah.
It's big.
He's German though.
$25 or 20?
25.
25.
25.
Raise.
Raise 50,000.
2 times 25. That was a quick hand. Respect to the boss.
Yeah. Yeah. Cool way to make a living.
Yeah, it really is. Oops, I'm sorry.
Hard game. Yeah, really fun, huh? Very hard game. Yeah. Yeah, I dig it.
Is it a hard game? I mean, You either win the pot or you lose the pot.
Nah,
it's pretty easy, right?
Easy for you. So why don't you pony up 100K
Hey,
and
listen,
join
Randy.
next time?
Do you want to compare Triton track records again? Do you want to go there? Should we open up my Triton track record profile on the Triton Poker Plus app and your Triton track record? Listen, we already had a fired up Brian Raston, but don't get me fired up now, Randy.
The thing is, you win whether you entered. You know how you did play your first Triton?
Okay.
It was already better than mine if you had not entered that tournament too. So it's a losing proposition for me, you know?
It's true.
Yeah,
it's
I
true.
tap out.
These are such great events to play, though. I mean, I know the price point, not for the faint-hearted, but in terms of the setup, just the overall quality. Listen, you might get me for a couple more next year. You never know.
Yeah, obviously quality is top notch. You've experienced it yourself, myself included, and just massive fields in 100K, 182 runners. That's
insane,
unheard
yeah.
of.
It really is. Jason does flop best, but understandably that he checks through, and it allows the 7-5 of Boss to realize its equity and see the lower end of the straight materialize on the turn.
That was unexpected for Paul. He'll take it. Of course, the queen is a little bit worrisome.
He's going to check it on over.
To rep the queen or not. That's what Pierre's thinking.
This one's going to get checked down to the river. Jason improving the trip jacks.
Yeah, it feels like if it didn't pair to board, Paul might seek value, but now he loses to hands that were 2-pair or sets on the turn that now bowed up. Hard to get called by worse anyways with a 7.
Seven.
7 is good. Snap check back from Jason. 185K. What's up to 1.9 now? Oh my. I've just looked over on the app. The new tournament chip leader is Fedor Holtz, ladies and gentlemen. How does this guy just always have a stack, bro?
I feel like you asked that question back in
The
Monte
500K
Carlo
in
as
the
well.
yeah, it's insane.
Every single time. We do have a flip situation. Timothy Adams, pocket 8s. Peter, king 10 off. 300K in the middle. Just 5 big blinds was Peter's jam.
2-time champ against 2-time main event champion Timothy Adams. Peter fresh off that second title in Monaco. Does pick up additional outs on the ace-queen deuce, but for now the 8s of Adams holding. No longer the case as Peter turns him dead. Be back up to 12 bigs. And just as I said that, Justin Bonomo has taken the chip lead. Top 3, Bonomo in first, Fedor in second. Less than a big blind between them, Mikita Badziakowski in third. Bonomo just won a monster pot against Steven Song. He opened king 6 of clubs from the cutoff. Song flat the button. Bonomo was the effective stack, opening off of 1 million. Came 5-4-3, 2 clubs. Forrest defended the big, by the way. And check, Song bet 50K. Bonomo check raised to 190K. Song called. Turn was the 5 of spades. Bonomo bet for 235,000. Song called 235,000. there's $1 million in the middle going to the river, which was the Jack of Clubs, SPR of 0.5, bottom of it jammed, Song called. So sounds like maybe Song had a flopped straight, an ace deuce, a 6-7, maybe an ace 5.
Worst flush, is that possible?
Worst flush, but I feel like worst flush is fold turn, flush draws. Unless it's specifically like a 7-8 of clubs.
With a combo.
Yeah.
Sure.
Kings now for Kenny. Bring Kenny's average cash at the Triton series.
It's too much.
2.8 million average cash. Most winningest tournament player of all time. By quite some margin, by the way. I mean, he leads Bonomo by, I want to say, 9 million.
KT defending 8-6 offsuit. In trouble. Does pick up a pair and a gut shot. Backdoor diamonds. Gives them 37% equity against the 2 kings. Rather deep stack, these two. Close to about 30 big blinds to start the hand. Kenny should want to build a pot against the big blind that kind of hits this range to some degree.
It's not a small bet, you know. 115 into 155. Let's see how KT responds. I mean, bottom pair, gut shot, as you mentioned. That 8 of diamonds is somewhat relevant.
Feels like the bigger your opponent's c-bets, the more you go in defensive mode and check call rather than check raise. Just because they're more likely to have something that wants to continue against you.
Scary turn card for Bryn's diamondless kings.
Yeah, pretty scary.
Go on, KT.
You think he's contemplating lead?
100%. Decides to check it on over. It's definitely pondering a lead.
Kenny's kind of a weird spot where things got there, but he also doesn't want to give free cards to like a random 8, 9, or diamond, or like 10x. Looks like he's going to seek some protection, check back river unimproved.
This is pretty boss from Bryn. Bryn seems to know exactly where he's at in this hand. Just shy of third pot.
I think he also expects not to get semi-bluffed off his hand on the turn, given he could be quite nutted on the button to open with flushes. I mean, the price is good for KT. Just 120k to see a river card in the right price.
Doesn't get there. Kings for Kenny are good. 6-2-5 out there.
Yeah, I gotta think that Bryn Kenny was looking to just check this one back. If he doesn't hit the king, that isn't the diamond. Can't really get called by worse for 3 streets in this board run out.
So it does check through. Kenny ascending up to 1.1 million now.
Looks like max value for those 2 kings against the hand he was up against.
Yeah, I don't want to be results oriented, but with ICM kind of coming into play, maybe hands like 8-6. These kind of
start to get marginal.
Yeah, I think maybe they just start hitting the muck pre. I mean, it was a button open, but they're going to be dominated a lot. Flush draws aren't going to be great.
Look, KT, it's a man with no fear.
Oh, for sure. Came second in the WSOP online main event for 2.2 million.
Remember, he also came second in that circuit event in London that
He
we
did,
covered.
yeah.
Remember that?
Yeah, I do remember that.
he wants titles, hopefully here in this main event. Three deuce suited, it's going to take a flop.
Sorry.
That's all Muller. The ace, queen 10. Hovering around that 30 big blind territory after he takes this one down.
So did you get a nickname yet for him, Muller?
No.
No.
He needs to win a Triton trophy before. You
Oh.
know, like you can't just nickname everyone that shows up to Triton. You know, once they start claiming trophies and building a bit of a Triton track record, then we'll dive deep into the nickname.
See a hilarious video.
Yeah.
So you're just Muller.
For now, it's just you know, we
I'm
go with the
supposed to
names.
pay Joanna after the break and just sit after and just stand
Just over there, just waiting to get her money.
Gotta do math.
Small blind, please.
What do you need? What kind of math do you need?
Just remember how many minutes I bought. I think it was 180. A long one.
Oh.
9-8 suited straight into the muck from Boss. Great timing because Muller's got ace king right behind him.
Price 50,000. Oh.
Well, hang on, because we're heading over here as Aussie has got the blades in against Yang Wang.
Trouble.
Yeah, I'm not sure how.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah,
That's a
I
get up
think
from
so.
your seat immediately moment.
Alex,
Trying to run a runner. Dead on the turn. Aussie boats up. He's up to 1.3. Yang's out of there.
No,
52 left.
the
Just
man
20
not
off the money now.
But good, that was a good bluff. That was a good bluff.
Katola, big stack again. That's a lot of fun, you know. Good for us
Sit open, 7.
in the commentary booth.
Oh yeah.
Good for you guys in the chat to watch. Back on over, and we see it looks like flat from Jason Kuhn, Tollerine.
Oh,
reshoving, and
boy.
look at Pauly V.
Oh boy.
Do we go three ways?
Of course we do.
Tollerine's only got 1-7 remaining.
Good news for Tollerine is that he covers Pauly V by a considerable margin. So if he could win the side pot by just holding with the 7s against Muller. So Pauly V's jam is for 11 bigs. Tollerine's is for 25. Sorry, 24.
I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. It's enough
JK is
action
gonna,
for me.
Jason's going to get out of there.
I'm out.
Pauly V seeing monsters under the bed, asking if Muller's got aces. Got a huge flip here.
Bruh.
Thanks, dude.
What do you think, Randy? Ace king or queens? Or does the case 7 come for it all?
Kind of like an ace king right now. I don't know why.
Yeah,
You know,
okay.
Ace king against the two pairs, you
Yeah.
just get them dead.
Shower 2 players. Okay.
Yeah. We'll see. Three to come. I see an ace. And no queen or 7 to follow.
Queen or a 7 needed for Paulie or Tollerine, respectively. Otherwise, Muller's going to score a double KO, and he's going to be playing 1.5 mil. 1.5 million it is. As the young Austrian superstar surges up the chip counts to 1.7 million, eliminating 2 very tough players in the process. Back over here, 8s for Mosbach. 1 card away from showering the 2-time Triton champ Peter Aerts, who's looking for an ace or a jack. Doesn't find it. It's non-stop, back and forth, Randy, with these all-ins. What is going on?
And let's finish this walk-away sequence for Paulie V.
Looks like he's going to grab some food. You know,
Okay.
it's got the dinner order in.
You
Had
joining
plans
him?
of sticking around.
Is Tollerine going to join Paulie V, or is he going to take his own
Yeah,
table?
why not? Go get some food and hit the gym.
Good
Well,
luck. Thank you.
just like that,
They do? Okay.
we're now down to 50 players. We're 19 off the money. Justin Bonomo is the tournament chip leader with 2.4 million. Fedor's in second. Makita is in third.
Same thing with Paul.
No, Tollerine, he just passed Paulie V. He's not joining.
Got Luca Dekonovic in the chat saying, shout out to Mariana and Tiana out there doing their thing at the Tritons. Yeah, massive shout out to Kate, Maya, Tiana, all of that team, the VIP team that look after all of the players, make sure that, you know, the hotel's all comfy, the airport transfers are seamless, just really making the Triton series a VIP experience for all of the players, whether they're Triton OGs or Triton newcomers. Of course, shout out to our production team as well on both the WSOP side and the Triton side, because look at this stage, look at this setup. We have some of the highest stakes poker on display, free of charge for your viewing pleasure, wherever it is that you're watching from.
Can I give a shout out?
Go ahead, Randy.
I give a shout out to Henry Kilbane.
Thank you, man.
You like that?
Thanks, pal.
Can you reciprocate?
I mean, now that you've asked, how do you not? I would have found it a lot easier. No, but of course, I mean, it's always a pleasure, mate. Love doing commentary with the likes of you, Brian, Ali. You know, Brian needs to be reeled in every now and then. You know, you let him loose, you get him fighting against the YouTube chat. You know, the wheels come off.
Look.
It's like a shouting match. You got Brian with the mic and 10,000 viewers with the keyboards, and it's just a vicious combination. It's pretty brutal.
I take the keyboards.
Oh man, look, shout out to the viewers because they held their own against Rasty. As Osmos, 3 bets, happy to get it in against Maui's 10 bigs. Maui might even have a raise fold here, you know.
It's not easy. He's putting 2 of 10 big blinds pre-flop, but he's getting 3-bet when he raised from UTG, so Osmus isn't just messing around with baby aces in this spot. As long as there's enough pocket pairs or these king queens, then he can continue. Be a nice find though. He is a 10% favorite against king queen.
No, 7. This was 5.
I mean, Osmus has found the right hand to do it against. Really putting Leonard in the blender.
Seems like Leonard's like right on the cusp. Ace Jack, he's already in there. Ace 10 is the line.
Yeah, it is. It doesn't get cuspier than this.
How many did I use?
Ace 10 suited are getting, Ace Jack offsuits are getting, Ace 10 is very opponent dependent. There's the jam, finally finds it. He's going to get the good news. I mean, I say good news, 60-40. Osmus is diamonds alive, as are the king and queens. That was a painful one, though. He burnt for a couple of time banks. Back up to 21 bigs. Seems like Fador's over at this table. So asking Leonard if he's got the ace-10. He does indeed. Jack 7-6. The German still.
I only could see this first one. I hate that. Tell me what's going on. What's coming next?
Probably a
10.
10 of diamonds.
10 and diamonds. Sure. Then another 10. Right?
How about the King of Hearts?
River Queen is an option I learned.
Cosmos with 86% of the equity. One card to come. Leonard looking for an ace or a queen to stay alive.
Okay.
Oh, he's going for the prepay, Randy.
Yeah,
GG, sir.
He's done.
Jack on the river. He did find the right jam after Cosmos applied max pressure pre-flop, but the deck had other plans for him. 49, I mean, just 18 off the money now. Jam saying at least Tolerine won 1.5 million a couple of days ago after taking second in the PLO 100K here. He did indeed. Did indeed.
So he's free rolling.
Well, yeah, we could put it that way. It was actually the Spaniard, Lautaro Guerrero, who we've seen at Triton stops playing the PLO stuff, achieving his dream by taking down the 100K PLO for 2.12 million. That was quite the top 5. It was Lautaro who came in clutch, 2.1. Ben Tolerine second for 1.6. Jared Blesnik came third for 1.2. Vasilin Karakutov came fourth, and Jason Kuhn came fifth.
Fedor, 2 million in chips. Well, my favorite part about Fedor's situation in this tournament was he was playing the mini main. He busted. He late registered with what 250K at the start of the day, and now he's got 2 million in chips. Good for second place.
Did he actually? He was in the mini main. Love that.
Yeah, that's why he didn't register on time. Of course, you know Fedor would register early for this 100K main.
Who loves it more, mate? You go from playing a 2500 to 100K. Plus, he had the 500K as well. I mean,
yeah, priorities.
Brilliant.
He's got it. It's working out.
Brilliant stuff. Randy, you might not hear from me again. I've been offered a new career path from some of the viewers, which is ebooks, apparently.
Yeah.
Let's just start doing voiceovers for ebooks.
You know, you can never fully retire from poker. You'll be back.
Yeah, maybe I'll go and bang out a couple of classics like Crime and Punishment.
Yeah.
You know, a bit of Stievsky or something. And then make my millions recording ebooks. Then I'm going to segue into nature documentaries. Do that for a couple of years. And then I'll call you back up in 2029. Come back and do some Triton commentary.
Maybe play the Invitational first and then...
Maybe, yeah. That's a great idea.
I can get the little pudgies. I can still activate them. No, I haven't done anything. Oh, really?
Trouble for Bryn. Connected on the ace-ace 5.
No. I texted you every time there was some... I might have been before. Yeah, this is like a year ago. Oh. I think I texted you like 3 or 4 times.
Comes with check call. Trouble ahead as 4 of spades, an undercard, of course, to Bryn. But Bryn's still losing to every pocket pair, as well as trip aces, which we can see KT has. Bryn drawing dead.
Yeah, of course, the worst part about these pair of fives is your outs are reduced on these paired boards. Can't even win the pot. You're drawing dead already.
It's a milky-ish sizing, isn't it, from KT? I mean, a little 80k into 195.
It's hard to fold against this. But Bryn, he knows where he's at. Nice. Really has great intuition.
One of the best. I mean, when it comes to intuition, truly one of the best. We've seen some absurd hands from Bryn at the Triton stops where you and I or Ali, whoever it is in the booth, just expecting Bryn to lose chips or bust out, and he just finds folds, finds value in spots that others don't.
And Zubov has found trip jacks against Queen 10 of clubs, which has some prospects, backdoors, multi-barrel opportunities.
Vieira is setting fire to 30k. Interesting decision here for Zubov, whether to announce oneself now, SPR 6. I don't hate check raise, you know. It's going to have all of the 10-9s, 10-8s, 8-9s. It's nice to keep your range balanced when you have trips and gut shots as well. Just comes to check call, though.
He's definitely more likely to check raise with the bigger kickers, so probably King Jack plus. Just of course you can get more value from worse jacks. Want some strong hands in his check call range. Depends on how he's playing those gut shots that you just mentioned. For now though, Vieira does pick up open-ended straight draw on the 9. Could easily multi-barrel this one if he wants to target some ace high and king high check calls. Maybe some weak 7x.
I love this turn card. The poker gods are really pulling for us to be entertained at every turn of a card. Vieira barreling, just leaning into 7x, some ace high floats perhaps. Maybe a hand like 9-8, 10-9.
Yeah, once you take the check call line on the flop, you need to just keep playing defensively. So check calls once again with Queen Jack.
The 9-9 run out. Perhaps a card that Vieira's going to shut down on as he does now beat a 7x.
Right, like 8-7.
Yeah. Zubov going to lead.
You know, it's crossing his mind with that hesitation.
It feels weird to lead here, though. Although I guess if you had a hand like 7-8, maybe you would lead as a bluff.
Yeah, he doesn't want checkbacks from like 9x or big pocket pairs. Just hoping for a crying call. I don't think João Vieira believes that some kind of counterfeited hand that has king high or ace high, whatever, take the lead now. So maybe he thinks queen high could be good. Like if Zubov had ace 7 and happened to check call flop and turn, he's probably pretty happy to still show down ace high.
Vieira really chewing on this one with queen high. Using another time extension chip. just giving Zubov credit for a 7x bluff.
I think a part of him doesn't believe if Zubov had a jack to go for this sizing. Maybe he feels that Jack X should go a little more greedy. That's why he's taking a lot of time in this spot. Maybe he also doesn't think 9x is supposed to lead in this spot either, which I believe would be true. 3 time banks in.
Vieira muttering a prayer of sorts, trying to reverse engineer this one, do some back of the napkin math. Staring Zubov down a bit. I mean, Zubov giving nothing away. Stoic as ever. One, if you think he's going to call. 2, if you think he's going to fold. Like the longer he tanks. Wow.
5 time banks in.
Did not expect this.
I mean, maybe he thinks he's up against like pocket 8s that got counterfeited. He is grabbing the calling chips and bye-bye 5 time banks and 5 blues.
Zubov gets paid. 715k pot. Yeah, with the hero call, incorrectly so, and as Randy said, losing 5 time banks in the process. How about it? Even the greatest fall victim to incorrect hero calls at times. HNDRX saying, Henry, mate, quick question. Is poker commentary a full-time job? Or do you just do this for Triton only? It's more of a passion / hobby, to be honest with you. Mate, it doesn't really feel like a job. I mean, you get to travel around with Triton, WSOP, call the action on some of the best poker players in the world. But no, it's not my full-time job. Doesn't even feel like a job, to be honest with you. Apart from when Randy's underslept. Then it drags a little bit, you know.
Let's be honest. You got to fund Ultimate Texas Hold'em somehow.
Jesus Christ, you're making me sound like an absolute
I heard you're crushing though, buddy.
I mean, it's been a fun trip, but I cashed out the winnings, and I'm going to be one of those few people that actually leaves up. Now that everyone's in town, I'm just doing dinners and lunches, hitting the gym.
I like that. Positive throughout. King 4 versus the Queen 4.
Yeah, you know, you're here with the family. So you got people you can hang out with all the time. Most of the time, when I'm at the booth, everyone's either playing poker or in the commentary booth. So what else am I gonna do?
Don't make it sound so sad, buddy.
Ultimate
You'll
Texas
be all right.
Hold'em is my friend.
You and the dealer. What's the dealer's name?
Oh, there's a few.
They rotate, right?
Yeah. It's a fun way to pass time. Honestly, I'm a bit homesick at this point. I mean, I haven't been home since October 19th. By the time I get home, would have been 2 months. One of my longest trips away from home. Very much looking forward to getting back to Phuket.
Your family is in the chat, you know? Every single one of them. They'll comfort you.
Listen, the viewers are only here to comfort me when I'm doing commentary. Where are the viewers, you know, when we're not streaming?
just leave your phone number in there, all right? They can message you then.
Calling me up, DMing me on Instagram or Twitter, check it in, see if I'm okay. Now, all jokes aside, it's plenty of people to hang out with, good fun. But yeah, I mean, look, 2 months away from home.
Gonna get there.
Yeah, we now got 2 months off until Jeju, end of Feb.
Got ace-5 suited for Steven Song. Was at the top of the chip counts earlier. Not so much anymore. Playing a 700K stack.
Yeah, losing that monster pot against Justin Bonomo. No surprises to see Song 3-bet this one.
Everyone's favorite solver hand to 3-bet with. Winner.
Closing in on that money bubble. $45 left, 31 paid. Top 5 chip counts. Justin Bonomo still in pole position. Mikita Baziakuski in second. Dimitar Danchev in third. Fedor Holtz in fourth. Jason Kuhn in fifth. Absolutely stacked top 5. $10,000 viewers keeping us company over on YouTube. Shout out to everyone watching over on the Triton Poker Plus app. Hope you're enjoying the show. Been a fun one. I mean, so far today it's been a bit of a bloodbath. The first 4 levels. It felt like there was a period of about 45 minutes when Brian and I were in. We just kept ping-ponging back and forth between the feature tables because it was just all in after all in.
It kind of feels like as of late, like when we get to the bubble time when play is supposed to slow down, it usually bursts like really fast, given what we've seen, you know, this stop and last stop, you know.
That's very true, actually. Like, compared to some smaller buy-in stuff that I've done outside of Triton, where the bubble in like a 2K main event just seems to drag for hours, these like 100K bubbles and like 200K bubbles, just like, okay, Randy, you ready, mate? It's going to take us an hour and a half, 2 hours, you know, to get in. And then no, 5 hands later,
I mean,
just the bubbles
remember what
burst.
happened to Feldman?
Yeah,
you know?
exactly.
He didn't realize they were on a stone cold bubble, and he bubbled just like that.
Crazy, crazy stuff.
Got something brewing here. Jason Kuhn, top pair, diamonds, Muller, open in the straight draw. Saw pass the line from Kuhn. He should try and represent it with this 9. I do like the play. Of course, it's not going to work.
No, 40% from Muller. Jason makes the call. Let's see a brick river dealer. Let's see if Muller really wants to get after it against the 10-time champ. Oh, straight on board.
I'll take that card.
5 of clubs.
This is how greedy can you get with the 9 and get Jason to call. Finding that right price is very difficult and sometimes player dependent.
Smoky. The smoke come from 315.
There's the overbet.
315.
And Jason knows just how well studied Muller is, the crew that he hangs out with, one of Fedor Holz's and Matthias Eibinger's students slash proteges. There is a mutual respect between both. Always sucks when you're calling for a chop. In this case, will not be chopping.
Yeah, what hurts in the spot is that Jason, the way he's played it too, and from +1 is rarely going to have 9x in his range, so it's going to make him feel like he's needs to call at a pretty high frequency just because Muller can just blast away, not expecting to ever get raised. A lot of the semi-bluff hands are 9x on the turn from Muller.
Oh no.
Is he going to ask for more?
Oh, Jason's going to hit him back with the raise to 900k.
So he just feels that Muller is just trying to bluff him off of a chop, playing the board.
Precisely. It's not going to work, and Muller, I believe, will be tournament chip leader if he makes the call here.
No, he's not folding. Definitely calling.
Well, I didn't.
2.1 million chip pot.
You had 10. I did too. You did?
I did too.
Misstep.
Diamonds and everything. Pairs, diamonds, draws.
Well, well, well. Muller getting there. Hitting him with the overbet. Jason trying to push him off a potential chop, and Muller scooping a monster pot. And you can do the same over on GG Poker. You can sign up today. Get yourself a free $50 ticket into the Weekender. Min deposit $20. Promo code Triton_2024. Get involved. And good luck.
What the fucking diamond?
Jason beating himself up. Post-mortem.
Yeah, he definitely made that more damaging to his stack than he kind of needed to. He just felt like Muller didn't have the 9 and was hoping he could take the whole pot, didn't want to share half, and actually he lost 900,000 more.
Texas Mike just couldn't wait for Zubov to fold.
Yeah, just king 7 off, soon to got off.
Hell yeah.
Standard.
Let's go, Team Mike. Wow. This is... Wow, Jesus. Vieira just showering Zubov. Saying to the delay, listen, I think he owes 1 time bank. Okay.
Is that what happened?
Yeah.
From pre-flop fold, alright.
See that from T Mike.
I mean, he did spend 5 time banks on one hand, so
yeah,
he's figuring, like, let me just get everyone else's down a little
That's
bit.
true, actually, yeah. Zubov's still in the lead, 5-1, so, hey. I don't know how I feel about that, to be honest with you.
Here, this is yours.
You know what? Zubov's the guy he lost the pot to in that hand, wasn't it?
Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Like, Zubov's still leading, you know, 5-1, but I don't know how I feel about calling out that someone owes a time bank. It's the dealer's job. You're a player. Like, it feels a bit arseholey, you know, just like
for a simple pre-flop decision.
Yes, it's not your job. Like, how do you feel if someone comes to, oh, I would have folded that queen high, the error, you know? It's like, I don't know, weird.
It's all right. Let us move on. Ace King suited for Ding Biao. Open ripping. 340K with the big blind being 25K UTG. Puts Paul in a tough spot. He might not even think that Ding Biao would jam a hand this strong. 14 bigs.
Nice fold. Nice fold.
Making a food menu, is that possible? Who do I ask for that?
一时童话没扣你。
Up to
我也可以
16
找毛。
bigs.
哇，真的 AK 啊？嗯，AK。
Ah, little post-mortem between Ding and Boss.
我不懂扣不扣，34万是吧？不扣。
So blinds going up.
14个。
Big blind 30K.
算11个吧，差不多。
44 left, 31 paid. I don't know if we're going to make it into the money pre-dinner break. We've got 50 minutes left on the clock. Need to lose around a third of the field. Justin Bonomo and Samuel Muller practically tied atop of the chip counts. Ossie Katola up to 7th in chips. Stephen Chidwick in 8th. So some superstars making it into the top 10.
And for the sides, can I only do broccoli? No baby carrots?
Carrots got showered.
Oh, do I have to put my seat number and stuff? Or? Oh, okay.
Another raise and take. This time for Muller. Should now officially be the chip leader. At this point, and let's slip it on over. Michaelitis, King Jack off. Button open. Mosbach defends the big blind, King Queen suited. Retain the dominated King Jack. The King Jack makes the best hand. But Mosbach's got 2 overs and a flush draw. He has 47% equity against this top pair king kicker.
Well, this SPR, one would have to imagine chips go flying in.
Does seem like a either way spot for King Queen suited. A lot of good things can arise when you check call and you make a flush. Your opponent just barrels away and they're drawing dead. Maybe you find a king or queen, they try to rep that, and you have top pair. Nothing wrong with check raising either. Let's see which one he goes for. Check raise.
And Mosbach, a very aggressive opponent. That's what makes him so tough to play against.
Michaelitis pretty much has the nut kicker in this spot. Ace Jack probably just reshoves off of that stack, big blind versus button. So very confident with King Jack at this point. Just, is it better for me to get all chips in now or call and let like gut shots try to stab away?
Well, Michaelitis going nowhere. SPR less than 1. Mosbach with the 100% check mark. Is this just too much of a hand still for Michaelitis to get away from?
The main hands he was looking to keep honest against are flush draws and straight draws. So 6-7. Of course, he can still try to keep that kind of a hand honest. Maybe some ace-x offsuit with the ace of hearts might check raise bluff. It is still a strong hand also because it's not unreasonable for Mosbach to check raise like queen jack for value. But he's got an opportunity to take a free card.
This is a pretty spicy check from Mosbach. 0.75. There's the jam from Michaelitis. A snap call from Mosbach.
King queen, seven.
Guaranteed a double. Michaelitis drawing dead.
Nice check there from Mosbach.
Kind of feels like the money was always going to go in. Although had Michaelitis checked back on that river, perhaps he gets away from it.
Yeah. It seems like Michaelitis just didn't want to give a free card to hands that were just looking to check fold when the third heart dropped.
Weaker Jack X, perhaps, to get value from.
Yep.
As Mosbach, the two-time Triton champ, doubles up to north of $1 million. I mean, his Triton track record is insane. Joined us for the first time last year, the Vietnam stop. Only played 5 events there, followed up with 4 events in Cyprus. But the real breakout trip for him was in Monte Carlo of 2023. This is Mosbach, of course, cashing for over 4 million there.
Texas Mike is gone. Texas Mike. He's 4x king 3 off into the 2 queens. Nice trap from Zubov.
I like the 4x with the king 3 as well. No.
No. I thought, oh my.
No.
Texas Mike. Texas Mike.
I was just, you know, saying I like the 4x, apply a lot of pressure, 12 off the money. Once you see the limp raise from Zubov,
You like the pain, or you like watching the pain?
you just bow out.
Mike.
Accept that your hand's been caught in the cookie jar, but no. Texas Mike just showing why he's so tough to play against, you know, coming in like a wrecking ball.
Mike. You've got 3 outs. King 3 off. Can you hit the turn? No.
You know, Randy, sometimes you mess with the ball. You get the horns as the queens for Zubov hold. Mike does still have a big blind left. They're going to make it official by
You still have
getting a count.
1-4, no.
He just lost 1.4 million on a read.
Oh, Zubov is up to 3rd in chips out of nowhere. Practically tied, actually, with Bonomo and Sam on 2.9 million.
Single chip remaining.
I thought he was kind of trolling, like
Yeah,
you-
we see that a lot, right? From players. Tan Schwen likes to do that move. Put the chips in, look like you're sliding and fold.
Beat the goal.
So you got somewhere to be?
I mean, we are on Paradise Island. The sun is shining, beautiful beaches, wonderful resort.
Oh, he's not all in yet, right? Nope. He's still got 10K back, right?
Jesus.
I mean, now
Well,
they're just
he's-
trolling.
It's fine. We'll make it easy for the dealer. 30-30.
30-30.
So Mike needs to make change again because he's not all in. He's in a small blind.
tables of 7. 42 remain. 11 off the money.
I'm allowed to still be in shock, right?
I honestly thought he was trolling, just like putting his chips up, kind of like, you know, making Zubov sweat a little bit that he was going to go for the jam. And then the chips just started moving forward, Randy. And
They
I was
didn't
like,
stop at the line?
It took me a moment to just kind of digest it. And I'm glad you kind of took the lead on it, because I was just like, okay, chip lead pot, king 3 against queens, blind v blind. I mean, what's happened? 12 off the money. Oh, Muller's turn to misstep here against Steven.
The table of missteps at the moment? Because Steven's song, I imagine he's just going to rip in 2 8s right now. Monster hand. And this is just a great spot for Steven. 205k dead. Monstex only playing 25k, so he gets nice side pot.
Yeah, beautiful little pickup there for Steven. Going to be playing at least 900k. Be crossing the million chip mark once more if he can hold against the Queen 9. Texas Mike, the man that has given us so much action and entertaining hands over the last few days, made the final table of the 500k. In great shape to double up here, but I mean double up to 3.5 bigs. Oh!
That's it for Texas Mike.
Snowman on the river, giving Song a set. GG's Texas Mike. I truly do hope we see more of him at future stops, because he is so entertaining. The fans love him. The Triton staff love him. We love him here from the booth. That song up to more than 7 figures.
We probably see a river. Oh, maybe I don't see a river.
So we're down to 43.
Are we waiting, I guess?
Let's bounce over to our other featured table, where we have Elis Parsonen Pocket Kings, opening 65k, David Yan, 3 bets King 6 offsuit, and that's bad timing. Those chips are gone. Elis up to 1.2 million now. The 4-card king doing work at the 2-card table. On to the next hand. Not much for Elis. David Yan, pocket 7, small blind versus big blind. Playing a 14 big blind stack. Outright ripping it in. Jans is only playing a 200k stack. Makes the call, and 70-30 in favor of David Jan. Looking to knock out Jan Zarens. $500,000 chip pot. Two sevens. Good on the 8-8-5 texture. Jans needs the king. There's the king on the turn. Disaster for David Jan. 2 outs now. Prepaying a laugh.
Not like this. No, it's fine. Okay.
No 7.
Yeah.
Full double for Jan Zarens. They swap stacks.
Love to see Jan at a Triton stop as well. He had a pretty goated first Triton stop, didn't he? Just came in. Vietnam, won a title. Kenny, a couple of ladies.
65.
He's going to kick things up to 65k here. Osmus in the big. Ace 10. Find ourselves 10 off the money. Ace 5-4. Osmus flopping best, and Bryn most likely going to lose some money here.
Interesting card. 4 to a wheel. 3x isn't really in Bryn Kenny's range unless it's pocket 3s or ace 3, but even pocket 3s might not even open pre.
Comes out with a little bet of 80k. If Bryn finds the fold here just to 1 bet, I'm going to just go out there and hand him the trophy right now.
Okay. You don't have to go out there.
Don't have to do that. I mean, it's a bit of a stretch. But...
Oh, queen ball.
What is going on with these rivered sets today, mate?
That's why he didn't fold, because he was going to hit the queen. He was going to look for ways to win chips, not lose chips, Henry.
Damn, bro. Today has been the day of rivered sets. 3-3-5 out there.
Osmus is going to value own himself.
At 175, snap call from Bryn. Osmus shows the ace 10, and he's going to get shown the rivered set.
He's hard to beat.
Bryn up to 1.5 million and change. So looking over on the Triton Poker Plus app. 41 remain, 31 paid. Huge names in the top 10. Ossie Katola, Boss Paul, Seth Davies, Dimitar Danchev, Stephen Chidwick, Fedor Holtz, Nikita Badziakowski, Justin Bonomo, Samuel Muller, and Alexander Zubov is currently chip leading after that huge pot That he won against Texas Mike, blind v blind. Min cash of 160,000, just around the corner.
Looks like we lost Patrick recently. Adrian Mateos. Big names fallen as we approach the money.
Raise and take from Osborne. Expect to see the pace of play slow down a bit as we head towards this 1.6x buy-in min cash.
Yep.
Yeah, we're also should be expecting like big blind defenses from speculative hands to be reduced. Now though, we do have mystery hand time.
This is the first time today, actually.
For you?
Yeah.
We had a couple earlier in the first frame of play.
Were they bluffs or value?
A mix.
A mix, okay.
Equal mix. So you can't put any reads on it. What we do know is Bryn Kenny's got 10-8 offsuit in the big, and guess he's coming along for the ride.
Imagine if he just folds and that's the mystery hand over and done with.
Yeah.
It's just the production crew. It's like, yeah, he's got pocket kings. Everyone folds. 165 out there. I'm struggling to see how this is going to be a mystery hand. Bryn's got 10 high. Is Mosbach going to check back? Mosbach check back, turn 9 of hearts.
That's your read. It's very specific.
I mean, unless Bryn gets super OOO and calls a c-bet with 10 high, 10 of hearts, Randy, I'm struggling to see other ways in which this one plays out. There's the check. 8 of clubs, okay. No 9 of hearts.
So he's got a bit of showdown value and a nice piece because his opponent checked back to flop, so we discount Jack X at a high frequency. Bryn should feel pretty good about its 2 8s.
There's the turn probe. 60 into 165. Mosbach trapped top set. That's my guess.
It is possible. It would make sense not having to need to c-bet set of jacks on the flop.
What are your thoughts on this decision to lead turn here? I mean, there's some clearance plus some value from like ace, king, ace, queen. Is it under the gun open?
I like it. Don't love the river card because there are some checkbacks from ace highs that have clubs. Before we finish that, whoa, what is this? 3-way all in?
Oh, Aaron's is drawing dead. Does have a side pot against Aussie if he finds an ace or a queen to win a small piece. Not going to happen, so Aussie's 10s showering Aaron's is ace queen. Forrest with a triple up to 1.2 million. Holding with the aces. Back on over here. Britain's continued telling the story. Betting 120k on the turn.
So like a blocker value bet. Hoping to get called by what, ace 5, maybe like 6s through 7s. Doesn't want to let Mosbach check it back with those type of hands with this bet.
Ace queen, ace of clubs, all in dealer.
It's a good hand to bluff with, right? Having club blockers. He's pushing in a lot of chips.
Looks like 600K or so.
Yeah, the problem here is Bryn Kenny's bet quite small on the river card. So kind of entices Mosbach to raise, whether it be thinner value or bluffs, targeting a weak hand like this. You thinking bluffs is like ace queen with ace of clubs?
I'm struggling to think of other hands other than pairs. You know, big pairs that would want to turn themselves into a bluff, which doesn't really make sense. It feels like the bluffs have to come from, you know, an ace queen and ace king. But you could even argue that ace queen and ace king are good bluff catchers. So yeah, maybe a king queen would make more sense as a bluff.
So value, of course, is like ace highs or some strong king highs that turn clubs. Set of jacks could go for value raise when it's just 120 to 400. I could see that.
But does it go this big though? That's my question. Like this sizing feels like flush or nothing.
More likely flush, right?
Yeah. I don't know if you start throwing sets in there for this size. If it was like 450K, then sure, I could get behind it. Oh, Bryn's made the call. Mosbach's got top set, and I'm sat here eating my own words as Mosbach did find the raise with top set for that size.
Nicely done.
The flop check back, allowing Bryn to catch a piece.
And the thing is, sometimes these small block bets, they make you pay off more. Because if Bryn Kenny somehow just went for a more healthy bet, I don't think Mosbach is going to consider raising because clubs got there. Yeah. So there we go, Mosbach.
Joe Wilson saying he knew the announcer accidentally told us. I didn't. I don't know the result. We're on an hour-long delay. So we're seeing the same recording as you guys. That was just my guess. It was just like, well, what else does he check back flop with? I don't know, chat. Right, listen. I'm not that good. If it was Randy that potentially leaked that he had top set, then yeah, I get behind that. Taylor the tape. Fedor Holtz in pole position on the red table. Zubov chip leader over on the blue table. Is in fact chip leader of the entire tournament. As we just saw Mosbach get max value from Bryn Kenny. 39 remain. 8 off the money. Heading over to the outer table. So it looks like Foxen is squaring off against Ibinger. So this went raised from Ibinger from under the gun to too big, 60K. Foxen defended. And King 9 deuce, 2 clubs, 1 diamond. Foxen check raised to 135K after Ibinger c-bet for 40K. Ibinger continuing for 25% pot, facing the check raise. Turn the ace of hearts. Goes check, check. River, queen of hearts, 435K in the middle. Foxen has overbet river, 550K. Now Ibinger is deep in the tank.
They're kind of a tricky line, right? The check raise and then check turn. Now all of a sudden come for overbet.
Especially on this board against and this run out. You know, against an under the gun open. A board where Ibinger has all of the sets, aces, kings, queens, ace, king, ace, queen. Ibinger going to put on the cape. Like a one pair type holding.
Yeah, it's unclear where Ibinger's at. Feels like if he somehow has better than one pair, it's like king, queen exactly.
Let's just have like queen, jack. For a rivered pair of queens. Kind of like queen, jack. I mean, blocking king, queen, jack 10. Man, Ibinger is pained by this. Not often you see him in the tank this long.
Extra tough because the opponent is Alex Foxen, who's very capable of making creative lines and plays. Forrest is coming over to rail.
All the hands on the other tables have been paused. Due to the fact they're waiting for this one to catch up. I saw an ace. Is that an ace deuce?
Oh, I think it's deuce deuce?
Oh, you might be right.
Yeah, deuce deuce. For a set of deuces on the flop, went tricky on the turn. And got in an overbet. Alex Foxen.
Okay, all hands are completed. We still have 25 minutes remaining.
Foxen scooping a monster pot, taking away from a very tough opponent, Ibinger. So you just heard Luca Vivaldi saying the tournament clock is back up and running. 25 minutes left until we head to dinner break.
I'm just grooving to the music, you two.
I want to go to a rave. I want to go to a dusty dungeon rave in like the Netherlands or some forest in Romania. A few people in the chat know what I'm talking about.
We're getting close, aren't we? To the money. 39 remaining, 31 pay.
On.
Stephen Song, 9-7 suited.
How much? Whole pair.
Serva?
Saw the ace.
This is, what, 17 big blinds?
It's a lot for ace. 3 off. It's not unreasonable that Stephen Song just jams a lot of better aces in this spot. And he's only a slight favorite against 9-7 of hearts.
Oh, I wouldn't show that.
What do you have, like
buddy.
ace 10?
Very tight fold.
Ace 10, yeah.
Ace king.
He's jacking them up,
You got a
guys.
sign back?
I would not be showing the ace.
I run good when I'm behind.
HNDRX saying a forest in Romania. Been there, done that, Henry. I know a few of you know what's up. Dan saying he's from Romania. Well, shout out to all of the Romanians in the chat. Negreanu did bust, unfortunately. Just couldn't get anything running.
Forwarding on over to Zubov. 2.8 million chip stack, 6-5 off. Chip advantage, of course, against the big blind. Orpin. He's going to get a free flop more often than not, just because of where we are in terms of the tournament. 8 from the money. It's a free flop he gets. I think Orpin's pretty happy to just conserve his stack at this point and not really splash on his board texture.
A whole lot of nothing for both. See if Zubov tries to take a stab here. Does have equity, of course. Should he get called? That lower end of the straight? The answer's no.
Would love to see Zubov fire the river if this goes check-check, even unimproved. Orpin doesn't really have the chips to kind of mess around with right now. But you know what? He's given Orpin the opportunity to steal the spot.
He has. Orpin coming with a stab. Just works, just like that.
Like that from Orpin, you know? Any chips is very helpful to make sure you try to slide into the right side of the money right now.
We are 8 away from the money. Sin City Raiders in the chat saying good evening to my European friends from Mexico. Yeah, Europeans heading into the later hours of the evening. Shout out to wherever it is that you're watching from. Whether it's Europe, whether you're an early riser out in Asia, Australia, New Zealand, whether you're here in the West, stateside, Central America, or maybe even on the island, playing some poker and watching the stream. Arvid asking, how much longer are we playing tonight? Well, we're about to go on dinner break in 20 minutes time or so. And then when we come back, we're going to play 2 more frames. So 4 levels, 50 minutes as Orpin takes a rejam spot from the small. So I'd say we'll be finished by 10:30 local time, 11 o'clock. It's about another 4 hours or so.
Orpin with the reshove and take against Vieira.
A lot of big names have bust the last hour or so. Sean Winter, Patrick Antonius, Elton Sang, just to name a few. Ding potentially going to be joining them. And Minko is going to be calling. Bare minimum, most likely just rejamming himself.
Right, against a big blind jam. A big blind's going to be very desperate, even in the early position of +2.
Here we go. 2 live cards for Ding. Minko just looking to hold with the ace-queen to get us down to 38.
See a queen. Oh.
Spicy. Little queen 10-7, all hearts. Minko has the hearts covered. They're looking for an ace, king, or a 9. Swap the outs. Jack, 9, or an ace now. So king would give Minko a straight. There is said straight.
Я вообще не понял, что я выиграл сначала.
Good luck, PLO.
Minko
50K.
has 28 bigs now. Just 8 off the money.
Oh, Fedor Holtz with a reshove. King Jack suited. Jeremy Osmus calls with pocket 9s and gets the ace queen out. Wow.
KT just saying he was going to call Fedor, but he can't call when Osmus calls it off. 1.3 million chip pot.
That's a big one.
Well, Fedor will be tournament chip leader if he gets there with the King Jack, which is looking likely on the King 6-4. Osmus does have running hearts as an option.
Oh, ace queen would have got there.
Yeah, but not yet.
Oh.
Not yet. Not yet.
Good fold, ace queen. Save yourself. GG Osmus. Pocket 9's down.
Yeah, it was tough to bow out 7 off the money.
Wow. Very good. Someone help me.
Knows it's a profitable spot with the 9s against someone like Fedor. Fedor Holtz is tournament chip leader. 37 left, 31 paid. Just always feels like he has a stack.
Okay.
Luca just coming over, letting the players know when they go on dinner break.
Do you know why you always feel like that? Because he always has a stack. Every single series he makes a deep run as a big chip leader at some point. That's got to feel good for Michaelitis getting a walk off of 370K stack because there's a dead small blind.
Divorce goes to wife him. He's like, have you heard of a hard hurt donut? Like, what's a hurt donut? And divorce comes to the it's like, hurt donut? It's like, ow. I'm like, damn. like top 5 in the field for sure. So it's like, what are you doing?
I mean, where like you'd actually do it, you know? Like, well, I mean, if you call it, you probably wouldn't do it.
Right.
Rockets from Osbach.
Oh my. Two-time main event champion Timothy Adams with ace queen, 47 bigs. Just comes with call.
Yeah, but it could be dangerous if it comes like queen high. He's looking to lose a lot of chips. Had he 3-bet, would have been able to get away from a 4-bet. So for now, we will take a flop. Osbach, chip advantage. Adams healthy, 1.3 remaining. Shouldn't be too much carnage on this texture.
That's all Mosbach. Like you said, fortunately for Adams, doesn't connect with top pair of queens. Mosbach checking it on over. One would have to imagine that Adams wants to try and get this to showdown. It's the +1 open.
Trying.
Officially dead on this turn.
Yeah, and that's a turn card that just doesn't get Adams into any trouble. No, probably isn't going to be looking to call bet or bet himself when check 2. Given ace queen high. Still ace queen high.
Oswald checking aces with the ace of hearts. Honestly think Mosbach might be one of the best in the world at the moment. No Limit Hold'em tournament players. It's obviously, you know, we're in the booth and we're always a bit results oriented and biased to recent results. But there hasn't really been anyone other than perhaps Punat Punsri over the last 2 years that has come onto the Triton Tour and just dominated in the way that Mosbach has. 2 titles, 10 million in earnings. Just very tough to play against. Very well balanced and just an all-rounder.
I hear you. Obviously, Monte Carlo was great for him. A 4th, a 6, and a 6, cashing for just under 3 million last stop. Not no pair for ace queen. Doesn't seem like a good hand to call with.
Adams lets it go. Mosbach chips up to 1.8 million. Breaking into the top 10.
I got him back where I went. To him I said, and knock. I got
Dharma's spun up a stack.
Yeah, knock.
He's up to 10th in chips.
Love to see it.
You will be asking the questions. It's from the office.
That's usually 15K, right?
Yeah, that sounds right.
So that gets a little more like shot taking guys, for sure.
Yeah, a couple of those dudes final table, and then they play the.
Oh, and then yeah.
You get like one sick martingale per trip usually. A guy who's just like plays them all, gets like a million
If you're
score.
hot, you're hot. Yeah.
It's really great.
Minko,
Microphone's in your
ace
nose,
10 off.
man. But they can hear it. Sounds like Darth Vader.
Thank you, Jason. Appreciate it.
That's your biggest pet peeve, right?
Yeah, Minko's put his microphone in his nose. And it does sound like Darth Vader.
You going to Paris too, or nah?
No, I'm gonna do the other ones.
Sure. Monaco and Barcelona. Barcelona ones are. You didn't go the last couple of years.
I haven't been in about 5 years.
They're sick.
The Euros didn't win.
Huh?
Everybody was scared about that.
Well, that's why they're so good. That's why all the.
Not next year.
Next year, no?
We're good
We'll
to
figure it
go,
out.
El Capitan.
We weren't sure if they were gonna attack or not. And I guess the answer is no. So.
I don't know, but for the high rollers.
Back at it.
Also, the Spaniards won't play there, right?
The Spanish might not play.
Or the Germans.
As well.
Yeah. I mean, that's a big chunk already.
There's a few.
The 1-2 player usually rests.
We're 6 off the money.
We're getting there.
Short stack duties belonging to David Yan. 9 bigs, and Alexander Linsky, also 9 bigs.
Like, are they back? She doesn't have a phone. Oh, right. She told me she. Yeah. And I don't have I saw her. to She told me about her phone situation. Yeah. She said, I thought it was waterproof. Probably, yeah.
Oh, it's game over?
No, it's just, I honestly don't know. But didn't work for a day.
Let's go, chip leader.
That she's been putting in rice to absorb the. Yeah, I think she did.
Sounds like someone dropped their phone in the lazy river.
Yeah, I think it was
But
Mosbok's
they should be back by now. What time is it?
girlfriend Amanda.
6? Yeah.
Travels around with him to all of the Triton stops.
It does work. Phone and rice bag.
Sounds like you're talking from experience, Randy.
Right.
What's else he gonna do? Oh, actually, actions on Nicolaitis. 12 bigs. Yeah, he's just a gangster, really.
If there's someone to shove on, it's Fedor and the chip lead.
Taking the rejam spot. Action back on Fedor.
Never fun holding king queen to spot, but as long as there's enough pairs, these ace unders, doing all right.
Blocking some of the hands you're crushing, right? Like king jack, queen 10.
Mm-hmm.
It's made the call though. Here we go, boys. Spin the wheel. 800k pot. Nicolaitis to bounce back up to 25 bigs.
My revenge time.
Sounds like the Lithuanian has revenge on his mind.
Or is it?
Gonna be tough to get revenge on this flop, is it?
Fedor has other plans. 2 cards away from being up to 3.4 million. Just needs to fade an ace. Done so successfully on the turn. 3 outs once for Nicolaitis. No Barry this time. GG's to one of the more impressive players to burst onto the Triton scene in recent times. Soft bubbling the 100k main here in Paradise. We're now 5 off the money with 5 minutes left on the clock before we head to dinner break.
Getting close. Very quickly, too. Players are not skipping spots to try and chip up and maintain their stacks.
No, not in this field. That's what happens when you put the best in the world together in 100K. If they deem something profitable, they'll take it regardless of 5, 6, 7 away from the money. Oh boy. Hijack against +1. Yeah, nice fold.
There you go.
Nice fold. Just losing 2 bigs? Ace queen against aces? Okay, sir.
That's what we call a win.
Dude, maybe we do need to give this guy a nickname before he wins the title. Make him folds like that.
Thank you.
Hey.
Next blue table.
Who we got? Makita, Adamo, Bonomo, Waikin Yong, David Yan, Phil Sternheimer. That's a pretty sick table.
I'm happy to get that one.
Yeah.
And then our next red table.
Dimitar Danchev. Shark, Davies, Boss, Paul, Newlocker, Wayne. Okay.
I get for like the ones that get like 300 entries, you know. For sure.
Sick couple of tables coming up after the dinner break. Always worth reminding you all not to threat. It won't be a 45-minute break because we have the power of TV production. We can splice that delay down. So just going to be a standard break for us here in the booth.
$9.30 behind. Should be more.
Hello, Ace King. Time to re-raise. Perhaps just all in, unless you feel like you can induce action. Although you're not really looking to induce action too much at this stage, 5 from the money, so let's just rip it in and try to close this one out.
Sorry, how much do you have? It's like...
I looked in the Triton app, actually, I didn't count.
Because that works too.
You just stack them in 20s out.
Yeah. I was
Tens.
sorry.
New deck, please. Table 1.
Not in 13s. I said like around 900 behind, and it was 900.
So you're both with a bit of an eye roll there.
That far away on the white edges, like 3 dots. It's not an ace, but
wow, it's a king. Open with the rejam. Zubov still very comfy after that monster pot blind v blind where he had the queens, and Texas Mike 4-bet jam, king 3-0, running into the queens. Zubov holding with the queens and doubling.
Sometimes you believe. Sometimes the beliefs are wrong.
Man, that red table is sick. Fedor, Mosborg, Adams, Ossie, Ibinger, Kenny, KT. Everywhere we look, star-studded affair.
Slip the Ace King over to Vieira.
So again, for those of you with sharp ears, hearing the floor announce the 45-minute dinner break, that's not going to be the case. We're going to cut that down. It's just going to be a standard break here in the booth. Vieira opening up front. Ace King O is going to face some resistance from Muller, who will defend the big. Jack 8 of hearts. See two of the biggest stacks at this table. Tango once more.
Not in between hands. Not in between hands.
What's that?
Not in between hands usually. Oh.
All right, top pair for Muller. Out flopping Vieira.
$165K out there. Ace, king, no spades, no clubs. But significant range advantage. Does fire out a C-bet, 55K.
You're also not expecting the big blind to have that many deuce or 3x, even though they're supposed to have a little bit more of that, just given, you know, it's the bottom end of the deck. Not much of a kicker for the jack. Should slide this one into defensive mode.
That's a fun turn card in the sense that it could get Vieira to start tripling this one off. 2-7-5 out there. Can really lean into the fact that he has aces, kings, queens, jacks in his range. Muller should never have any of those. Maybe jacks at a low frequency.
It's also nice that the queen overcards the rest of the board. Makes it more difficult for Muller to just call down.
190.
190.
There it is. Vieira showing why he's such a tough and fearsome competitor. One of the most successful online players of all time. #1 on Portugal's all-time money list.
No, Jack 8, it unblocks a lot of these straight draws that would multi-barrel like Ace King. King 10, Ace 10. 10-9. I like this call from Muller. The river, though, is the fun part.
Muller is no slouch. He knows exactly what frequencies he should be defending with. 6-5-5 in the middle. And the jack of clubs, improving Muller to trips.
It's also the card that slows things down. And Vieira is unlikely to triple barrel off because he's not expected to bet mini Jack X on the turn. That Jack X is going to rate to improve the big blind check call range. Maybe Muller just leads, realizing that Vieira is rarely going to value bet himself or bluff at it.
Throwing out a time extension chip before making a decision, Randy. Not something we see that often, but perhaps the reason being that this is a river where Muller would ponder over a lead as both a bluff and, as we can see here, for value. Looks like 75% pot. A little bit less.
2/3?
Yeah. 400 into 655,000.
I love this lead, though. Just so that Queen X don't just snap check it back against you.
We saw Vieira in a similar spot earlier on against Zubov, where he used 5 time banks, inflicting the call with Queen High. Is he going to call here with Ace King? All the straight draws bricking, 4-5, spades bricking. No, lets it go. Doesn't waste too much time this time round. Muller up to 2.5 million. He's going to be heading into dinner break. 3rd in chips overall. And how about it? We're going into dinner break, Randy. 4 off the money. It's fade or halt. chip leading the entire field. Alexander Zubov second in chips. Samuel Muller, as we just saw him win that pot just before break, third in chips. Rounding out the top three, some huge names left in the field. 4 off the money, as I mentioned. Min cash over 160,000. Really fun frame that, Randy. We saw some people just leaning into the fact that we're closing in on that money bubble, and it's something we always anticipate here. It's like, okay, who is really going to just get after it and try and build up a stack? And I have to point out, it seemed like Fedor was the man, and no surprise to see him finishing, heading into dinner break as the top dog.
Yeah, and we've also seen a lot of these shorter stacks, you know, them kind of going for it, trying to maintain their stack, put himself in a situation to slide into the right side of the money. But I just can't overlook the fact that, you know, Texas Mike, of course, made that big move with the King 3, and
brutal.
He's gone. But we are 35 remaining, top 31 pay.
Yeah. 8-minute break for the viewers. I'm going to be stepping out. Ali Najjar's going to be stepping in and going through this field, because once Ali gets to look at this top 10, it's going to be, I mean, look, you don't want to miss the next frame, ladies and gents. See you guys in 8 minutes' time.
All in. Call.
Shoving in. Look at Paulie V.
Oh boy.
Do we go 3 ways?
Of course we do.
Tolerant's only got 1-7 remaining.
Good news for Tolerant is that he covers Paulie V by a considerable margin. So if he could win the side pot by just holding with the 7s against Muller. So Paulie V's jam is for 11 bigs. Tolerant's is for 25. Sorry, 24.
I'm out. I'm out. I'm out. It's enough
JK is
action for me.
Jason's going to get out of there.
I'm out.
Paulie V seeing monsters under the bed, asking if Muller's got aces. Got a huge flip here.
Bruh.
Thanks, dude.
What do you think, Randy? Ace King or Queens? Or does the Case 7 come for it all?
I kind of like an Ace King right now. I don't know why.
Yeah,
you know,
okay.
Ace King gets the 2 pairs, you
Yeah.
just get them dead.
Shower 2 players. Okay.
Yeah. We'll see. Ready to come. I see an ace. And no queen or 7 to follow.
Queen or a 7 needed for Paulie or Tolerine, respectively. Otherwise, Muller's going to score a double KO, and he's going to be playing 1.5 mil. 1.5 million it is. As the young Austrian superstar surges up the chip counts to 1.7 million, eliminating 2 very tough players in the process. Back over here, 8s for Mosbach. 1 card away from showering the 2-time Triton champ Peter Aerts, who's looking for an ace or a jack. Doesn't find it. It's non-stop, back and forth, Randy, with these all-ins. What is going on?
And let's finish this walk-away sequence for Paulie V.
Looks like he's going to grab some food. You know,
Okay.
it's got the dinner order in.
You
Had
joining
plans
him?
of sticking around.
Is Tolerant going to join Paulie V, or is he going to take his own
Yeah,
table?
Why not? Go get some food in, hit the gym. Well,
Thank you.
just like that,
They do? Okay.
we're now down to 50 players. We're 19 off the money. Justin Bonomo is the tournament chip leader with 2.4 million. Fedor's in second. Makita is in third.
Same thing with Paul.
No, tolerating heat. I give a shout out to Henry Kilbane.
Thank you, man.
You like that?
Thanks, pal.
Can you reciprocate?
I mean, now that you've asked, how do you not? I would have found it a lot easier. No, but of course, I mean, it's always a pleasure, mate. Love doing commentary with the likes of you, Brian, Ali. You know, Brian needs to be reeled in every now and then. You know, you let him loose. You get him fighting against the YouTube chat. You know, the wheels come off.
Look.
It's like a shouting match. You got Brian with the mic and 10,000 viewers with the keyboards, and it's just a vicious combination. It's pretty brutal.
I take the keyboards.
Oh man, look! Shout out to the viewers because they held their own against Rasty. As Osmos 3 bets, happy to get it in against Maui's 10 bigs. Maui might even have a raise fold here, you know.
It's not easy. He's putting 2 of 10 big blinds pre-flop, but he's getting 3-bet when he raised from UTG, so Osmos isn't just messing around with baby aces in this spot. As long as there's enough pocket pairs or these king queens, then he can continue. Be a nice find though. He is a 10% favorite against king queen.
No, 750. This was 5.
I mean, Osmos has found the right hand to do it against. Really putting Leonard in the blender.
Seems like Leonard's like right on the cusp. Ace Jack, he's already in there. Ace 10 is the line.
Yeah, it is. It doesn't get cuspier than this.
How many did I use?
Ace 10 suited to get in. Ace Jack offsuits are getting. Ace 10 is very opponent dependent. There's the jam. Finally finds it. He's going to get the good news. I mean, I say good news. 60-40. Osmos is diamonds alive, as are the king and queens. That was a painful one, though. He burnt for a couple of time banks. Back up to 21 bigs. Seems like Fadal's over at this table. So asking Leonard if he's got the ace 10. He does indeed. Jack 7-6. The German still.
I only could see this first one. I hate that. Tell me what's going on with me. What's coming next?
Probably a
10.
10 of diamonds.
10 of diamonds. Sure. Then another 10.
How about the king of hearts?
With a queen is an option I learned.
Osmos with 86% of the equity. One card to come. Leonard looking for an ace or a queen to stay alive.
Okay.
Oh, he's going for the prepay, Randy.
Yeah,
GG, sir.
He's done.
Jack on the river. He did find the right jam after Osmos applied max pressure pre-flop, but the deck had other plans for him.
And welcome back to continuing coverage of day 2 of the Triton main event from right here at the Atlantis Resort, Paradise Island, the Bahamas. Ali Najad back in the saddle for Henry Kilbane. Randy Lou still with you here, marching toward the money bubble. Just 4 places separate us from that moment in time as 31 will be paid. Let's get a quick glance inside the Triton Poker Plus app, if we will, at the payouts. The minimum, $160,000. And then, as per usual, we keep the payout bands flat. That keeps the pace of play brisk. Nobody grinding over a little pay jump and whatnot. And the bands, 4 strong as you scroll all the way up. And eventually, brace for it. I know it gets a little weird looking on your screen, but $3.85 million at the top. So just a couple of minutes left before we get back to play. Chip leader right now, Fedor Holtz, Randy, and we've seen this site before.
We've seen this more than once.
Yeah.
More than twice. Many, many times. And once again, main event, deep run, 100K. He's a massive chip leader. He's got 3.3 million chips. Second place only has 2.6 million. You know, Fedor, he's not one to make it easy for you.
Listen, I want to just point out that at our last festival in Monte Carlo, Fedor rounded things out with a 14th place finish in 125K main. So that's a very deep run there. That was good for $298,000. Then in the 150K 8 max, the man made the podium for 1.9 and change. Very much on form in spite of course, the Triton Million Invitational failing to cash there. 17 million plus in career Triton earnings. 4-time title winner, making a run at number 5 here, not unlike he did on those 2 last occasions back in Monaco. Down toward the bottom of the chip counts, regrettably, we do need to point out that Alexander Linsky has that honor, if we can call it that, and 2 others have fewer than 10 big blinds. Philip Sternheimer, playing under the Union Jack, and Artur Martirosyan, the Russian, 325K. In terms of what we've observed thus far from our feature tables, Randy, who's the guy to watch for you? Who's the one that's raised your eyebrows?
I mean, you know, there was such an insane hand earlier that you missed where Texas Mike had just 4-bet ripped and he's out with King 3 offsuit. You heard about that?
I saw him on the way out the door, yep.
So it's hard to remember, you know, which players have really been standing out. But Muller's been playing quite a strong game, and he's very healthy currently in third.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned Muller because he, not unlike Fedor, not unlike Matthias Eibinger, hails from that think tank region of Europe called Vienna, where so much of poker's thought, you know, provoking kind of bleeding edge stuff is taking place. So, back into where it's all taking place. Triton Main, brought to you by GG Poker. Oh, drop the beat, yes. You know I'm here for this.
You know, it's that time. We're going to pay out a lot of money soon.
There's going to be 4 unhappy campers between now and then, though, Randy. As there are in every tournament, the bubble lists. Get a peek here at the chip leader to the left of Mosbach, to the right of Tim Adams. Eibinger at the table with him, so some meta to be explored there. Not to be overlooked, of course, the presence of Bryn Kenny. As you see the chip count on Mosbach, 42 big, something he can operate with. Kenny, when it comes to the big stuff, you know, he's here. No doubt, as is Kanapong Tanaratakul, KT. What's Kenny working with? 780, 20 bigs. All right. Serviceable. KT grinding the Triton Poker Plus app to see what's what on the backside of the break.
Now's the time to do so.
Just a total of 5 tables remaining out there. Here's a look at another one. Javiera and company. You got Minko Muller, aforementioned there, alongside Jason Kuhn. Zarzubov, Orpin at that one as well. 2 of our outers. And there's a look at the 3 feature table chip counts. Blinds 20 and 40,000 with a 40K big blind ante. A total of 100K in orbit, the price of poker at present. Dimitar Donchev, he emerged as a force earlier here today, now sits 7th overall, chip leader at red. Mikita Badzikowski, he was down toward the bottom of the chip counts at one point, has spun it back up to 2.5 million, good for 4th overall, 62 bigs. And Stephen Chidwick in the top slot over at the gold table, his stack good for 6th overall. Cards back in the air, 35 remaining. Wai Kin Yong, pocket 8s. Clicks it. Sternheimer needs to get something going sooner than later. Queen Deuce isn't going to be the one.
Yeah, for me, this is the table to watch. You know, we've got Bodzikowski, Adamo, Justin Bonomo, Daniel Dvoris, all with healthy stacks. So I want to see how they maneuver this close to the money. We know what Pocket Kings are going to do off of that stack.
They're definitely not flatting, I would imagine. Especially when we got just 195 back. Sailing in there is Linsky. Wykin, snap, call, can well afford to make it, but unfortunately for him, this 530 is leaning the opposite direction. Just 18% of the time will Linsky get showered in this spot and bring us closer to the bubble. All other occasions, he's going to find the double. Oh my goodness. The 8 right in the window for the gut punch, and the only kind of artwork that doesn't help these kings beside it.
Ouch.
No mercy on the turn. Can he find his 2-outer on the river? No. No cowboy, no joy. And no more Alexander Linsky.
Yes, please. Yes.
That one really hurts, and this is his Triton debut.
First ever Triton event. Wasn't a part of the Invitational, and now is no longer a part of the main.
Feel bad for him?
No, it's going to be 7-7-7-6. It's going to be one table's going to be 6-handed, right? We're down at 34.
Seems like we're down to 33, maybe.
But yeah, either way, we gotta have a 6-handed.
Well, while some administrative things get underway, we take a moment for a few of our own involving the world's largest online poker room. Of course, the force behind the World Series of Poker these days, GG Poker, looking to offer you a free $50 ticket to the Weekender. All you got to do as a new player is deposit $20 into an account, and when you sign up, use Triton_2024 as your promo code. Get yourself 2.5x ROI on that 20.
Yeah, if and only if.
Is this going to be one of those quick bubbles once again?
We've seen some really snappy paths to the money throughout the course of history at the Triton Super High Roller Series.
We had that happen just the other day in the Triton Million. We lost
Yeah.
Feldman.
Yeah.
Just like that.
He was trying to forget that, Randy, but, you know, I'm sure he appreciates you reminding him.
What about the ones in Monte Carlo, you know, Ole Shemion? He busted too.
Oh, that was wild. Who was the other one that played a big pot near the bubble?
There was another.
Was it Ponikov's?
Let's not remind them.
Oh, yeah, look at you flipping the script on me. As Bonomo is 6-7 of diamonds, we'll flip the raise button on, taking it to 80,000. No takers for Bonomo. Right there at the top.
Makita, what brand is that sweatshirt?
All-time money list.
Boris, it's a brand of my friend, but I'm not sure they produce in new clothing.
Did Nikita just say that Urban Boris
I mean,
is no longer producing?
Collection. If you will be curious, I could send you the link.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind looking at it.
New clothing?
You mean Bonomo?
I was mostly curious about the
Pikachu
logo
outfits
because I just
coming?
didn't recognize it. Not that I'm great at that kind of stuff.
Pikomo?
Pikomo?
That's the best I could come up with.
Is that the hybrid of Pikachu and Bonomo?
Yes. You don't seem pleased or amused.
You know, I don't think it was your best effort. Randy.
All right, you try better,
No,
man.
no, but here's the thing. Sometimes we don't need to try.
Oh, this is going to be a long frame for me.
Listen, it was a long ride down the lazy river not that long ago.
Don't tell me about that. That was rough. Not lazy at all.
I didn't think we were going to have to take our shirts off for work this trip,
That's
and yet
brutal.
there
Someone
we were.
still in the tournament is so short that it just rounds down to 0 BBs.
Oh, that is pretty brutal.
I think we've seen that before, actually.
Yeah, we have. We have.
No, but
A
it happens
dominator.
pretty often. Like if you
The Razor
leave
Pre
check
with the
back and
ace-9.
get
Wykin,
For sure,
understandable
it's just kind
defense
of
with
brutal
king
to
6
be on the
suited.
board is 0 big blinds.
Once it turns negative, you got a problem.
It's always fun watching a Dominator. It's very methodical in his bet sizings. Takes his time. Gonna sprinkle in something. This ace-9 off.
Paired flops obviously encourage such behavior.
Just 40K. Not gonna check Wykin Yong. Hangs in there with king 6 suited. Backdoor spades. King high potential.
Take all that backdoor potential off the board. After the call of 40K, once more, Wykin checks. Bonomo among those guys who definitely has the multi-barrel in him.
I don't think Adamo can get a better hand to fold right now. An ace-9 still showdowns very well against ace-highs that are worse than king-high. I don't think he really needs to bet this one and open the door. Check we go. Oh, and the 6 comes in for Wykin Yong.
Yikes. And you know, bet check line thus far. If I'm Wykin, I might be thinking to myself, I don't want to let an ace-high check back here.
I kind of agree with you. I feel like if my opponent had better than a 6, they would have bet the turn at a high frequency.
Yeah, especially on a board like that that looks so innocent.
And Wykin is expected to check call with floats against a min bet. This is a nice find from Wykin Yong, 105K, trying to bait Adamo to flick in a crying call with ace high. 1/3 pot. It might work because Wykin's probably floating like Queen Jack suited, Jack 10 suited, things like this that feels they need to stab. There you go, Wykin Yong.
Gets 105K of value out of Adamo. And gets curious with the ace high. Flipping back over to the other feature table where we find Paul Pua embroiled. Ace-8 is turned into top 2 here. Path traveled was a limp from Paul. Tom limped as well. Davies with bottom set, though, and a spoonful of medicine. This is a real problem for Paul.
If Davies plays this one fast on the flop and Paul as well, we could see balls out of there. He's playing with 1.6 million, good for 40 big blinds. And I would think that Davies wants to check raise. He does.
260. And man, it does feel like a lot of writing on the wall here. Paul is on the wrong end of the windshield bug equation right about now.
It's so tempting to raise right now. You know, the big blind can have even worse 2 pairs, like ace-5, 8-5. Ace-8 is a monster.
All the little weird gutties, flush draws that are starting to activate here too. You just can scoop up this 260 without further incident, but I wouldn't blame him if he flatted and then maybe pursued something on the turn depending on what rolls off? I mean, options available.
I kind of like it because it's rare for Davies to put in 40 big blinds very bad against ace 8. And also, we're 2 from the money. You have a 40 big blind
900.
stack. Maybe put more chips in if a heart doesn't come in. But
much is it?
900K, re-raise, and Paul is in huge trouble because Davies is going, well, there's so much in there. Let's just get it in now.
Off the cliff, this stack is going for the time being. In absolute free fall and likely to be asked for the rest.
Yeah, it's such a big 3-bet on the flop that Davies has to feel that Paul is just committed.
$805 back. Davies trying not to jump out of his chair. Obviously, there are some worlds in which the set of fives is going to have some problems, but Davies will accept that fate if it is what awaits him in terms of pocket aces, pocket eights.
All in.
There's the all-in.
I pre-flop and misclick.
I still think he gets stacked, though.
You have it. Set. You have it.
Yep.
Set.
And Boss just instantly recognizing he's so good in these spots at understanding what the action creates. He said he misclicked pre-flop, but Seth's just letting him know there was no path to escape in terms of having raised pre-flop. Seth's still going to make the call with the fives. He's still going to flop this set. Paul not drawn dead, though. 4 outs twice. Make it once.
Massive pot. One more card to go.
This is for the chip lead. Which way will it head? To Davies.
All right.
Yeah, I'd like 2.3. I'm marking this spot.
And it is with regret that we bid adieu to our founder,
Didn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Paul Pua. Just taking it on the chin. Now, pocket kings versus queen 9. Sorel Mizzy had the 2 pair. Brewer was on his feet covered and then all of a sudden bailed out on the ace. This one was a click to 80 on the button. Sorel defended. Flopped bottom 2. Check jammed versus the 55K. C-bet from Brewer, and Brewer got it in there thinking, oh no. And then the river left him saying, oh yes.
He got out of his seat at the exact right time to just get that ace.
Yeah,
The
he
counterfeit.
And listen, there's been plenty of occasions on which we've observed that process carried through straight out the door for Chris Brewer. Unfortunately, stretch where he ran just absolutely abysmal.
So, Ali, where are we at? We're 32 remaining.
Is that stone money bubble
Win is
just like
5,000.
that as we lost Pua
Win is 5,000.
and Linsky? What we didn't see was the loss of Bryn Kenny, however. Apparently, he ran 2 queens into 2 kings. Aussie Katola clicked and Bryn 3-bet. Aussie moved all in. And they played a big one for 1.2 ahead. And Bryn actually only had 780, so he was showered as well. And just like that, it is indeed the money bubble. The difference between $0 and $160,000.
But Ali, look at the bottom left. Wayne Young has only got 0 big blinds remaining. Didn't Bono say that earlier?
He did, and I gotta tell you, if you bust before that, man, you ain't doing it right. 5,000. I mean, he needs multiple doubles or triples before even the likes of Sternheimer and Martirosian should have any excuse to get involved in a pot.
Yes, Sternheimer and Martirosian, they might not even look at their cards. They're thinking, look, let Wayne Young bust, and I'm $160,000 richer.
So you're saying right now, if Sternheimer or Martirosian were to look down at 2 aces, unopened pot, open pot, whatever, knowing Wayne Hyung's out there, holding the key, separating you between 160 dimes, it's in the bin.
Aces, okay, not in the bin. Just because of the future game of what that stack could be when you likely double up. But, you know, ace king probably hitting the muck, I'm thinking. Ace queen,
Listen.
you know, tens, jacks.
Without divulging too much with respect to net worth and the like, I'm here to confess. I'm absolute stone cold Nitzilla right now. If I'm Sternheimer and Martirosian, I'm stomping down buildings in Tokyo. I'm breathing hot fire. No way. Aces, you could deal me the Joker of stars, Randy.
2 Joker of stars.
Lunkin. And I would still fold it. I mean, this is, for Wayne Young, this is uncomfortable. This is where you're like, guys, stop staring. Everyone leave me alone. Look somewhere else. Not to, you know, revel in his plight right now. Of course, it's not something lost on him, and there's nothing funny about it when it is such a brutal setup for him. But things are what they are for Wayne Young. Is that him grinding the app in the 1 hole there? I want to say yes.
There you are. There's Wayne.
Yeah. The thing is, you're looking around the time clock, maybe going, how much? Where? Oh. By the way, that track jacket is fire.
Told you, Tommy.
Yeah, but
his stack is not. Yes.
His stack is not fire. He could buy more of this track jacket if he happens to slide into the money. I don't know if he's going to do so.
His stack is smoldering, my friend. His stack is what's left after the fire.
I'm using
Ashes.
those time banks before I'm going down, just saying.
Not a bad idea if we're not on a hand-for-hand situation, but of course I would imagine Vivaldi running a fairly tight ship, direct money bubble.
No, I'm just using them for fun.
And for
I'm not using it for a strategy. Just like, I'm maxed down making this hand.
Wow, Randy, really?
Because I'm going to be guy that's walking away with 0 most likely.
Right. So you're like, I'm getting my money's worth?
My time's worth.
No, but see, the thing is...
But what happens if
time
you
is
happen
money.
to... But what if you run it up? Then you've got no time bank. That's awful.
That is awful. You're not wrong.
So I'm thinking big stacks are going to raise, realizing... And the medium stacks, like King 10 offsuit, certainly a hand you could consider raising. You're not going to raise when Wayne's got nothing.
There's David Coleman. Very talented American player. Ace-5 suited in the hijack.
When's the last time you've seen someone open fold Ace-5 suited that's
It does happen, but yeah, reluctantly you see Coleman just recognizing the scenario, and wow, great decision. As Tom on the button
really
with Ace-King.
Yeah, I think so.
Look at Tom's like, okay, when I open this,
the way I look,
Davies,
the way I act, we're both.
do not re-raise me. Just leave me alone, Davies.
I've been called Timu Timberlake before. Timu? You know what Timu is? Timu is like a shitty, they sell like shit goods, like really cheap
Davies
goods.
complies.
So we're called Timu Timberlake.
Milaker does
Or
as
bootleg-
well.
Bootleg Timberlake. Or
Tom's happy.
it's like they sell like the cheapest shit of all time. Don't buy them from them.
Timu is dust, by the way. I mean, I recognize that maybe I'm showering a potential sponsor somewhere down the line for the Triton Tour, but maybe I'm doing us all a favor because, man, if you ever wondered where to waste money on the internet, like that's a good place.
Temu's the place.
Yeah. It's shady because, like, you'll look at a product on there and you'll think, like, oh, cool. Like, somebody orders a Christmas tree and they think it's like 8 feet tall, but it's 8 inches tall. You know, it's like that kind of scam. Like, definitely recommend just sticking to good old Amazon and the like.
I think Einbinger's checking out Temu right now. It's like,
I guarantee you didn't get that track jacket at Temu.
it would be like the baby size they send you.
It would be
the boss
like,
would be backwards.
Exactly, sob, or like, you know, lowercase or something. There's always something wrong with what you thought you were going to get versus what you get. It's a real sweat when the package from Temu shows up at the door.
Hand for hand, of course, in play. Hence the pause in action.
No, I just had one. I mean, I've been staying awake till like midnight or later.
Eight 6 off. I don't think this is the one.
All right, ace jack. What's the play? 22 big blinds, stacks that cover you behind, and Wayne is the big blind the very next hand. He is going to get involved. He did see Davies just step aside last hand, so maybe he thinks he can get away with this race.
$90,000 if you do.
Look at Davies looking around, and this is where you sweat it if you're Coleman. Just leave me alone one time.
I mean, Seth is the new overall chip leader after showering Pua, dethroning Fedor Holtz by a healthy margin.
Nicely done.
Indeed. All right, one in progress elsewhere. This one involving Adamo and Bads. Ace Jack 7 arrived here by virtue of a Bads button click. Adamo flatted. Swing and a miss in both camps. Adamo's 4 is still best.
You can see Bad's going hard pre-flop, 6-5 offsuit. Everyone knows the situation.
Yeah, I mean, it is a bit non-compliant of Adamo to be flatting the pocket 4s, just given the presence of Wayne with crumbs.
Yeah, but Adamo's always striked me as that player who's willing to just get in there still. Check, check.
Queen on the turn.
Even though Adamo has the best hand, it's going to be very hard for him to win this pot because Makita is going to look for a spot to bet at some point with just 6 high.
Adamo, deliberate, checks. Given that it's hand for hand, nothing about the timing of this is stalling.
No, just how they play. I feel like Bads will go for the river delayed bet.
Running queens.
A lot of targets for Makita. He can attack these small pocket pairs that are definitely exist. It's not unreasonable for Makita to have like a queen X he backed into or an ace high that's just checking down for now, waiting for a river card to go for value.
Adamo does check. That's 0 showdown value. Only 80K invested thus far.
I'd be pretty surprised if he doesn't bet this spot. That's a great opportunity for Adamo just to show down to 2-4s for the winner.
You know, the reaction from Makita after he checks and gets shown 2-4 suggests that he feels like it was a missed opportunity, but not a given that Adamo, no matter what the situation is, by the way, isn't going to just take this hand in a vacuum and decide, it feels like air over there, and call with the 2-4s. So maybe that's part of what dissuaded him. That would be my guess.
It's always that little Adamo factor, like, yeah, he's still going to call me down. Not sure where he's at. Obviously, he's very well balanced.
Adamo is a primal animal out there. This we know.
Katola making another deep run in our big buy-ins. 2.5 million chip stack is healthy.
Listen, Randy, I don't want to put Katola on blast per se. But what I will offer those of you who are just getting familiar with this lad is that he's involved in the online casino business. He developed a CSGO skin of some sort that would allow people to wager against one another on that platform. And obviously has amassed tremendous wealth through that process. And he's been taking big chunks of that wealth and playing 7-figure sit-and-goes with some folks, both in Dubai and even out here in the back rooms at Triton. So keep your eye on Aussie Katola. He may mess around and ruin some people.
He messed around and ruined people in Monte Carlo. So, yeah, I think he certainly could be doing that here in Atlantis as well.
That's not the right way to talk about the elves.
No,
Randy.
not the elves.
Oh, he didn't ruin the elves.
No, the elves are fine. Talking about when he 4-bet rip under the gun with 7 deuce off of 40 bigs. But let's take a look at this outer table action. Looks like it was a little tiny pot.
Can we get back?
Look
can we
who's
get back
collecting.
to the elves?
But look who's collecting.
It's not an elf.
Fedor's not an elf. Yeah, Fedor's not an elf. I know.
Listen, you know, elves are in the giving spirit. Fedor's in the taking spirit. Second in chips, though, behind Davies. Trying to keep pace. See, it feels better to be able to say elves because they were in costume. Because I confess, Randy, that I'm not really sure what the right way to describe a little person is now. Producer James suggesting it's just that, a little person. Because, you know, there's been a lot of... Anyway, we don't need to worry about these things. And Wayne Young may not need to worry about busting just yet, as he's got his ace-king in a good way here. In the big blind, forced all in. Donchev says, yeah. Ibinger would just need so much hand to decide to hop in here. An 8-3 off is bottom of range. So he's going to chuck it. And on their backs they go. Donchev will be a bit surprised that Wayne is waking up with so much hand here.
Kind of feels like there's a lot of the room rooting against Wayne in this hand. Mainly the short stacks. Heavy favorite.
15,000 in the middle.
Before we go to that, let's check out Foxen versus Chidwick.
Two-way straight draw for Foxen here. Action checked over to him pre-flop. He made it 80. Chidwick called with King-Jack from the small.
Yeah, Foxen raised 8-7 offsuit in the cutoff off of 1.6 million. Takes the free card.
Three of spades doesn't help him.
Chidwick defended the small of King Jack off. Should be just looking to check, I would think. Not too much for him. Foxen's got to look for an opportunity to steal. Open-ended straight draw. Very weak line from Chidwick so far. Can really attack high cards unpaired.
The poker's going to read and vibe largely honest right about now. Just given Wayne Hyung's presence with fumes on the direct bubble. But a little bit of dishonesty here from Foxen in response. So he bets 160. Chidwick bowing out.
15 or more. No end. I'm thinking what is better.
Earphones out.
Hold it now from the start position.
Is that something Foxen does when he's in a pot? Go to the earphones? I don't remember that.
I don't know, but they just requested him to take it out.
Mia.
Wayne Hyung is requesting no 9, please.
Feels easy enough.
He's smiling.
Guess who the whole field's rooting for? Doesn't start with a W.
Go Dimitar, says the short stacks out there.
In particular, but this flop doesn't help Donchev. Wayne, by the way, isn't exactly going to be jumping for joy, even if he finds what effectively is a triple up here. Oh, gut shot straight draw, so add 6s to the cards Wayne does not want to see, which was just 9s before that point. Can he hold? Yeah. Ace King. Now you has 3 chips.
And the worst part for him is he's forced all in very next hand again. He can't even just fold and get a full round of hands, you know?
This small, by the way.
Yeah, that's hard to do.
It really is. Ben Heath in the Million Invitational had half a small blind, was it?
He did, and he turned into, what, $4 million extra dollars?
Yeah, he did.
It's possible to run it up.
He finished in 2nd overall. And we're not finished, pointing you toward GG Poker, the world's largest online poker room, home of the Weekender. You can score a free $50 ticket to it. All you got to do as a new player is sign up using promo code Triton_2024, deposit $20, and you're going to get yourself 2.5x ROI instantly. What could be better? Head over to GG Poker today. Ace-2 suited way above average holding here for Wayne. Now let's see David Coleman in the big blind. Ace-9. There's not a way in which Wayne is going to get him off his hand. Davies with a couple of 6s in the boss stack.
Yeah, this is actually going to be kind of interesting because Davies is clearly looking open. He might even rip it, depending on the stacks behind him. And maybe Coleman steps away where the ace-deuce is now live again.
90K. This is just an open from Davies. I know it says 3-bet. Coleman can simply step aside if he wishes and then force Wayne Hyung into a spin. Even with a triple, Wayne would be left with just 45,000, and that's exactly what he does. Not because he thinks that ace-9 doesn't have merit there, but just the situation.
So yeah, that really worked out that Davies opened, and now he can get it heads up.
Yeah, it's actually a better situation for Wayne than it likely would have been. Although I guess he has 3 outs to a 9.
Yeah, true.
Or to a deuce versus the ace-9. Instead here now he just has 2 outs to the ace for the time being. Meanwhile, action elsewhere. Makita, 8-5 suited, getting frisky. Queen 5 suited, getting sticky. Dominating is DeVoris as he digs in, pot up to 220. Ace, king, deuce.
No surprise Makita's got such a wide range. We saw him raise 6-5 offsuit earlier on the button, now +2, 8-5 suited. His type of board. Backdoor diamonds working. Little backdoor wheel action as well.
110.
$110 the C bet. And Bads muscling DeVoris. Granted, Queen High was never really interested on that particular texture. Now, on their backs they will go.
Us middling stack were like buttering him up, and I was just like,
85K pot. This is an opportunity to 6x for Wayne after tripling moments ago.
This is the important one.
Still just be 85, which is only a couple of blinds, but critical. And obviously he's a dog heading to the flop with just 34% equity. Oh, he finds aces up. Seth not hiding his emotions. Drawn live.
Look, Seth doesn't mind if Wayne doubles up when he's got 4 million in chips and you just steal relentlessly.
Note, by the way, that even if the ace-9 had been the hand that Wayne was up against, he would still be good, as he is all the way down. And I think he's getting a little photojournalism on here with an update to his crew.
who's the winner here? Not everybody else. Who's the real winner here?
I don't think Sternheimer is very happy at the moment with these 2 double ups from Wayne.
Well, that's because he's the second shortest stack in the field, right?
He's only got 5 big blinds, 205,000. Wayne's got 85K. Mitzi's got 350K, and Steven Song 10 big blinds for 405,000.
I mean, Phillips just got to be thinking, how on earth?
And what's worse? Wayne Hyung gets a full orbit of hands because he's on the button now.
It's a great point. So he has afforded a tremendous amount of patience. Sternheimer sitting just 205,000 with every orbit costing 100K could very well find himself down in Wayne's neck of the woods if something doesn't happen soon for him.
Dimitar raising 9-6 suited in the hijack.
Well, he's got a deep enough stack to make such choices. Number 11 overall, 44 bigs. Ace-10 here for Coleman.
I guess Coleman's just out. I mean, it's a hand I can definitely play, but at this stage, how can we? Curious to see how Adams approaches ace-3 suited. He's in the big blind. Gets to close it.
.220 in the middle after the defense. No club on board. Adams swing and a miss. Same story for Donchev, of course. Not exactly the flop he had in mind.
But Donchev is the pre-flop raiser with the chip advantage. He's going to expect Adams to play extremely straightforward. Even against this 55K bet, he's not expecting backdoor floats. Easy game.
Sometimes very much so. C-bet and take there for Dimitar. Taking a peek at his Triton resume quickly in the app. 3.2 million plus. In career Triton earnings, 12 cashes, 1 Triton title. When you consider some of the greats who have been pursuing that accolade for as long as they have, looking at Ike Haxton, of course, Alex Ponikovs, you realize, man, that's a lot of run good. Happened in Jeju earlier this year in the 40K mystery bounty. He picked up 804,000 and then another 540 on top of that in bounties.
Seth.
Did
Seth
Dimitar.
Pellegrino? Anybody else? Friendly chip hitter. Super friendly chip hitter. Classy guy. Yeah. Doesn't, every time you open, doesn't tank down the last second. Give you straight
Thomas Mulacher patiently waiting along with the rest of the field. You know, recently we've seen Jason Kuhn and Seth Davies in particular throwing a football around during times like this. It's been tweeted in social media. They've taken to getting in a little physical exercise when they're otherwise sitting on their behinds for hours on end, as is the case when you're playing poker for days.
Usually they're bigger than this.
On days.
Can you imagine me and you throwing a football back and forth? We'd be hitting players.
What do you mean we, Randy? I'm going to put it right where it needs to be. And then you might fumble.
So you think it's on me?
I might actually throw it to where you run directly into a table. I'm like, go long, Randy. And then,
It's like, oh, just smash into Patrick and Tony's and all his pork chops.
I promise you'd bounce right off Patrick, Randy. You're not going to take him out. Pocket queens. Nikita under the gun, 2.6 deep. Not supposed to be looking for trouble with Wayne Hyung out there elsewhere in the field, but here he is.
Yeah, Bads, of course, has been opening much worse as of late. Aussie Kotola, 5-3 suited. You know, he is reaching for more.
Oh, my. This is where the friskiness can get you into trouble. Bad timing from Kotola. TBD how Bads wants to react because, again, he's not looking to play some hugely inflated pot. These guys similar in stack depth coming into this one.
You know, my first hunch is that he's going to flatten this spot because they have very similar stacks.
Right.
If Bads was able to get it in, just flipping against Ace King, that's a disaster. You know, with the Wayne Hyung around. I like flatten this spot. Obviously, it's nice to retain 5-3 of hearts. He doesn't know that, but he's looking to play conservatively with 2 queens right now.
So, as you suspected, the queen's flat, and they look up at an ace, a 4 alongside, giving Kotola a wheel gutty. No heart on board. Bads. Checks.
You know, this is a good flop for 5-3. There's not many good flops, but having a wheel draw and an ace-high board texture is nice. It does go check-check.
You surprised by that from Aussie?
I am, but I'm also surprised he's 3-betting 5-3 suited, so it's hard to get in his head on where he's, you know, going to approach and find the bluffs on later streets. I'll tell you this, Katolla's not looking to just check this one down. He will bet at some point, but it's actually Makita that's betting. Just 100K.
So leading out just north of the minimum. Maybe suspecting that smaller pairs are what Katolla's working with. As we can see, far from it.
He's expecting Katolla not to bluff raise him or float him, I suppose. I don't really know if Katolla's that kind of guy. Here's the call. I think it's kind of unclear where Makita's at the moment. Good river card from Makita. Maybe he blocks once more against Jack X. It's always so risky to block against a guy like Katolla who could just come out raising all of a sudden. Ultimate block.
60K. 1.5 bigs. Downsizing from the 100K that was called on the turn by Ossi.
It's going to be very hard for Katolla to raise to a size that gets 2 queens down. It would need to be very big.
425.
He's raising it up to 425,000 here. Obviously no showdown value, and this cutesy sizing may land Makita in trouble. Let's go over it. Bads clicked under the gun to 80. Ossi made it 210. Bads called. Ace-9-4 board. The pre-flop 3-better Katolla checked back. Flatted the 100 on the turn, and now suddenly activates.
I hope you don't have a kings.
After the ace river. Bad saying, I hope you don't have kings.
Oh, well.
I think he's going to side call this in this spot.
What do you want me to do?
Oh, he's going to speech play his way through it, though.
You have to convince me to pay you.
Those queens don't feel
How many?
like 2 cards that are headed somewhere other than the muck right now, just the way in which Bads is shuffling them up.
Nothing I can beat.
Except 2 random cards, but you might have them, right?
Yes, Bads. Yes, he might. Is the best hand. Muck bound.
Every time I look at this card, they're not getting any better. With this CRM block. How many I used? 2 more? That's the last one.
She's not going to hold you to that. What's he going to do, chat?
Very last one. No.
Call or fold? What would you do?
Boom, 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 boom. 425. Okay.
Random bluff, gonna be shown.
Oh.
Or mucked.
You know, credit Bads. He ripped through time banks there, was really feeling the discomfort. Credit to Ossie as well for putting him in that spot. Felt like it could have gone either way, but in the end, the way that it went is with Bads calling with the best hand, catching Ossie with his hand in the cookie jar.
I was nervous, Ollie. The way he was shuffling and holding those cards looked like they were hitting the muck, especially with that many time banks.
Well, if you want to be put in the blender like that, sign up at GG Poker, where you're going to have all kinds of button clickers doing all kinds of things. Sign up today with a new account. Use the promo code Triton_2024. Deposit $20 and get yourself a free $50 ticket to the Weekender. It all happens at the world's largest online poker room, GG Poker.
That was a fun hand.
You know what? Fun is an interesting choice of adjectives because it couldn't have been fun for Katola to have to sweat it out where he's just begging for Mikita to fold his hand. It felt so much like the way the queens were just getting mixed together. They were just going to get slammed into the bin. And then all of a sudden, Bads. Wonder whether or not some of that speech play, even though he didn't engage Katola, there were some reactions, skewed him more toward the call side of the spectrum. Whatever it was very, very well served. As Katola slips down to 1.8 million and Bads moves to 3.4. That's good for third overall. Well, for Katola, he is 10th of the 32 remaining.
Man, Starnheimer down to 105,000,
Yes.
just ate the blinds.
Sorry? 3 blue stacks. 3 blue stacks.
Yeah, like 1.8.
Makita might get involved with Jack 4 offsuit. It's not the hand you usually would defend, but he will get the opportunity to see turns and rivers more often with the bigger stack and not just defend. He's going to 3-bet.
A little chin check here of Waikin Yong as Makita reminding him that this is inappropriate behavior from the button when I've got a bigger stack in this big blind. Jack 4 offsuit, irrelevant. This is all situational from Bads.
It's a reason why they say Makita's one of the best. Situational player.
Flipping back over to Fedor Holtz, involved in one here. Nestled between Kuhn and Song. He was a min raiser on the button. Alexander Zubov defended. Ace Queen 4 was the flop. Zubov check called a 65K c-bet. On the turn now, it has gone check, check. River pairs the board. Actually puts trips on the board. So we go from 2 queens to 3 queens. Ace and a 4. 2 diamonds on the flop. That didn't get there.
Zubov now reaching for chips. Looking to value bet. See?
$225,000. The bet here.
It's a healthy bet. It's also a board texture where Fedor does have an ace a decent amount. See bet flop, check back turn when the board pairs the queen. Of course, he could have random air just given how many chips he's got, raising light on the button. We just never really see him raise as played.
Fedor laying it down. Unclear what the holdings were, but Zubov trying to represent. Maybe an ace-X that defended. Played it conservatively up until that point. Back over to the other table. The scene of the crime. I'll see Katola out of line moments ago. Not the case for Bonomo. Ace 4 suited. Min raise open. Katola out of the way. Divorce. Suited queen.
That crime was solved by policeman Makita.
Yeah, it was. Officer Bads.
Detective.
See, I know why you say detective, because the Pikachu hoodie, right? Yeah. I knew it. I'm in your head now. Randall.
Stay out of it.
Ace King. Makita not going to be staying out of anything. Third scoop inbound. This is a bonus box of Raisin Bran. Because you remember Raisin Bran was 2 scoops. Did you do Raisin Bran? What was your
I know what
cereal?
Raisin Bran, but no one
You didn't
ate
do Raisin
that.
Bran. Yeah. What? Someone ate it.
That was the healthier
Right here.
options. You know? What about the Cheerio? Not Cheerio.
No, Cheerios wasn't even that bad. You were
Trix?
like eating Fruit Loops and Tricks and like all that toxic. Okay, I'm not
Count
judging.
Chocula, whatever that one was called.
Wow. That, yeah. Cookie Crisp was pretty good.
I do like that one. Don't like this spot, though, for Bonomo.
No. 240 more.
But Bozikowski's frequency is outrageously high as of
600?
late. And I do not fault Bonomo for 4-betting. You're expecting Bozikowski to just lay it down. Bad timing.
4 scoops.
5 scoops.
Yep. Whoopsie. Solver bait getting us in trouble here. 600 of 2.1 is going to get polished off, and the 4-letter expletive is warranted in that spot.
Is that how it works?
Yeah,
Oh,
it can't
blue?
be reds.
Okay.
Bad's surging here late.
It's hand for hand, so
Playing
20
great.
seconds free.
Oh, I didn't realize that. Okay. Makes sense.
Now then, elsewhere in the room, we find one in progress. Jack high flop. This was a 3-way affair involving Wayne, who actually min-raised 80 of his 85 with this ace-10. Coleman called. Thomas took a shot as well. Note that ace-10 high is good at present. So not only one, but 2 rounds of checks, and then a disastrous queen on the river as Coleman makes top pair.
If Wayne could have just held on. But you know, he still has 5K back. It's not over because if no chips fly in,
you know,
bubble still goes on and he's back to where he was.
I was just going to say, he spun 5 up to 85 already. So it's not like it'll be unfamiliar territory. But look at the lay here. I mean, Coleman's going to bet this, I would assume.
Yes, I would assume so.
Okay, and now all of a sudden you're looking up and going, the pot's laying me 300,000, 305,000, and all I got to do is put in 5. You see, I'm just thinking, this is the craziest spot ever. What do you want me to do? Come on.
Lays it down correctly, and life is still there for Wayne Hyung. I'm for this.
Now, you know, in terms of a binary life, yes, currently vital signs are there, but they're pretty faint, Randy. You know, this is 0 bigs.
Once again, he's been brought back to life once. It can happen again. He's got good doctors, right?
I mean, They definitely defibrillated him on 2 other occasions to restart his heart.
You know, Sternheimer's thinking, really, buddy? I'm grinding down. You have 5K
listen.
again?
Philip is quietly boiling over this Wayne Young resiliency right now. He's like, did you ever see Forgetting Sarah Marshall, Randy? I already know the answer to this question, by the way, because it's a movie.
Go on. Because it's a
Just say no so everybody
No,
out there
go
understands that
ahead.
you live in a cave.
Okay, go ahead.
Say it.
No.
Wayne just bet every chip
No
except
what,
for one
Randy?
again.
No, I haven't seen it, Ollie. So
You haven't seen what, Randy?
I haven't seen Forgetting Marshall something. I don't know.
Well, if you
Well,
had
he
seen it,
wasn't-
you would know that Jason Segel's character was
He wasn't under
producing
the gun.
like a Dracula opera at one point.
Count
And
Chocula, got it.
yeah,
Go
but
ahead.
he
Key, okay, you know, as you were, the key line during this opera, as I recall
If he
it,
goes all in under the gun or waits till the big
went
blind.
a little something like this. Die,
He gets the ante.
That's right.
die,
Ooh,
die,
good teacher.
which is what Wayne Young is refusing to do right now. What's going on here?
Well, I see chips in front of Zubov. That's a lot of chips, actually.
Yeah, it's 300,000 in total as he 3-bets Fedor, who opened to 80.
Anybody? All this folding, dry you up.
Kuhn running waters out there saying all this folding will dry you up. Fedor's like, I'm in the middle of something. I confess, you know, it's a little bit unanticipated to see some of these stacks that are covered, no less, showing resistance versus their covering colleagues.
But what if he just has the goods?
He could just have the goods, you're right.
You know, aces, kings.
But I'm going to say this, though, man. There's quite a few characters out here in this field that embrace moments such as this and look at them through a very different lens, where they're like, I know what's going on here.
He said he doesn't know how to choose anymore.
And I'm going to take my chances that I'm going to be able to get away with some things.
Like Bonomo, when he 4-bet the ace-4 suited.
Obviously, it didn't work out so well for him, but it will work out quite well for you if you make the choice to head to the world's largest online poker room and sign up for a new account. Use the promo code Triton_2024. Put $20 in there. Get a free $50 ticket to the Weekender. What could be easier? Do it today over at GG Poker. I've done a lot of things on stream. I don't think I've ever actually gone into an opera, Randy, as I did moments ago. I'm wondering if that was maybe too much. Don't answer.
Too much for me. Too much for plenty of the chat.
Movies are too much for you.
Sigh.
Sigh. Sigh.
King, queen.
$80 to go, says Bads.
Bonomo want to fight again. King 6 of clubs. You like how they look at the other tables? They're just seeing, is there some all-in call? And isn't? Now he makes the call.
So we're going to see a flop here. Bonomo dominated with that suited king. 220 in the middle. And a 6 finds its way to the board, giving Justin the advantage.
I mean, Justin is standing up mid-hand looking both ways just to make sure there isn't someone all in, and maybe it changes the way he approaches this hand.
Bonomo checking over. Let's see what kind of appetite Bads has.
Bats has been aggressive. Not going to check. Not going to bet, I mean. We'll check. King Queen looking all right on the board. Pairing 9. Even better for bottom O. Pair of 6s. King kicker.
Yeah, pretty clean looking development.
Yeah, and if Makita had a hand that's better than a 6, he probably would be looking to build a pot on the flop. But even though Bonomo likely has the best hand, I'm not so sure he wants to just build this pot, but he is going to, undeterred. Suppose this Badoogie texture doesn't warrant a lot of raises from your opponent.
$110,000 being contemplated now. Bats understands that Bonomo could be looking to simply represent the range advantage here and not have better than King Queen high. And as such, he's going to peel. Obviously, we can see he's in a bad way here, in need of a queen.
But he's trying to keep the straight draws honest at the moment. He thinks that Bonomo's value betting range on turn is very thin and maybe not even some of the 6x's.
Not an
So it felt like a 9x or straight draw situation.
That's a pretty dry river card. Granted, 3-5 gets there. Don't know
Maybe like 4
if that's
Is it tax or?
Yeah.
on Makita's mind. Let's see.
I like Bonomo value betting again with the 6. He rarely gets bluffed raised because it's very likely Bonomo could have a 9x in his range. That's not looking to fold. He can represent those straight draws that missed once again. I think this is quite nice. 360 into 400 or so.
Actually, I'm not sure if you don't make cap games, but you can definitely bring all your money in.
Yeah, I mean, I
360K river barrel out of Bonomo quite comfortably. And Makita is made a believer.
You would go to Lisbon or like Estoril or?
Yeah, like Estoril.
You know that.
Or cash. Sounds familiar. But like, but like, Chidwick and Orpin moved there recently, so yeah.
Chidwick from Vegas or?
Kind of. Like, I think they were kind of splitting their time between like Vegas.
You know, I would imagine it's, you know, a directive, but that massage for Sternheimer is, it seems like he's being pet more than he's being massaged. I don't know if you caught that. I mean,
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed out the masseuse once again.
I mean, you know, I'm here for these things. Wayne Hyung, unfortunately, is here in the big blind with 7 deuce off, forced in with dead bottom of range. Who's he going to have to spin against?
Buy potentially a new left back that will cost.
Last time he was in the big blind with 5K, he had ace king. Now 7 deuce. Doesn't seem fair. Davies going to clear out everyone, I would think, unless they've got a premium with an open.
That's a call, right?
Just limps with king queen. Maybe he's looking to enlist other people to get in there and kind of gang up and take more than just one hand against Wayne.
Yeah, that's interesting, and I think you're right. It's got in down Chev, Queen Jack. I don't think he's looking to flat if it was a min raise from Davies. Highmaker, Queen 3 offsuit. You can see him coming in. Not a hand he normally would play, but look, multiple hands that can take down Wayne Hyung.
And it's kind of a weird unspoken call to action there that's being heeded by Donchev and Ibinger here when they see Davies, who obviously can afford to open raise, limping. They're like, okay, I get it. We're going to band together on this one.
Wayne's got the best hand.
This is wild. 9-7-6. He's got a pair against 6 other cards. Some intrusions in terms of 3 players holding a queen, so that's helpful from this point forward for Wayne.
Yeah, Wayne's a heavy favorite, 64%. Let's see a turn card. Oh, Jack for Donchev.
This is brutal. King, Jack, or a 3. Well, the 3 doesn't even work, so a king or a jack were really the cards to dodge for Wayne. Unable to do so, and now he's going to need a 7 or a deuce to keep his seat and keep the bubble intact.
There is the side pot, 105,000. Very risky to open an action with a bet, so he checks it back. River card, 6.
It's official. The bubble is burst. They don't know it yet.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter what size Davies bets. If he did, Dimitar's not folding a jack as played. What's worse is there's a glimmer of hope for Wayne, who does have a pair. Gonna hunt some value.
75K. I don't think Davies cares to call, and sure enough, he folds, and now Donchev is going to show the jack.
Wayne doesn't even know his
Oh,
hand,
wow.
does
He hasn't sweated since he was all in the dark. So the side pot does go to Donchev, and now the main will as well, as Luca Vivaldi comes over to preside over the official bursting of the money bubble. Wayne Young always rated to be the man who was on the outside looking in, and now that's exactly where he finds himself. Dreaded 32nd place with 31 paid as the entire field secures $160,000 here in the 100K main.
Look, Wayne tried his best, and he really did get very close. And he
Sure.
even folded for 5,000 more with a 300K pot and gave himself another chance at life. But
Brother said he's his new favorite.
in the end, that was it.
Hung Wayne.
10 seconds to act. We're going to play the last hand, 20,000, 40,000, 40,000. Congratulations, everyone. Everyone played for me 20, 40, 40. Yes, up. Once again, the last hand of 20, 40, 40. And this is going to get to do still mouse or in calls.
Philip Sternheimer can breathe a sigh of relief as he ends up on the inside of the membrane here. And Vivaldi advising fast action is in play. Everybody will have 10 seconds to act pre-flop in unopened pots in the event that you need more than those 10 seconds. Those red time banks that you see being utilized by Phil here are available to you.
I think I get more than that, right? No,
It was getting very dangerous for Sternheimer because he was going to be the big blind soon, and he would have been all in, like 40, 40 plus 20, 100K. Great spot now of 10s inside the money. Time to go.
Did they get re-upped, though?
You're going to charge me for that advice, too?
No, that's just a ruling. I might charge you for shoving on my big blind.
DeVoris might be getting charged here. 9-4 suited up against 2 10s. Not in a great way.
Greater feats have been accomplished.
This is true.
At least the nice guy's going to win.
Not sure what to make of that, but I don't think I'm winning.
$270 in the middle. 1 diamond on board to worry about.
Yeah, going to be very tough for DeVoris to win. Don't think you're winning also. Especially on that turn card, it's over. . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . . .
Nice hand, DD.
See, nice guys don't always finish last.
Sternheimer able to hold with the 2-10s. Maybe it's his turn to do some spinning. See left divorce. Drawing dead on the turn in that exchange.
Shall we raise the blinds?
Do we have a choice?
No.
25-50 with a 50K big blind ante. No sooner does Sternheimer find the double than that stack dwindles once more. 5 bigs under the gun. Deuce 4 into the bin.
Michael Adamo, he's going after ace-3 offsuit from +2 off of 30 big blinds. Aussie, you didn't pitch your cards yet? You have 7 deuce. Offsuit. I'm getting a little worried, Ollie.
You know, there's no bounty or anything, but Aussie likes mischief. Not on this occasion, though. There's perhaps a little PTSD from that 5-3 suited that Bads sniffed out. Adamo's ace-3 will get action perhaps from Divorce. King-queen offsuit.
It's a little bit tricky because Adamo raised from quite an early position. He is going to still reshove.
Yeah,
nice find.
With the jam.
Just now?
Yeah.
If you
Flipping back over after Divorce takes it with the jam. Muehlacher, the opener with pocket 9s. Coleman could get himself squeezed here, having flatted the small blind with Queen Jack, and that's exactly what goes down as Tim Adams announces all in from the big with this ace-10. Muehlacher was 680 back. The covered stack unclear on the inside of the bubble whether or not he's going to look for a spin.
He should be going in with 2 9s in this spot. Adams can reshove with worse, like pocket 8s and lower. He's a slight favorite against hands like this, ace-10, ace-jack, ace-queen. Seems like a slam dunk get-in spot with his stack.
Muehlacher does make the call. 1.7 million in the middle. Will we have our first visit to the pay desk? Not if Thomas has anything to do with it. And a 9 on board will ward off a single pair of aces as bottom set takes shape.
Need some runners for Adams.
Yeah, a little 10 dangler could be pesky. And now all of a sudden the straight draw shows up. A queen spoils the fun for Thomas. And instead it's a 7. So a massive dent to Tim Adams' stack. He'll be left with fumes. 65K just north of a single big blind.
Yeah, it's pretty much a cooler spot. You know, Adams should be reshoving ace-10 offsuit, especially with a small blind flat from Coleman. 9's mandatory call. It's all right because it was on the right side of the bubble. And now, look at this. Catola. Queens. King-jack suited. Reshove when Catola made a 275,000 chip 3-bet because of what transpired earlier when he had 5-3 of hearts.
Yeah, these two getting entangled once more. This time for all of it. Advantage Catola. As Bads Played back at the 3-bet to 275 over the top of his 100K open, thinking maybe Riff Raff was across the way, but even Osi can wake up with one. Can he ward off a king? Yes, ace 7-3 board. And he could very well be clawing back most of the chips that he won, or lost rather, to Bad's last pot. I think even more than that amount.
You're right.
8 on the turn. 7 on the river.
What's up with the queen?
King-free environment is a safe one.
That got divorce going.
Yeah.
What's up with the queens? More action. It's hot out there.
Mm-hmm. King Jack once again involved. Martirossi in the covered stack. This was a jam from the small blind of Brewer with the ace-4. Artur calling off on his feet here behind with 1 million in the middle. Stays that way on the turn.
Queen could chop it.
Yep. King or a jack for the double. And instead it's a 4. And Martirossi becomes the first casualty on the inside of the bubble here. Standard and customary good luck. And 160,000 going to the Russian. Nifty pickup there for Brewer.
And played itself. Small blind versus big blind. Eye bigger now. 3-bet rips most of his stack. I mean, Adams has got 40K remaining.
I mean, a chance at a triple is always an attractive proposition, maybe even a quadruple, depending on what the big blind does. So Adams is in there, even though it's raising 3-bet in front of him. Queen Jack started the party to 110 from Davies. Ibinger made it 300 with the box cars. So most of this will be on the side. Davies having called the 300 here. Going to be playing it out of position. Queen Jack offsuit. You surprised at the extra 235 being invested by Seth?
No, because he gets to see a full 5-card run out, given there's only 25K back from Ibinger. It's just so little more, and you could be up against pairs like this, and, you know, he's got a good equity 3 ways, 36%.
Jack 9 deuce rainbow, top pair for Davies as he hops in front of Ibinger, and for that matter, Adams. 50K leading right into the 3-better pre.
Pay jump occurs if you can get to top 27, which would pay out 178,000. Maybe why Ibinger is tanking here. There's the call.
That was an interesting one. As Ibinger flicks 25 in there, praying, hoping that his hand's going to be good. Unfortunately, as we can see, not the case. Adams needs a clean king. Ten on the turn. Now the king no longer works. Adams swaps it for a queen. Needs Davies to make queens up so that he can make the straight and keep his seat. Ibinger looking for a 6. Davies could earn himself a double knockout here. Boomby.
Nice.
Bye-bye.
Jack on the end, trips for Davies, and 2 pelts claimed. Irrelevant who had more chips to start the hand in terms of official bust-out order, given that it's still a flat 160K pay band. Of course, Adams busting before Ibinger, just given he had fewer chips to start the hand.
cleaner. Hell yeah, dude.
The chip leader keeps stacking.
Cleaner.
A vacuum cleaner. Tom's describing Seth Davies.
Now that walk would have been a lot more brutal if it wasn't headed for a 160K paycheck, that's for sure. But Adams and Ibinger both vanquished. Now that is going to leave Davies with north of 4 million. Shortest stack in the room will belong to Sorel Mizzi with just 3 bigs. And actually, Davies should have quite a bit more than that. My apologies.
You started 5.
Yeah, I thought we had.
Chip count update. Not quite complete. 4.6 million officially for Davies, but facts remain with respect to Sorel Mizzi. 27 players left. Steven Song actually busting in 31st place, so pay ladder has been secured, I believe, with that double elimination, rounding out the 160K payouts. 178,000 now for the next 4 busts.
Yeah, we are in the pay jump zone.
Mm-hmm.
King Queen offsuit for Adamo. UTG open from KT. Oh, KT actually limped under gun off of that stack. Interesting.
Ace, Jack, 9, 2 diamonds, 4-way affair, limp pot, as you mentioned. KT, the party starter, has top pair and the nut flush draw. Way the best of things. 85% in a 4-way pot.
Yeah, really the only thing that can contend is the gut shot of Adamo. Wouldn't mind if KT sprinkles in some chips to charge Jack and 9X. These hands would linger in limp pots. It's hard to know someone's limping range off of 11 big blinds UTG. Don't think Adamo's got much data points on KT's range.
No, I don't know the number, but if I thought about it, I could probably get a rough estimate.
80K and no customers, unfortunately for KT. As even the Broadway Gutty had no interest. Bouncing back and forth. Now, Davies turns ace high into 7s and 6s, but lags behind the pocket 8s of Dimitar Donchev. Road traveled here was a click from Donchev to 100. Davies defending the big, checking over. We await Donchev's orders. 70,000 the barrel.
Board texture is going to cost Davies some chips against 2-8s. Very clean in the sense that Donchev can probably find multiple barrels, and ace-6 is going to feel very compelled to call. That turn card really does not help things for Davies. Doesn't overcard his 6. The 8's now picking up an open-ended straight draw. Can still value bet against a 6 or 5x. Might even expect Davies to check raise the flop of a 7x. Decent amount of time. Plus, he's blocking the straight 8-9 with 2 8s in his own hand.
Extra 140. Into the middle on the flop. Pot at 415. Davies waiting for Donchev's turn decision, and he keeps coming. Far more than the 70 before it. 275,000 now.
Yeah, I like this. It's just that Davies doesn't... You know, Danchev just blocks a lot of hands that are worthy of a raise on the turn with 2 8s. Feels like Davies needs to keep Danchev honest at least one more street. His kicker is strong. Unblocks diamonds that would multi-barrel. 8x. Close to $1 million in the middle now.
Queen on the river. Pot up to almost 1 million.
Would be a thin value bet, but if he can find it, that's quite nice. It's very hard to get 3 streets with just a pair of 8s.
The queen isn't a great card for Davies, too, in terms of if Danchev was out there super breezy, just leaning, which obviously inside of the money bubble is a bit of a different proposition. A barrel might have left him really feeling bluff catchy. Did you see Danchev, though, not looking for value? Just checking back, saying this pot's big enough. And with that, we swap dealers and give you a glimpse at the remaining field. Chidwick, Katola, Davies, respectively, all helming their tables. Now, that is not the entirety of the remaining field. 27 players in total still out there. Some rebalancing will be done over at that red table where Danchev was snacking on Davies moments ago.
82 big blinds. What a life right now
Yeah,
for
no
Davies.
Might that 3.85 be going his way? KT. Ace-9 min raise. Coleman. Ace-6 suited. Just steps aside.
Yeah, against a 15 big blind open, gets very murky to play a6 in that spot. Seems fine to just lay it down. King deuce suited, he could hang in there. 1 big blind already invested.
Defense from Muehlacher yields 2 pair. Far more than we can say for the ace high. Good news for KT is it's not a board that rates to get him in any trouble.
But he still might sprinkle in a small C bet. Just because King 5 deuce is very dry texture. So 100K incinerated.
Understandable follow-through, of course.
I like a check call from Muehlacher. He has so much hand against a very shallow stack. No flush draw present. Maybe let your opponent catch up and hit a random pair.
That's exactly what Thomas is thinking. Seven of diamonds, however, does not hit KT.
Don't expect KT to double barrel. He still beats like ace-3 and ace-4 high, but he is going to fire once more. Nice check call from Muehlacher on the flop because it's gotten ace-9 to just bet again, drawing dead.
KT getting after things here, and consider just how chunky 175 of 535 is out of KT. And if for Muehlacher, looking at the SPR right now, Yeah, all in does feel like the kind of move that could get called, just given what we consider would be a hand more likely to want to hang in there from KT, given that turn sizing. But unfortunately, this was one of those occasions in which KT was out there light.
Yeah, Meatlocker just expected KT to be committed to bet, 175K off of 535. So that's why he jammed. Obviously didn't expect the snap fold, where now maybe he regrets that decision. KT sub 10 big blinds.
Coleman prefers to be the man opening than calling.
Raise and take brings him up to 1.2 million.
It's weird. It almost feels like a hand-for-hand bubbly kind of portion of the program, even though we are very much in the money from here at the Atlantis
That's an
Resort.
extremely good guess. I think it's double digits.
In the
but it's
Bahamas.
really low double digits. I think 9's an extremely good guess.
Perhaps there was a little bit of a balancing effort afoot.
Just get into more polar spots. You made like 80K playing poker today. I'm pretty sure you didn't make 80K guessing in codes. Still a better poker player. Wait, how many bullets did you fire?
100.
Very much.
Ace 10 for Adamo. Offsuit variety has opened the cutoff, and now the suited edition for Bonomo on the button being contemplated.
The suited edition tends to flat. Having the ability to hit flush draws are nice. Maybe ace 10 offsuit more goes into 3-bet range.
Now that flat, of course, opening the door for DeVoris to come along.
One more big blind to set line.
Do you have like 1.6?
0.4.
All three with very similar stack sizes.
All in.
Wow, that's a big play.
DeVoris going with the high variance line as he stuffs 1.1 in there. That Bonomo flat, Randy, having a lot to do with this.
It's a very big play. 2 threes. Especially if Bonomo played a little passive like 8s or 9s, that will probably call off this jam, but go on.
That's my question for you, is how often is Adamo concerned about Bonomo having a real hand that were he to decide to call, which is going to look a lot stronger than ace-10 offsuit if he made the call?
If Adamo does come in, Bonomo will likely fold most of his range. Bonomo has a lot of incentive to 3-bet really big hands that could get it in, like jacks plus, 10s plus, things like that. It just, of course, depends on which player folds and which one wants to get action in their ace-10. This is a tough spot because DeVoris could be shoving little pairs like this, but it's not unreasonable for DeVoris to have ace-jack plus and you're cooked for ace-10, and you still have to worry about Bonomo to some extent. He is going to go for it. It's actually pretty bad news for Adamo because Bonomo's got the same hand.
Yeah, those two cards actually turn into blockers. So Adamo recognizing correctly that Devoris wasn't top of range, but unfortunately he is ahead. And an ace and a 10 in the bin already. So we're playing for almost 2.4 here. I don't think Devoris necessarily expected to get called by a hand like ace-10 offsuit.
If you get called, you want to be flipping. He is.
And that king 7-6 board is going to put this 2.4 closer to Devoris. 8 of clubs makes things a bit sweatier as the ace-10 or 9 bring the fun to a screeching halt for Devoris, and instead it's a jack of spades. Enjoy the double, senor.
Well done. Adamo. Vapors now. 165,000 chips remaining. North of 3 bigs. As we flip it on over, KT, he's very short, and he's going to get action given how short he is. What a spot to be up against Queen 8 suited. Okay. Good luck, Danchev.
This is horrendous. Queen 8 of hearts. In a horrific way. Obviously, it's but a flesh wound to Dimitar if things don't work out. Great spot. The other side of the coin here for KT, and you know the Thai delegation always front and center in the chat, streaming live from out there in Southeast Asia, rooting on their man who goes by Tent, as well as Kanapong. We call him KT, and we might call him the 620,000 chip man when the dust clears on this one, but we head to a flop. Ace 9-7. 9 of hearts interacting.
A little bit of potential. 9% of the time, he'll get there.
Turn. Takes all the backdoors off the board, and now 0% for Danchev. River is irrelevant. So the tokens submitted for duplication. And we bounce back over to Makita and company. This is where Ozzy has been doing his damage.
Old.
Buck 25.
Catola with the ace-deuce suited on the button. It makes sense. Little suited connector now for Wykin.
This makes sense to call.
Yep. Straightforward fanfare to this point. $250,000 in the middle. King 10-7. Bottom pair. Advantage Yang. One club working. We step away from that particular exchange as we find Sorel Mizzi's final 25K attached to a 3-deuce offsuit, the dirty diaper. He decided, let's try this instead of waiting for the blind. Chidwick with ace-10 out of the cutoff. Raised it to 100,000 just to clear the field back around to Sorel. And an ace on the turn, vanquishing Mizzi. Always a favorite to be the next man out the door, just given how paltry his stack was. 27th place finish, though, means he scooped up an 18K pay ladder, $178,000 going home with Sorel.
You know, he was one of the short stacks during bubble time, so it's not the worst.
No, you're
and
right about
him.
that. Finally breaking the seal after going 0 for 6 in Vietnam in 2023, the only other Triton festival where we saw Sorel Mizzi. Now back over to the hand we left off in progress, where the turn has been eventful. Wykin, check called bottom pair on the flop when OCC bet 100,000. Now, Katola on the turn decides to check back. Little pot control. He can be slippery. 4 diamonds on the river isn't of concern, but with 4th pair effective, Wykin not in the mood to put chips 4th, I would imagine. And what do we have here? Joao Vieira got entangled with Jason Kuhn. This one has already been dealt out. It was an open to 100,000 from Vieira. Jason jammed on the button with a couple of 9s. Vieira made the call. Jason flopped a set of 9s on an ace-9-7 board. Turn was an ace, so Vieira drew live to quads or aces full. And instead, a blank on the river would leave Jason doubling up. He'll have 2 million plus in front of him when the dust clears. Back over now where Katola has bet 225,000 for value on the river.
And taking a bet check bet line. Winner. 3.3 million for Aussie Katola.
Now a dizzying amount of back and forth. Mystery hand time. David Coleman's holding. Obfuscated. Queen 8-7 board. It was Muhlacher who made it 110,000 pre. A flat from Coleman's button. Unclear what he has. Davies closed the action from the big with a call. He's got a pair of 8s versus the pair of queens of Muhlacher. Neither of them deciding to barrel. Coleman checks back, brings the 6 on the turn.
Both Davies and Muhlacher are with a solid piece at the moment, especially Muhlacher with top pair. Played it slow on the flop. A little bit of connection with this turn card in terms of hands I got there, like 6-7 or 10-9. Checking over once more to Coleman. Coleman really could just have anything at the moment. It's not. It's also possible he could have a queen himself. Checking again. So this is very passive at the moment.
Board pairs on the river. Will things stay passive? They will for Davies.
Yeah, Davies can't really get called by worse, so he's checking, hoping this one checks down. The 7 doesn't rate to hit a button flat. I'd actually be kind of surprised if Coleman has the best hand as played. Meanwhile, though, is Muhlacher going to value bet Queen Jack? Seems like he will.
Can wait no longer. With queens up, in comes 265. And we've got no real idea what Coleman has. He was a flat caller on the button versus Muhlacher's open. He checked twice to close the action as this board developed.
To me, it would be crazy if he somehow all of a sudden raises. I'm not even sure what he could have. An ace-7 suited? I'm not even sure that's flatting against I'm going to open off of 22 big blinds.
Tend to agree with you. The 7x combos are tough to kind of identify.
Let's see if he even does raise or call or fold. Unclear.
Oh my goodness.
How is he raising right now with this action?
That is the key question. And it's made even more mysterious by those 2 question marks in place of hold cards.
I really have no idea what he's got.
I tend to agree. I mean, good luck, chat, getting this mystery hand right. The man flats pre on the button, checks 2 streets, and then all of a sudden rises up to 930, basically an all-in, over the top of Mulocker's barrel.
I mean, if Coleman had a good queen, you would think you'd want to bet the turn. Like king, queen, ace, queen. If Coleman had like 2 pair, like 8-7, 6-7, probably want to bet the turn too, given there's a 3-liner out there. Ace-7, I don't really believe it. Button flat versus UTG open off of 22 bigs. A set, they kind of want to bet at some point earlier too, don't they? I don't know what he's got. Even if he was slow playing like kings and aces, I would think he would want to bet the turn. I mean, if we're confused, how do you think Mulocker feels?
I would hate to be in his shoes right now, honestly, because I'm trying to construct something sensible that I can lay this queen-jack down to, and I'm struggling. Now, granted, the Cortex and Mulocker is much more well-versed in these sorts of matters than my own, but just on a very simplistic level, Randy, what the hell does Coleman have?
I don't know. This is actually one of the toughest mystery hands I've ever seen. I feel like I don't even know if chat can get it right.
I mean, there's some 9-10 submissions, pocket kings, aces, some people saying. I mean, pocket 7s.
I just think these hands would want to bet the turn.
Yeah, I don't really love those submissions.
Especially if it was 3-ways and Davies was in the hand too.
Mm-hmm. With a second diamond on the board, coordinated, any of those sets, 6s, 7s, 8s, I think you barrel that turn for sure. So we take those off the board. Queen's probably 3 bets pre.
I agree.
You know, and even that set isn't looking to give free cards on the turn. So I tend to remove all of those. Mulocker wants to take a peek, and it is a 7 suited, Randy.
Wow.
That's the one hand. But because we didn't think it was in range for David, who, by the way, we've seen fold suited aces to opens before, so some incongruence in terms of him showing up here with that particular holding. But that was the one. If there was one that you mentioned that felt like it was a possibility.
I didn't expect that. And I think Mulocker didn't expect to see ace-7 as well.
Obviously, if he's calling, he doesn't expect that that's in range. And yet, there it was. And there goes a big chunk of Thomas's chips. You know, that's also made brutal by the fact that he deferred flop, he deferred turn. Then it felt so cozy to barrel that 7 on the river as played. Had he, for some reason, deferred once more, he faces a much smaller bet, I think, on the river.
I don't blame him, though.
As Coleman. No criticism whatsoever. It's just that sliding doors impact of, you know, what am I supposed to do? So we step away from the carnage there when we find one in progress. Katola, the party starter, $1.25 pre. Devoris flatted. So did Adamo, defending his big. He has checked the 10-8 on a deuce-deuce 6-2 club flop. And Devoris has flatted 2 kings pre-flop. I think he wants to get Katola to blast off. But Katola showing restraint so far as he checks this ultra dry board in terms of the combos we expect to be lurking. Granted, Adamo's sticky out of the bigs. If somebody's in this vicinity, it would be him.
Yeah, it feels like this slow play was very sneaky, trying to induce action behind him. He's got position against Katola, so he keeps the door open with a bet, 125K. Not much for Adamo. Not even a backdoor club. I'll see with the check call, just ace high.
No diamond on board. This is ambitious. DeVoris ensuring that the sizing was such that he could retain holdings such as this. The turn is of no concern.
Board right now, it's very clean for DeVoris. Does seem like he's often up against ace high, though, as played. Katola has more incentive to bet pocket pairs himself. Some of these ace highs do have flush draws, so he could still go meaty.
$450,000 qualifies. Protein-rich sizing. And Katola will step aside. What have we here? Going to a flop. This was an open from Fedor Holtz to 100K. Vladimir Minko jammed the button. It is ace 10 versus 2 queens. The flop is 7, 8, 9. Open ender for Minko. Can he find help against the queens? Yes, the river is a jack. So Vladimir will keep a seat here at his first ever Triton. Snacking on the chip leaders queens. Needed to the last card before the escape hatch was found. So 700K going to get shaved off of Holtz's stack. Meanwhile, Katola back at it with an ace. This time, ace 9 of clubs.
Oh, Damo's got a spot. He can get in against the same hand, ace 9 suited. He's only got 2 big blinds remaining. Little overlay from the big blind as well.
Adamo gets it all in as he slams onto the puck his final 115. 10K rebate for Katola.
I will win.
Oh, you don't want to hear that. I will win.
That reminded me of that all your base meme. Do you remember that? All your base are belong to us?
Oh, yes. All your chips belong to us.
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
The man just called it. Are you kidding me?
I will win.
You will lose. Clubs wrecking Adamo. Granted, he only had 115, but he's supposed to be able to chop that pot more often than not. Tough to make a flush, no less, on the flop, as Katola claiming a pelt, sending Adamo packing. 178,000 going home with the Aussie. And Philip Sternheimer will inherit short stack duties officially with the loss of Adamo. 5 bigs for Philip, 10 bigs for Orpin.
How did he time that?
I would love just at some point in life to be able to just very casually and confidently declare something of that sort. Sternheimer now deliberating.
All in. All in.
Go time for Sternheimer. Oh, bad timing.
Yeah, go home time maybe, given the aces for Makita.
Detective Makita Chu.
Yeah.
Heard someone's trying to steal some chips.
Mm-hmm.
Siren's on. Flat call here. Good luck, Sternheimer. Gonna need it.
from Makita can induce any action behind. Sternheimer does connect with the flop. 655 in the middle, one pair of queens. He needs a second pair of trips. Instead, it's a club on the turn. Club coverage for Bads. 5 outs one time for Philip. And that ain't it. As top set for Bads will officially vanquish Sternheimer, but mercifully he was able to not only outlast the bubble when Wayne Hyung was hanging around, but also pick up a little ladder. So $178,000 payday heads Sternheimer's way.
He'll take it. He was at a race with Wayne Hyung at the bottom, so it's not a bad day for Sternheimer off of that stack.
Philip going to settle the tab here.
He can afford it.
He's like, you take Dogecoin?
That's what he's saying. Yeah.
25 and 50,000, 50K big blind Annie. That's what we're playing for the time being. Davies, Katola, Foxen atop their respective leaderboards. Action, short-handed. 6, 5, and 6 with 24 players remaining. One other table in the field. A little rebalancing effort underway.
We should have 3 tables of 8 now.
Yeah. KT 12 bigs, Kiat Lee 14 bigs. Eyes on them.
All right, Bonomo, ace jack, button.
100?
100.
1.25 to start, right? Or plus the 5K?
Yeah. Tiny bit more.
Nothing behind the 2 blue stacks, right? Oh, there is. Okay.
DeVoris getting his bearings here versus Bonomo before making his decision with the 9-7 off.
Yeah, I meant the 5K on your card.
Ace jack turns into top pair versus a gut shot here. DeVoris, brisk check.
Bonomo never has to fear bigger kickers, given there wasn't a 3-bet from DeVoris, big blind versus button, so he can really just go ham and go for 3 streets with ace jack, assuming no 10 falls or other tricky cards. It's a min bet. Price is good for DeVoris.
Mm-hmm.
Hunt the 8.
Instead, he gets a 5. 50K investment. It was worth it, but this turn doesn't pay off. 375 in the middle now. Second check from DeVoris. Bonomo could comfortably barrel once more here.
Yeah, very safe turn card. Especially when he didn't get check raise on the flop. Game over.
275 and take it, Mr. Bonomo. One of the best to ever do it in terms of lifetime earnings in poker. Well, a few players on their feet here as break time is upon us here in the Bahamas. One more glimpse there at the leaderboard. Given that we're down to 24 players, we're going to be consolidating to 3 tables of 8. It's going to take a little while. Welcome back to the desk here. Ali and Randy with you. 15 minutes going to be required to sort things out here, so we do come back to the desk very briefly. I think the hand of that particular frame, Randy, had to have been Bads with the 2 queens versus Katola with dust.
That hand was great. You know,
how many time banks?
I think he went through 10, didn't he? Was
Did
that
he
many?
really?
At least 5.
I mean, he was just shuffling the queens. I wonder, there was some people in the chat that were speculating that Bads actually was posturing and knew what he was going to do. I don't think you're ever torching that many time banks in that situation. Something to be said for the meta of maybe future game trying to convince an opponent that moves such as that could prove profitable and embolden them to make them more often. And obviously, Osi has been very splashy since arriving here at Triton. But on that occasion, I think that was all genuine out of Bads.
No, very genuine. Especially a player like Makita, he likes to use a lot of time in his decisions, multiple time banks. You can't just waste them there, especially with still 24 remaining. He's got a big stack. Very genuine. Almost got the fold Aussie did, but Makita found a call.
Came up just short, and as a result, Makita vaulted himself up the leaderboard. He currently sits 5th in chips right now. Seth Davies, the leader, 3.8 million. Still yet to be awarded. Not going to happen today. Of course, that happens tomorrow, but we have burst the money bubble here in the Bahamas. I'm going to step aside. Randy, you sticking around?
I believe I'm not.
No, you're not. Okay, let's both tag out then and bring in Zarast and Henry Kilbane to take you through the home stretch here on day 2 of this 100K main. Good night, guys.
All in. Call.
Top 2 here. Path traveled was a limp from Paul. Tom limped as well. Davies with bottom set, though, and a spoonful of medicine. This is a real problem for Paul.
If Davies plays this one fast on the flop and Paul as well, we could see balls out of there. He's playing with 1.6 million, good for 40 big blinds. And I would think that Davies wants to check raise. He does.
260. And man, it does feel like a lot of writing on the wall here. Paul is on the wrong end of the windshield bug equation right about now.
It's so tempting to raise right now. You know, the big blind can have even worse 2 pairs, like ace-5, 8-5. Ace-8 is a monster.
All the little weird gutties, flush draws that are starting to activate here too. You just can scoop up this 260 without further incident, but I wouldn't blame him if he flatted and then maybe pursued something on the turn depending on what rolls off. I mean, options available.
I kind of like it because it's rare for Davies to put in 40 big blinds very bad against ace-8. And also, we're 2 from the money. You have a 40 big blind stack. Maybe put more chips in if a heart doesn't come in. But 900K, re-raise, and Paul is in huge trouble because Davies is going, well, there's so much in there. Let's just get it in now.
Off the cliff, this stack is going for the time being. In absolute free fall and likely to be asked for the rest.
Yeah, it's such a big 3-bet on the flop that Davies has to feel that Paul is just committed.
.805 back. Davies trying not to jump out of his chair. Obviously, there are some worlds in which the set of fives is going to have some problems, but Davies will accept that fate if it is what awaits him in terms of pocket aces, pocket eights.
All in.
There's the all-in.
Pre-flop, I misclick.
I still think he gets stacked, though.
Have it. Set, you have it.
Yep.
Set?
And Boss just instantly recognizing he's so good in these spots at understanding what the action creates. He said he misclicked pre-flop, but Seth's just letting him know there was no path to escape in terms of having raised pre-flop. Seth's still going to make the call with the fives. He's still going to flop this set. Paul not drawn dead, though. 4 outs twice. Make it once.
Massive pot. One more card to go.
This is for the chip lead. Which way will it head? To Davies.
All right.
Yeah, I'd like 2.3. I'm marking the spot.
And it is with regret that we bid adieu to our founder.
Didn't matter.
Doesn't matter.
Hushed. I don't know if you caught that. I mean,
Yeah, I'm glad you pointed out the masseuse once again.
I mean, you know, I'm here for these things. Wayne Hyung, unfortunately, is here in the big blind with 7 deuce off, forced in with dead bottom of range. Who's he going to have to spin against?
Buy potentially a new luck back that will cost.
Last time he was in the big blind with 5K, he had ace king. Now 7 deuce. Doesn't seem fair. Davies going to clear out everyone, I would think, unless they've got a premium with an open.
That's a call, right?
Just limps with king queen. Maybe he's looking to enlist other people to get in there and kind of gang up and take more than just one hand against Wayne.
Yeah, that's interesting, and I think you're right. It's got in down Chev, Queen Jack. I don't think he's looking to flat if it was a min raise from Davies. Highmaker, Queen 3 offsuit. You can see him coming in. Not a hand he normally would play, but look, multiple hands that can take down Wayne Hyung.
And it's kind of a weird unspoken call to action there that's being heeded by Donchev and Ibinger here when they see Davies, who obviously can afford to open raise, limping. They're like, okay, I get it. We're going to band together on this one.
Wayne's got the best hand.
This is wild. 9-7-6. He's got a pair against 6 other cards. Some intrusions in terms of 3 players holding a queen. So that's helpful from this point forward for Wayne.
Yeah, Wayne's a heavy favorite. 64%. Let's see a turn card. Oh, Jack for Donchev.
This is brutal. King, Jack, or a 3. Well, the 3 doesn't even work, so a king or a jack were really the cards to dodge for Wayne. Unable to do so, and now he's going to need a 7 or a deuce to keep his seat and keep the bubble intact.
There is the side pot. 105,000. Very risky to open an action with a bet, so he checks it back. River card. 6.
It's official. The bubble is burst. They don't know it yet.
Yeah, because it doesn't matter what size Davies bets. If he did, Dimitar's not folding a jack as played. What's worse is there's a glimmer of hope for Wayne, who does have a pair. Gonna hunt some value.
75K. I don't think Davies cares to call, and sure enough, he folds, and now Donchev is going to show the jack.
Wayne doesn't even know his
Oh,
hand,
wow,
does
he hasn't sweated since he was all in the dark. So the side pot does go to Donchev, and now the main will as well, as Luca Vivaldi comes over to preside over the official bursting of the money bubble. Wayne Young, always rated to be the man who was on the outside looking in, and now that's exactly where he finds himself. Dreaded 32nd place with 31 paid as the entire field secures $160,000 here in the 100K main.
Look, Wayne tried his best, and he really did get very close. And he
Sure.
even folded for 5,000 more with a 300K pot and gave himself another chance at life.
Played back at the 3-bet to 275 over the top of his 100K open, thinking maybe riffraff was across the way, but even Osi can wake up with one. Can he ward off a king? Yes, a 7-3 board. And he could very well be clawing back most of the chips that he won, or lost rather, to Bad's last pot. I think even more than that amount.
You're right.
8 on the turn. 7 on the river.
What's up with the queen?
King-free environment is a safe one.
That got divorce going.
Yeah.
What's up with the queens? More action. It's hot out there.
Mm-hmm. King Jack once again involved. Martirossi in the covered stack. This was a jam from the small blind of Brewer with the ace-4. Artur calling off on his feet here behind with 1 million in the middle. Stays that way on the turn.
Queen could chop it.
Yep. King or a jack for the double. And instead it's a 4. And Martirossi becomes the first casualty on the inside of the bubble here. Standard and customary good luck, and 160,000 going to the Russian. Nifty pickup there for Brewer.
And played itself. Small blind versus big blind. Bigger now. 3-bet rips most of his stack. I mean, Adams has got 40K remaining.
I mean, a chance at a triple is always an attractive proposition, maybe even a quadruple, depending on what the big blind does. So Adams is in there, even though it's raising 3-bet in front of him. Queen Jack started the party to 110 from Davies. Ibinger made it 300 with the box cars. So most of this will be on the side. Davies having called the 300 here. Going to be playing it out of position. Queen Jack off suit. You surprised at the extra 235 being invested by Seth?
No, because he gets to see a full 5-card run out, given there's only 25K back from Ibinger. It's just so little more, and you could be up against pairs like this, and, you know, he's got a good equity 3-ways, 36%.
Jack 9 deuce rainbow, top pair for Davies as he hops in front of Ibinger, and for that matter, Adams. 50K leading right into the 3-better pre.
Pay jump occurs if you can get to top 27, which pay out 178,000. Maybe why Ibinger is tanking here. There's the call.
That was an interesting one. As Ibinger flicks 25 in there, praying, hoping that his hand's going to be good. Unfortunately, as we can see, not the case. Adams needs a clean king. Ten on the turn. Now the king no longer works. Adams swaps it for a queen. Needs Davies to make queens up so that he can make the straight and keep his seat. Ibinger looking for a 6. Davies could earn himself a double knockout here. Boomby.
Bye-bye.
Jack on the end, trips for Davies, and 2 pelts claimed. Irrelevant who had more chips to start the hand in terms of official bust-out order, given that it's still a flat 160K pay band. Of course, Adams busting before Ibinger, just given he had fewer chips to start the hand. Step away from that particular exchange as we find Sorel Mizzi's final 25K attached to a 3-deuce offsuit, the dirty diaper. He decided, let's try this instead of waiting for the blind. Chidwick with ace-10 out of the cutoff. Raised it to 100,000 just to clear the field back around to Sorel. And an ace on the turn, vanquishing Mizzi. Always a favorite to be the next man out the door, just given how paltry his stack was. 27th place finish, though, means he scooped up an 18K pay ladder, 478.
Well, the night shift has officially commenced. Brian Rast and myself stepping in for Ali Najad and Randy Lou for what is set to be the final frame of the evening. 3 tables left, Rasty. We are in the money. It is Shark Seth Davies leading the final 24 with 75 big blinds. But I spy, with my little eye, one of Santa's little helpers, Ossie Katola, second in chips after running a savage bluff on Mikita Baziakowski, who I tell you what, at this point, Rasty, he's starting to get bluffs windmilled in his face here in the Bahamas. Ossie 3-bet pre with 5-3 suited. Bads had queens. Came ace-jack 4, 2 spades, 1 club. Ossie's got 5-3 of hearts. Check, check. Turn, Bads leads. River's an ace. Bads blocks. Ossie says, hang on a minute, pal. 500K to go thereabouts. I think it was closer to 475. Bads ends up folding queens after time banking, and Ossie finds himself second in chips. I mean, what's going on with this guy?
Well, I mean, what's going on is that Bads has now shown a willingness to lay down pretty big hands, dude. I mean, let's be real. Ace-king on the previous, yes, it's 1 pair, but it's top. Ace-queen, 8-7. It's not like they're super deep. And now queens after the check back with the ace double pairing. It's just like, listen, everybody knows what's happening. People talk about the hands. I guess word on the street is that Mikita's a folder. And these guys are now they're going ape on him, you know?
Come on, man.
It is what it is. Mikita's going to have to start making some heroes, you know? He's going to have to stand up and be like, guys, you ain't bluffing me.
At this point, it does feel like it, doesn't it? We're looking to throw it down to the main
I'm just
stage.
calling it like it is, Henry.
Hey, listen,
okay?
I wouldn't
You get
have it
known
any
as a
other way.
folder. These guys are savages. You know? It's like you open the door at the zoo and you let the savages loose. Bro, you can't. You got to be careful.
And it's impossible to get them back in, you know?
It is. They go for it. You got to stand up and defend yourself out there.
Well, he is still 5th in chips with a very healthy 2.8 million. Mikita Baziakowski, of course. And he's going to be on our feature table, table 3. in position on Katola. So, let's go. Bats back in action. I'm trying to find this 5-3 hand. Bats managed to chip up nicely after eliminating Phil Sternheimer just before we went on break. Aces against Queen Jack. So 3 tables of 8 left. Ossie Katola bossing it up on the red feature table. Seth Davies, overall tournament chip leader. He's
Wow,
on the blue table.
Here's Alex Foxen again, deep with chips, and Devoris, both of them. Final tabled the 500K.
I mean, I don't want to say it, Rusty, but this one's shaping up to be a classic, my man. I mean, look at the top 9. You got Jason Kuhn. You got
Maybe I
Muller.
should be worried about Foxen getting reads. You know, I'm going to have to rethink that one, okay?
I bumped into Schulman.
Yeah.
He absolutely loved that bit. He was like, yeah, I tuned in for a bit, and you asked Rusty something, and he started showering people, and then you were like, this is me impersonating Schulman. He's like, oh, Rusty, mate, I didn't want you to shower everyone. I mean, it wasn't quite how it went down, but I'm glad to hear that.
I know Schulman liked the Oppenheim shout out. He knew exactly what I was talking to as well. Nick's played a bunch with him and Bobby's. So, listen, I've never seen anyone. It's a limit game. Oppenheim just make like the weirdest random raises in Raz because like somebody pairs with hands that you're not even supposed to raise most of the time, and just like the person folds. And Oppenheim just shows like he didn't have a good hand or whatever, but just he knows, bro.
Like Jack Low.
He knows.
He just knows.
He knows when you pair in Raz, okay?
How does he know, bro?
Opie knows. There's a reason the guy made the Poker Hall of Fame with like 0 tournament results.
I was like, wow.
Like he barely plays tournaments, but he is a pretty incredible cash game player,
So
especially limit games.
So he just has the pair up live read, yeah?
Yeah, no, yeah, he's one of the best. He's definitely one of the best at kind of just making those live reads.
Good to know. Remind me to never play Raz against Opie. Fedor with 9-4 does like to defend and take it post flop, but surely a hand like 9-4-0 just too loose. Zubov up to 3 million. Currently 3rd in chips.
Yeah.
Wow, look at both of these tables. I mean, this table, we got Chidwick here, Fedor, Seth Davies. Hello. We get to watch Elis Parsonen play some more 2-card.
Simply stunning from a poker entertainment point of view to just get this kind of talent in a 100K buy-in. 3 tables left.
Here's Wykin. Young, Triton legend.
4-time Triton champ.
It's King Zubov. 3 million in chips. I'm going to use that as your nickname. It kind of works well with the Zubov. He just wears the king hat like literally every time he's on stream.
It's true.
It's his deal.
Let's do it. King Zubov it is.
It is.
Freshly crowned prince. Actually, no. That wouldn't work. Back to the action. Davies suited Jack in the big. Does cover both. Tournament chip leader. Comes with the defend. Let's see 3. In this 3-way affair. Hearts, diamonds, and spades. Wykin dominated with his queen. As Davies flops best on the 7-7-6. Zubov with that nut flush draw. 2 overs.
Zubov's in position as well. He has a very robust hand to play. Right? Just 2 real big overcards, nut flush draw. Seems very likely he's going to bet this. Wykin has very few 7s, and you're just kind of okay bet calling versus Davies check raise. They're pretty deep. Feel like that's the standard play. King Zubov has other ideas.
Spicy turn card. Gives Young an open-ender. Gives Davies a flush draw. Hold on, because we're back over to the gold feature table. It's Kiat Lee in trouble. All in pre-flop against Mosbok for 10.5 bigs apiece.
We're going to interrupt a very interesting 3-way pot in order to see these guys run it.
We'll get back to it. Let's just run this real quick. 8-6-2, some backdoors for Lee. It's all over on a jack turn. There's one of the backdoors though. Picks up 4 additional outs. Cannot chop. 9 or a 7 for the win.
He looks pretty glum.
Even more so now. Mosbok scores the KO. He's up to 2.1. Cat Lee out in 24th. GG, sir. So he's going to pick up 178,000 for his efforts.
And this is the last chance to order food. Would you like to make an
Chance
order?
to order food, boys. Everyone now guaranteed 196,500.
Looks like on the other table, Young bet now with the Queen 9 of Hearts on the turn. And it's on Zubov.
Zubov's called. That's a sizable bet from Young, by the way.
Wow, Davies
250.
folds the best hand along with a flush draw. That's a pretty strong fold. He would have made his flush.
I guess perhaps some concerns of his flush draw being dominated.
Yeah. It's a very precarious hand to play out of position. I was thinking that on the flop as well, even if just Zubov bets. But am a little surprised that he folded the turn. Just off the strength of both the pair and of decent flush draw.
How has Young found this? Young's managed to find a way.
I have none of this action
to win the hand.
It seemed very unlikely on the flop, didn't it?
It really did.
He was up against the pair of 6s and the nut diamond draw. Somehow the flop gets checked, and he finds a way to win. It also included Seth folding, because Seth would have made a flush and not folded here if Young would have even bluffed 3 ways. I mean, Zubov is probably not calling, right? Yeah.
So sick. 4-time Triton champ Young getting it done. So everyone guaranteed 196,500 now for their efforts.
Let's hold on, Henry. Can we appreciate how Wykin surfed the wah to like somehow find the way to win that? Just like a moment of silence for Wykin somehow scooping that big pot.
Or a moment of silence for Zubov and Davies. I mean,
we only recognize winners around here, Henry. Second place, you might as well go home, man. No one cares.
I'll tell you what, bro. You're on one. You need to start your own boot camp. Back over here, Fuchs is in great shape against Taurus. Taurus with 29%. Sorry, 18. Backdoor clubs, no longer an option. Queen and a queen only. Double up for Fuchs. What would we call your boot camp? Rasty's.
It's a good question. chew on that one for a bit.
Yeah.
Never thought of opening one up, so.
No, it just, like, so I think the application process has to be one of the most difficult application process. We're talking like a 17-stage kind of interview process where from 1,000 applicants, only 5 get accepted.
Like you're given various tests as part of it.
Yeah, and then like once you get into, yeah, we'll have to think.
You have
of
to hook up like your whoop strap data.
Exactly.
And, like, yeah, you know, this is
what was your sleep score last night? 96? Get out of here. We don't accept anything less than 99.5%.
I actually got a 93 last night.
Showers, mate. You just showered yourself.
Didn't make the cut.
You made it to stage 3. Holtz with the min open. Protege. Samuel Muller. A couple of cowboys in the big. I tell you what, we're always impartial in the booth, but someone that I would love to see make this FT is Samuel Muller. I've been so impressed with him, man. How can you be that young, playing these stakes, and he's just so composed. Just unfazed by the bright lights, the cameras, the fact that thousands of people are watching, just dialed in as we head back over to the gold feature. Fuchs all in once more with ace-king against king-queen. This time he's the covering stack, and if he holds, number 1 on Turkey's all-time money list is out of here, which is looking very likely on the 7-3-3 no spade board. Orpin needs some lady luck on the river. Doesn't find it. GG, sir. Just like that, Fuchs is up to 2.7 million. To 4th in chips.
See, it's open. Thank you.
22 left.
people still flying out of this. I mean, I know the money was 32,
31.
31. Yeah, people. It's going to start slowing down here soon, though. Only 3 stacks shorter than 20 blinds, and they're all over 10. About a third of the, almost a third of the field has gone out since we made the money.
Muller's got the best of it. Back over here. Bit of a nothing burger, although Wykin with just 5 high does have the 5 of spades. Happy to just check through, and well, this is all Muller, never be folding. Do have one suggestion in the chat from Jim Murray, Brian, saying Nasty Rasty's 6-week boot camp of kick-ass mastery. Kind of like it, not gonna lie. Kind of enjoy that one. It's a 17-stage process, 6 weeks of intense workout, poker, solving, and live reads, stare downs. If you make it through those 6 weeks, guaranteed to come out the other end a mixed game crusher.
Goal is for most people not to make it out. It's kind of like Navy SEAL.
Yeah, exactly.
Training. Yeah, you're supposed to not make it.
You wanting people to ring that bell.
Yeah.
What was that? You didn't do your 2,000 push-ups today? Showers, mate. Get out of here. What we got going on over here? Looks like Dimitar Danchev going to be leaving this one as there's a table rebalance. Well, we have Foxen, Badziakuski, Jason Kuhn, Seth Davies, Stephen Chidwick, Mario Mosbrook, Fedor Holtz, Chris Brewer, Daniel Dvorak, Justin Bonomo, Elias Parsonen, all still in this one. As KT jamming from +1, 12 bigs. Ace Jacko is going to run into the ladies. Bad's in fantastic shape here. With players behind left to act, by the way.
Do you know what this is called? It's called Wake Up, Little Susie, Wake Up. With queens.
Don't ever change, Brian. Okay.
I'm going to try not to.
1.6 million out there.
That's what my wife tells me. Don't change.
Shout out to the wifey. KT in trouble, 29%. Needs some hearts, clubs, or an ace from space.
Not a small pot, 1.6. 3/4 of a average stack.
Oh, ace, king, 6. Queen's not the hand for Bats, apparently, with 2 cards to come. It has been a day of rivered sets, though. Just putting it out there. Not saying it's going to happen in this one. Doesn't. Canapong doubling up to 1.6 million as the Thai fans go crazy in the chat. As always, Pom mi kwam suk makrap.
Translation?
It means I'm very happy.
Okay.
In Thai. That's what the Thai people are. They're very happy for Canapong. Where did he get that hat from, by the way? That's a pretty dope hat. Although it's only a 3-leaf clover. Looks like that was a recent purchase.
It has some words on his left side. Might be hard to see, though. Okay, got to get the right camera angle.
I'm just going to ask him where he got it from. Foxon with the raise and take. Man, Seth Davies in first, Ossie in second, Foxon in third. Oof. $182 runners in 100K. Triton.
Seth has had
WSOP
quite
Paradise.
the year.
Oh, mate. I mean, great ending to the year. First 6 months was pretty rough. At the back end, the 6-month stretch you'll likely remember and look back on with fondness. Had a lot of crossbar finishes the first half of the year at Tritons. You know, 14th in the 100K PLO in Montenegro, 16th in the 100K in Montenegro, 17th in the 30K. Just, you know, those final 2 table kind of territories. It's a similar story in Jeju. back end of 2024. It's been doing all right. Leo O'Rourke saying the hat is from Bahamas Resort. Thanks for letting me know, mate. That makes sense.
Just shipping it for, it's about 25 blinds over the cutoff open. Bonomo has the king queen, which doesn't call these normally. It's kind of annoying. It's like one of the best hands that you get pushed off the equity for.
GSO saying Foxton can deadlift 720 pounds, I assume. It's pretty damn impressive.
It's a lot.
I reckon.
I mean, he's a big guy, though. He's big. He's got a lot of muscle. But that's a hefty deadlift.
720, what's that? That's like 315 kilos. No, sorry. Yeah, around 330. Yeah, I reckon I could do that. In my dreams.
120.
Hold my beer. Watch me do my back end tomorrow at the gym as I attempt that. Zubov is still in. From now on, he will go by King Zubov. Aussie on the button. Black nines. Looks like he's reaching for raising chips. Happy to play for all of Bonomo's 1.2 million. As he 3-bets to 270,000.
Listen, Zubov, in order to earn the titles, like Sir Watts, he's got to do a little bit more. He gets the king because of the hat now, but none of the first of his name, this and that. He's got to earn that first. See what Bonomo decides here.
Call.
Oh, he's gonna play. Aussie Katola doesn't look like somebody that's gonna get a lot of credit.
Yeah, Ace 10 could literally just, it's just the best hand so often. Yeah, I agree. Jack 3.
I mean, SBR is like, what, 1.3 or 4? Also, Aussie has a lot of chips, so, I mean, even if he gets on with Justin, it's less than a third of his remaining stack. This is when it gets tricky to start playing Aussie Katola. You start talking yourself into him having the 7 high.
Yeah. Yeah.
And you're like,
I couldn't agree more.
Ace 10 off, no diamond. It's close. Maybe normally I'd fold it, but this guy can have 7-4 of clubs. Like, maybe I can't. But Justin doesn't play those shenanigans. Gives him credit, and he was right. Aussie had a real hand.
I don't know why, but people just seem to keep falling on the wrong decision when it comes to Aussie. He gets value when he's got it, and they fold when he doesn't have it. Bono just correctly folding there, but I don't know. Last 2 trips, he's made a couple of million. Seven-handed on the red table, 7 on the gold, 8 on the blue. Chip counts brought to you by WSOP Paradise. Wow, the festival on the bracelet side of things is really only just kicking off.
Listen, it's Kuhn says 1.785 there, but in the app it says 2.445. I'm looking at right now. It's confusing.
Go and fire. Go and fire whoever it is that needs to be fired. I wouldn't want to be on Foxen's table. That one is it's pretty rough. You got Foxen with 54, Aussie, who is now the tournament chip leader. Incredibly difficult to play against. You got Bonomo 15 bigs, but you know Bonomo doubles up to 30. He's a fearsome competitor.
I don't know, man. The gold table looked pretty tough. If I was picking the table I at least want to be on, it might be the gold table out of those three. We have Fuchs, Vieira, Coleman, Kuhn, Danchev, Dvoris, and Mosbach. I think that's the toughest of these three tables, in my opinion.
Talking of tough, is this guy. Aussie with the 3-bet. Mulocker handcuffed. The 15 bigs. Aussie looks like he'd rather be somewhere else. First player to cross the 4 million chip territory. Joined us for the first time in Monte Carlo. Came 5th in the mystery bounty. Cashed that for 287k, but the story of the festival was him getting heads up against Gambledore in the 150k. Vladimir Korzanen. Aussie came 2nd in that one. $2,970,000.
Aussie going out with the 3-bets. What hand did he just have 3-betting there?
King Jacko.
Okay.
Start with like 1.7, right?
Yeah.
Not going to see a flop over here. One would assume. Big blind against cutoff. Not even 30 bigs effective. Ace Queen. Oh, though Foxen may just flat keep in weaker Queen X, weaker Ace X.
I don't think he's going to flat. The question is, he's probably ripping it. Yeah.
What have we got going on over here? Single raise pot. Wai Kin Yong opening up front. Brewer just flat calling. The cutoff. Perhaps a path to victory here for Yong. Flop the nut flush draw.
Very small bet by Wykin, 20% of the pot. I think Ace Jack of Hearts stays curious for this small of a bet size, getting 6 to 1.
Check, check. Brick.
Why can
River.
Might
Young wins.
Why can Might bet again here? We'll see. I mean, you could bet like 2/3 pot, puts Brewer in a really tough spot, and you're basically asking kind of geometric all-in river type of deal. You know, yeah. 130 is really small.
What is the idea behind this sizing? I mean, you're just trying to fold. I'm trying to think even like King Jack of Spades isn't even folding to this size.
Yeah, like this doesn't really put King Jack or Ace Jack in too tough of a situation. I mean, if he gets Ace Jack to fold here, it'll have accomplished a lot, but Ace Jack might call here. Wow, it's getting him to raise.
Do you know what the really sick thing would be? Would be the bet to induce the raise to then jam back over the top with the nut flush draw.
Yeah, I was thinking that too.
That would be some next level spice. Do it, Wykin. Rasty, it's coming.
He is thinking about it.
All in?
Brewer.
There it is. You sicko Wykin Young. Let's go, baby. That's what we want. Night shift.
Here we go. Wykin's ready to play today.
Let's go, bro. The bet to induce the raise to then just bluff jam for it all. You'd love to see it. Wow. 4-time champ showing us why he's the man. Wykin Young.
Oh, wow. Foxen, he's going to call this with ace-10 off. I mean, we're talking dealer small blind here.
Good luck, gents. Huge, huge spot. Not to state the obvious. Bonomo can just hold here. It's going to be back up to 30 bigs. And I tell you what, Bonomo with 30 bigs is a very fearsome competitor. Foxen looking for some clubs or a 10. No help on that board. Good news is, neither player can be turned dead. $10 and a 10 only. Can Foxen find Messi? Yes!
GG.
Yes, he can. 10 of hearts, corner pocket, and just like that, Bonomo exiting the stage in 22nd. Foxen moves into the chip lead with 21 left. Munching on some chips and munching on something else. I don't know. Is that? It's got the salmon on the side.
Seems very chewy for salmon.
You'd be surprised, man. Remember that salmon we had?
Oh, yeah, it was way overcooked.
Yeah, see?
Yeah.
Wow, man.
It's just a crime to overcook salmon like that.
Dude, you
who wants to eat it
Come
that
on,
way?
man. You're upsetting me. Just leave it in the past.
Yeah.
Foxen, man. What a savage. Chip leader, coaching, head honcho, spiking the 3 outer in the dirtiest of ways.
Can he deadlift 4,280,000? That's what he's got in front of him right now.
Imagine if they pay him the 3,850,000 in cash. How much does that weigh? And take a few duffel bags.
I'm going to guess he can deadlift it. Doesn't weigh that much.
Yeah. That's like 4,000 bills, right? He'll manage. Man, just need a little moment, to be honest with you, after that 10 ball. You guys can take a moment to head on over to GG Poker. Promo code Triton_2024 will get you a free $50 ticket into the Weekender with a min deposit of $20. Do that, get involved, win yourself some cash money. Let us know in the chat as well, over on YouTube, that is. If you are...
I don't know, Henry. The Negreanu
emotes?
Emoji face. He's egging me on, man. I'm gonna have to throw down. Front left side kick.
Honestly,
take him out. It's just so smug and condescending. I can't take it anymore.
It should be you against the top 5 chat pros. You just you play heads up against like the top 5 chat pros. That's what I want to see. Darth Bane has calculated it. He said the 3.85 million in $100 bills would weigh around 85 pounds. I don't know how you know that, Darth Bane, but I feel like you're the type of guy whose number I need just in case I need someone to help me get out of an emergency.
Probably just Google like how much does a bill weigh, and then
wow, Brian.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah. Thanks for taking the fun out of it.
Oh, this was you weren't being literal when you said that.
No.
Yeah.
Literally.
I'm not good with that, man.
We
Sometimes
spoke
I'm
about this
too,
the other day, didn't we? That's hilarious. That is brilliant. That's brilliant. Oh, man.
Little queen jack off. Will Minko get in there and mix it up? He is under the gun. Table full of psychos. But he says, I don't care. Got to play a hand sooner or later.
Like this from Minko as well. Just has a hand that will fold if it faces any resistance. Ah, Bad's giving him a little look over, by the way. Keita gonna defend. Shades on.
There's some flops that these guys can tango with.
Right.
Hands are pretty close to each other.
Someone who is friends with Vladimir Minko needs to let him know that when he puts the mic next to his nose, it sounds like Darth Vader. If anyone's got his WhatsApp or his Instagram, just say, hey, Minko, maybe, you know, put the mic elsewhere.
Yeah, you're going to have to rethink your turtling strategy when you're in a hand because you're putting the mic right next to your nose.
Sounds like the production crew's muted it, so shout out to the Sharehands team.
Yeah. He doesn't look like he's going to be talking during this hand. Just get the impression he's not much of a talker.
Action on Makita, who's flopped best on the ace 8-7. He's had a bit of a day of it. Folding the best hand against Aussie in a huge pot. Then having his queens cracked by Kanapong's ace-jack.
Well, looky here. Vladimir Minko has the 1 club, 1 spade combo on the 2 spades, 2 club board.
We go for a little 3-piece and a can of Coke.
Yeah. It is a possible like kind of no equity barrel here. I think blocking ace jack is super relevant. I don't think Makita just piles versus his UTG open for 20 blinds with ace jack. Ace queen's a little dicey, whether Makita rips it or not. Might rip it, might not. It's hard to say. What is under the gun? 7.
Oh, he is going to give him the little 3-piece. Go on, Minko. Going Geo.
Now Makita picks up the gutty with the 9. Very uncomfortable situation here. He sticks around.
Correctly making the call. SPR around 0.66.
So let's see if Minko bluffs a flush, either one. Oh, it's a red card. Would seem to imply to me at least that he won't be bluffing this river.
I don't know, man. I'm blocking like 9-10, blocking the best ace-x that Bads can have. Ace-jack, ace-queen-o.
I mean, if it was a black card, I think he's a big favorite to bluff the river. I'm not saying he won't with this, but I think he's an underdog. Like, I'd take no at 50-50. Once you start investing time banks, though, you know, it's like...
I feel like having a jack is bad. Especially the jack of clubs. I don't know, man.
How many jack hands are calling you, though? I mean,
Yeah,
you're right.
Specifically, jack 9, jack 10 of clubs. That's
Yes.
folding river, obviously. Oh, he's knuckled it back. Brian, you are dialed in, my friend.
Well, if you ask the chat pros, I'm just some schmuck who doesn't, you know whether or not people are getting reads off me. But I might know a thing or two about poker, it turns out.
I think you know a thing or two about poker, mate. I also think you pay far too much attention to the chat pros.
Listen, I just like dunking on people. Okay. I mean, I'm nowhere near MJ levels of like dunking on them, like at the Hall of Fame accepted speech dunking on dudes, but like
No Steph Curry half court.
You gotta remember these random people with their opinions. We gotta put them in their place, man.
Oh, Brewer, GG's, mate.
Yeah.
Well, mind you, this is under the gun open, cut off flat, but with the flat, it just yeah. Parson is going to get out of the way, and Muller's going to get to just snap call C5 and be a 2-1 favorite.
No, a bit more than that. 27.54. I mean, it's pushing 3-1. 27.71 is 3-1.
Yeah, it's almost 3-1. You're right.
There are some chops. Looks like 6% of the time.
It's hard to do on that board unless it comes running 2-pair.
Yeah, not an easy chop board.
Can Brewer pull an Alex Foxen?
Well, I'm going to wait a second and not jinx this. Okay. You did say you wanted to see Mueller make a deep run. And him winning that pot, I don't want to screw things up with the timing. Unfortunately for Brewer, who, you know, excellent player, did his best. But now you get to see Mueller.
Wins $2 million in every tournament you're
I mean,
ready.
he's got
Giving
$3
some
million
back
from
my
him.
ass. Yeah, exactly.
GG's, Brewer.
Do we know who Seth was talking about?
Yeah, I think he's talking about Elis.
Okay.
They're just
We put
joking
the
how
ones in front, so it's easier for.
Elis is giving some back by playing a hold'em tournament.
Oh.
Seth was like, giving some
Yeah,
back my ass. He wins 2 million on average every tournament he registers. GG's, Brewdog.
Sometimes with the time, it's really hard to.
Just single big blind, is that what's going on?
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, Shark. Couple of Cowboys. +1. See how Parson feels about defending against third in chips.
Yep.
The 8-7, no small blind. Comes with call. 300 in the middle. Some trouble, perhaps, Rasty, depending on sizing.
Hard to continue as Parson in here with the under gutty. I mean, this is a good board for Seth's range versus the big blind. He's going to bet it at a high frequency. And yeah, I mean, this is just over half pot sizing. Kind of hard to do anything with 8-7 here, even with a diamond in your hand. Oh no, 75K, sorry. It said 175K, but I'm seeing 75. Do you think you saw what was bet? Was it 175 or 75?
It looked like 75.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, look, I think maybe the graphic was wrong. But so even versus quarter pot, we can see that it was like 8-7 off. It's, I mean, Seth squarely has king queen in his range, both offsuit and suited variety, and just like you hit your gin card and you just get stacked by king queen sometimes. You know what I mean? It's not that sweet.
Who won the pillow?
The Spanish guy. Ben? No, Ben got second. The Spanish guy. Lauricio?
Oh,
Latara.
For how much?
2.1 something. Pretty sick. Sick bird.
Here we go. We haven't seen Zubov get involved yet, but little ace queen O, quite the hand in the cutoff, 40 blinds. Pretty much ready to party with any one of the people behind you gets involved. And here's Elis, who it says he's the dealer button, but it looks like he's the small blind.
Yeah, he is a small
Yeah,
blind.
it looks like there's a dead dealer, which means Zubov's actually the dealer button, which makes him want to party even more.
Then it's the blue one.
In fact, Elis might just rip this.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, he probably will.
There it is. Spin the wheel for 25 bigs. Snap
there's
call from Zubov.
Dead ace.
Live cards battle. Classic.
Man, Zubov is a stone cold killer, by the way. I mean,
Yeah,
just
1 second.
glazy-eyed, unfazed. So you're all in? Okay. Cool. Ace 10-3. Going to be tough to win that one for Elis as the Broadway draw is blocked by Zubov. Queen and a queen only for the PLO superstar to double up to 3 million. Doesn't find it. GG's, mate. Hang on, back over here. Minko Shao, we're down to 18.
Oh, we're going to be at 2 tables pretty soon.
Foxon holding with the jacks. He's up to 5.3. Overwhelming chip leader. Zubov with that elimination. He's up to 4 million. He moves into second.
I think he wanted to order, but he's gone now. Ellis, did you want to order food or you just...
Wow, Foxon. He is just scooping the chips up left and right. With the best hand, with the worst hand, it doesn't matter.
Dude, honestly, I kind of blame you.
Oh, yeah? What did I do this time?
He took what you said personally. He's like, it's like, hold on, I'm going to have to win the main event now.
He said, wait, what did Ras say? What did he say? Hold my beer. Hold my beer, man. I got to shut this stupid commentator up. Well, he doesn't even know. I've been getting sick reads off his ass for years. I'm going to show him.
Hold this beer, mate, because we might see a chip lead pot played out between Wykin and Aussie.
Oh. Dude, if they get it all in, this is going to be for the tournament chip lead. I mean, is Aussie the Katola the kind of guy that flats 4-bets with jacks? I don't know that he is.
I don't think so. Not with his image. And the question is, does Wykin go for a 4-bet non-all-in? They are 50 bigs deep.
I mean, I don't know, dude. Aussie's the kind of guy, like, maybe here normally you're kind of like, 50 bigs, I'll play this. But Aussie's the kind of guy you're like, what if he just loses his mind and puts it in with Ace-7 suited? Like, I got to take my shot. I'm 4-betting him.
800.
Yeah, he's here to play. Wykin's here to play today. I like it. This is the play. I mean, you got a guy who is sometimes willing to just do really crazy stuff. I think you got to shoot your shot here with Ace King.
See what Aussie comes with would be the biggest pot of the tournament by a considerable margin. Just makes the call.
He does flat it. Okay. I like this, by the way. Flat, I think, is the right play. So Aussie, listen, the pot gets big and he gets serious. Serious. Oh my goodness.
1.7 out there. Top set for Katola, who is now kicking himself for not jamming it all in.
No, I'd say he's probably just pretty happy. Like, there's a lot of money in the pot. You just flop top set. You're probably... I'd say if you're Wykin, this sucks. You have ace king off, no spade. It's not a very fun situation. Out of position against pretty crazy player.
Aussie's going to be tournament chip leader, by the way. Unless Wykin gets the miracle Queen 10 run out. Just somehow Aussie doesn't win the hand.
Does Aussie just... I mean, most people, I think, would just slow play it here. Right? You got top set. You might have this on lockdown. We're in position. But... Aussie is thinking about it. I think he feels like if my opponent has anything and I raise, he's not going away. But yeah, it's just we got to just flat this in position top set. We're blocking our opponent from having a jack. Our opponent almost can't have an 8 or a deuce in his hand very often at all.
Oh, king of spades on the turn, man. Wykins turn, top pair, top kicker.
This
SPR's like what? 0.8.
This could be showers. It probably is. Probably just on the turn. Whether Wykin jams or check calls or bet calls. It's a pretty tough spot if you're Wykin right here. You gotta ask yourself, if we bet, how often is worst gonna call us? Yeah, so he's picking a way under all-in size. Now is the question for Aussie, does he want to keep slow playing or not? I mean, obviously, if he could see Wykin's hand, he would probably just call here. But he's got to be concerned about another spade coming. And the pot's already huge, and there's only 1.2 behind. I think this is an interesting decision. Wow, he just flats.
Sicko. 3.7 million in the middle. 100% lock on the hand with one card to come. Not the greatest of rivers for Wykin. Like ace queen with a spade now beats him. Tens with the 10 of spades now beats him. He's got SPR 3. 0.3, sorry.
Yeah, and if you're Aussie, ace queen is now beating you, which it is possible for Wykin to have. I mean, not that he's going to fold. I'm just saying. It's not that this river doesn't even come with any concerns for him as well.
Oh, GG's Wykin.
Yeah.
He said, Aussie's just like he said, all in. There's the one chip flicking. And Aussie is an overwhelming chip leader. 7 million chips to be precise. Wykin Yong, the ace king, top pair, top kicker against the flop set. The money could have gone in pre, but it found a way to go in across turn and river. And just like that, the man we were oh so impressed with, Wykin, who was looking to build a bit of a stack and go on a bit of a run, showered in 18th. And this is on the back end of Aussie.
River's a tough spot for Wykin. I actually think he could check decide. Maybe even check fold. Although I guess Aussie Katola is not really the guy that you want to check fold versus, since he can have some hands that maybe nobody else could in that spot. But man, yeah, brutal hand.
Ton of outs for Doris to fade here, by the way. A 3, 10, ace or a queen for Mosbok, which he finds on the river. Boris fresh off that $4 million score in the 500K will collect.
Well, we just flew down to 2 tables, didn't we?
We did. He's going to collect $242,000 for his 17th place finish. And with that, we're down to 2 tables, as Brian just said. Going to take a quick break for a final 2-table redraw. It's Aussie Katola out in pole position here in the Bahamas with 16 players left. Alex Foxton in second, King Zubov in third, Seth Davies in fourth, and Fedor Holtz in fifth, rounding out the top 5. I do apologize, Marion Mosbok has moved up to 4th in chips on the back end of that. Told you guys this one's shaping up to be a classic. Dropping like flies here. 16 left. 242,000 guaranteed. So there we go. Look at this, man. Katola, Foxen, Bads, Davies, Holtz, Danchev, Chidwick, Mosbok, Kuhn, Coleman Vieira. Let's go, man. How about it? 3.8 million will be going to the champion. Of course, the coveted Triton trophy and the world-renowned WSOP gold bracelet. Quick, unscheduled break because we're down to the final 2 tables, so there will be a redraw. Aussie chip leader coming back with 2 tables left.
Yeah, wow, he is putting on quite the show right now. What a performance. 7 million. I mean, Fox and 5 million. These guys have a lot of blinds. Aussie Katola, 119 big blinds. Alex Foxen, 85 big blinds. Zubov, 70. Mosbach, 62. That's pretty deep for this stage of the tournament. I mean, people were just flying out so fast here. You know, I mean, the short stacks, there are 3 stacks sub 20, but I mean, we keep saying maybe this is going to slow down. I mean, average stack is 47 bigs right now, so...
It is, but blinds are about to go up, I believe. Yeah. Final 2 table redraw, 47 big blind average. Quick 5-minute break, don't go too far. We could get down to the final 13 players or so. So let's throw it to a break and we'll see you guys shortly. That was a quick 5 minutes. Two minutes to be precise. Redraw has been done. 16 players left in the 100K Triton WSOP collab main event. 100K buy-in, 3.8 million up top. It's the Finn Aussie Katola leading the pack. Going to be coming back to big blind 80K, so that average stack will be dropping down to around 36. Aussie's going to be playing around 80 bigs or so. Classic in the making.
I mean, it just might be, Henry.
It feels like it. I do want to just quickly shout out to the viewers who maybe have only just stumbled across these Triton streams over the last couple of days, given that we are in the Bahamas with the WSOP crew. That QR code, just over, yeah, right there above my head. Scan that, okay? Download the Triton Poker Plus app. The reason is not only do you get to track every hand from every player in this event and all future Triton events, there's a ton of content over there, Asti. There's 2K, 4K, $1 million buy-in cash games, some of the most insane cash game pots you'll see, well, in poker, to be quite honest with you. And yeah, I mean, there's so much up for grabs. You can check out the Ivan Leal Player of the Year leaderboard race, which I believe Artur Martirosyan is leading after a very successful Monte Carlo stop. So a ton of reasons to download that app. So once again, just
one more reason.
Go ahead.
Listen, guys, I know this looks like some very fancy thing, but if you actually just turn it around for you to see it, it's the app right here. Actually, what we're using in this very fancy looking setup, see, look at this. Ooh, beautiful. No, really, it's just the app. We are using the app, sitting here, hooked up to microphones, watching it with you, being like, oh, yeah, this is the hand. Oh, we saw it right here. Just like some of the guys in the chat.
Look at this, payouts. So when you're in YouTube and you're just like, oh, 16 left, how much are they guaranteed? You just, boom, in the app. Look at that.
I mean,
you get
listen,
to see
guys.
every page
The
jump.
truth is, you don't even really need us. You got the app, but like, we still want our jobs, I guess. You know, I kind of don't care, but you know, maybe Henry does. So, guys, you gotta.
I definitely care. All right.
You gotta keep tuning in for Henry. Okay, he needs this. Okay.
Thanks, bro. I mean, no.
Yeah.
Jumping into the app, we're gonna have a look at the 2 tables that remain. 16
Even
left.
after you download the app, which you should definitely download.
Let's see who's got the brunt end of the seat drawing stick. Over on table 1, have the chip leader, Ossie Katola. To his left, Makita Baziakowski and Seth Davies. At this table, Brian, table 1, who would you say got a good seat draw and who do you think is kind of ticked off right now?
Table 1 being the blue table,
Correct.
right? I mean, I feel like I like Zubov's seat draw quite a bit. He really only has Mosbach to his left, who has a decent amount of chips. Yeah, you get Davies to a certain extent, although he has Zubov. I like Zubov's seat probably the most. He's still like relatively in position with Katola.
Yeah.
Sort of, you know? So, yeah, maybe that. Maybe even Bads directly IP is pretty good.
I think we're going to see some fun button versus big blind battles. Katola against Davies, Makita in the mix there. Let's throw it down to the main stage. 16 remain here in Paradise, live from the Atlantis, Paradise Island, Bahamas. Day 2 of the Triton main event. Gold bracelet and Triton trophy up top in this one. Got 48 minutes left on the clock. Blinds going up to big blind 80K. Chip leader Katola with 89 bigs. And of course, tomorrow we'll be coming back 1 p.m. local time, playing all the way down to a champion. How many are going to be remaining is the real question. 16 left. You got Mulocker on 10 bigs, Vieira on 11, Chidwick on 12. Those are the 3 stacks we're going to be kind of keeping an eye on. See if they can spin up before we bag and tag for day 3.
Yeah.
I think the line should be set at 13.5 players. No, maybe not actually. Maybe that's...
What, this is the last level, right?
Last level.
Yeah, that's
average stack.
That's a pretty good line.
Yeah, okay.
You know, I think this is what you're looking for. If Aussie has all these chips, you want to be kind of in position on him, because what you want is, especially if you start to develop a stack yourself, you can play
80,
pots
right?
with him. I'm not even just him in particular, right? But he's not like a super pro. You're looking for a guy who you can flat in position and have some edge on, especially post-flop. I think that's one of the ways at this stage in the tournament that you like find a way to get some extra EV from players who you're like, oh, maybe I'm better than this guy for XYZ reasons. You know, especially when they have a lot of chips and you're pretty deep.
Very valid. Do you know what's kind of scary? Ryan, is maybe Fedor and Mosbach are onto something. Got the 2 head honchos of their poker group, and then you have 4 of their proteges still in the mix.
4?
Tom Fuchs, Samuel Muller, sorry, I do apologize, 3. Thomas Mulocker. Okay. I thought there were.
I was sensing fear.
Were more, but look, 5 of the final 16 from the same crew.
I was sensing fear.
Wait, so is Mosbach kind of at the top of that with Fedor? It's like a...
I wouldn't say it's a joint venture.
Yeah.
I think, you know, Fedor and Eibinger are the co-founders, if I'm not mistaken. But Mosbach has certainly made a name for himself over recent years.
I think he's maybe the one of the group that had kind of under those 2 that has had the most success.
He's the Daniel son
Yeah.
to Mr. Miyagi, you know, the one that has become the sensei. The student has become the master, and he's now passing on the knowledge.
I see.
Talking of Samuel. Unfazed by the fact that Aussie is in the small tournament chip leader, opening things up with the 5s. Aussie just gonna get out of there with the King 8 suited. Is he locking it up?
Appear that way.
Are we allowed to look at cell phone to see stacks in between hands? I know the answer. We are allowed.
João Vieira just checking with the floor that players are allowed to look at the Triton Poker Plus app between hands. It's always been the case. Surprised. Maybe not everyone knows that. But that is what the Triton Poker Plus app is for the players. They can just have a look in between hands, the stack depths of everyone. Makes life a lot easier. One of the several innovations that Triton Poker have come up with.
Yeah, and it's real-time data for the players,
Yeah,
whereas
insane.
everyone else is on the delay that is commensurate with the stream. So everyone is on the stream delay time frame, but the players are on the real-time data.
Shark Davies in the big, ace-5 suited. Staring down the open of Zubov from under the gun. We're going to see 3. 2 baby suited aces. 440 in the middle. This is 3rd against 5th in chips. As it comes Jack 9-8. 2 hearts, nut flush draw for Davies.
It's a flop that's decently better for Zubov's range, but a lot better for Seth's actual hand. Zubov is concentrated. He's not really opening hands with many cards lower than an 8 in it. So hands like suited aces are some of the only hands that have lower cards, maybe 7s, 6s. He probably doesn't open like 5s or less under the gun 8. So he just hits this board with a lot of his range, and even some of his unpaired hands like King 10, Queen 10, King Queen are all decent. But Seth also, despite having a much wider range, does have some hands that hit this. He can't have the 10-7 straight that Zubov can't. Can have some 2 pairs that Zubov can't. So he definitely gets to raise this flop, even though he probably folds quite a bit.
Okay, Seth. Up to 3.8 million. Good for 5th in chips. Taking some off of Zubov.
Just a reminder, in between ends, obviously you can use the trying devices, but when you finish, can you please lock your phone? So you don't have it next to the table with the basically when you don't use it. Thank you. When you have cards, you shouldn't be looking at your phone.
You got it.
Tournament director Luca Vivaldi just coming over to remind players. No phones during the hand. Queens for Mosbach. Vieira might be in trouble here. 10.5 bigs. King Jack suited, although it is a +1 open. But Mosbach, one of the very healthy stacks.
All in.
Yeah, don't fault Vieira for taking the spot. I don't think Monsmock has many raise folds from +1 though. Against 10.5 bigs, Ryan.
Call.
Snap call, of course.
He's probably raise folding some weaker suited aces, maybe like ace-10 off. It's hard to say. But yes, no, not a ton of them. I mean, this is probably one of the worst hands that Vieira's shoving.
1.9 million in the middle. Vieira's picked up a flush draw. Finds it on the turn. Now needs to fade 4 outs. Which he does. As he improves to the nut flush. Vieira getting lucky when it matters most. Taking a profitable rejam spot. Queens haven't been running too hot in this tournament.
Button's good here.
Triple D asking, how many are they playing down to tonight? No set amount, my friend. To the end of this level. Unless we somehow get to the final table. Just worth saying. Which will never happen. I'll lay anyone 100 to 1.
Yeah, if you bet.
Be ambitious. Oh, they got shot turn.
I got shot turn.
Good fold.
Bet big. If you bet small, I bet.
Which table would you rather be at? I have an answer
Go for it one
for
time.
myself.
Oh.
Blue table.
Yeah. Agreed.
Only because I want to square off against the wizard, Katola. I just think he's so fun, man. Imagine getting 3-bet by Aussie and you've just got like pocket 10s and 40 big blinds. Good luck, mate. No, like, good luck. You're out position. You've raised +1. He's just like 2.5x 3-bet from the hijack. Good luck with 10s, bro.
I'm probably just ripping it.
I mean, many have tried. Oh, Fedor, you absolute sicko.
So yeah.
Any live reads about Rasty?
Well, let's see if Foxen has it. Nope.
No, I mean from Fedor. I mean, Fedor's picked up on something here, right? Under the gun open. 3-betting.
You do have to find some. I mean, that's a very polar 3-betting range, right? And stuff like ace-5 off is. I mean, it's a hand that's in his 3-betting range. At some frequency. Now, did he get a read? It's hard to say.
$160.
But stuff like pre-flop opens, I mean, it's the way you get reads, the first thing you need is to build a baseline. It's like, how does a person commonly do things? Like, how do they bet their chips? Right? Is it neat? Do they toss them out? Do they set them in? Does it change? How long do they take to act? Timing tells her a thing in live poker, just like online poker as well. But with most people, it's not like a set, oh, this means A means B for everyone. It's more like you take a person's baseline, figure out what that looks like, and then see when it deviates and see if that means anything.
The Bulgarian finds the c-bet. North of quarter pot. Gets the job done. So 34 minutes left on the clock.
Like that hand between Fedor and Foxen, right? He knows that Foxen, who's the table chip leader, is going to open at least as wide as normal, if not wider, in every spot. So even though he was under the gun 8, he's open at least as wide, if not wider, than a normal under the gun 8 opening range. So it's a spot that you can attack sometimes for that, and he picked a regular hand to do it with, like a hand the solver would pick. So can't really see that hand and say he had a read for sure. It could just be him playing like smart probabilistic poker. Oh. Wow. This, I want to see how Kuhn deals with it. Button 3-bet here. How will Kuhn respond? Fold, call, or rip city. Could really see arguments for every single action.
Sorry.
I mean, if you think Fedor's messing around some, it's these king-jack suited. Ooh, you see solvers go ham with them in a lot of spots similar to this.
32 bigs effective. Jason going to use a time extension. Does he choose on this one? Just checking the itinerary to see what he's working with. Oh, in it goes. All you can eat. Snap call from Fedor. And just like that, we have a 5.4 million chip pot between two of the greatest No Limit Hold'em tournament players of all time.
Just a little pot here, just a little pot.
10-time Triton champ, 2-time main event champ Jason Kuhn against the German phenom, 4-time champ Fedor Holz.
This pot, ladies and gentlemen, is for second place in the tournament. If either player wins this, they will be second in chips.
1 diamond on board. Couple of extra outs now on the jack turn. JK looking for a king or a jack. Doesn't find it. Fedor up to 5.9 million. He moves up to second. Jason Kuhn out in 16th for $242,000 after an ill-timed 4-bet running into the queens. GG, sir. Title number 11. We'll have to wait.
Yeah, and Fedor's a guy who finds spots to 3-bet light. We just saw him do it against Foxen. Kuhn, of course, knows this and fought back with a hand that's reasonable to fight back with there, that maybe he doesn't rip against somebody who doesn't have the reputation of aggressiveness like Fedor does. And Fedor had the goods this time, and now he's got the chips. 5,925,000 of them.
Man, Aussie with the chip lead is just something else. Chidwick, 9 bigs, King Queen O against the hijack open.
Pretty easy all in.
There it is.
Okay. Yeah. 10 big, right?
760.
KT making the call. Chidwick, 60-40 favorite to double up to 20 bigs. Wow. How about that? Ace, queen, queen.
Ace, ace.
You can only win with a running 9-8. I think that's the only way.
You found the other way.
Dead on the turn. Chidwick finds the double.
It's too much, kind of.
760.
All right, Chidwick doubles off the shortest stack. Still well under average, but not a sight any of his fellow competitors very excited to see. But we certainly are.
Yeah, we are.
I'm here for it. I feel like I haven't watched Chidwick really just ply his craft deep in a tournament here for a little bit too long. So I'm here for it. Let's go, Stevie.
Yeah, I mean, he got grimmed in the 500K. And he come like 12th, was it? 14th in the Triton Million. It's just sick, you know, you hold in that spot. You go into final table with like average stack. "26 minutes left on the clock." Coleman bounced back and recovered well. A couple of rough beats earlier on today. You were kind of alluding to the potential breakout tournament for Coleman. Finds himself with a healthy stack, 15 left, 3.8 million up top.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I think maybe was it the main this year when I played with him on 4 or 5, day 4 or 5. I don't remember. Sometime during the WSOP, I played with him a little bit. Seemed like he played quite well. Commentating him on stream, I feel similarly, and heard good things about his game. And obviously, he's had a pretty great year. Probably doesn't seem like he normally plays tournaments this big, but with a little bit, listen, taking shots is a thing in poker, right? You know, you play the 5Ks, the 10Ks, 25. Pretty soon you do well, you keep on moving up. Sell little more pieces than others for the 100, find your way in. So Coleman just might be a young and up-and-coming American poker talent.
Yeah, his hand and mob would certainly reflect that. He seems comfortable out there, you know.
Yeah.
Been very composed. I mean, that 2-outer earlier on just took it on the chin like an absolute champ. There was no, you know, theatrics or... Just took it on the chin, moved on, stayed composed. 15 left, finds himself here. 30 bigs and a dream.
Yeah, very measured.
It's a great word. Yeah.
Yeah. I agree. He does seem to have that side of things.
Tom has a fun
away.
hand here. 240. Backdoor straights. Backdoor flush draw.
Probably not going to get to showdown Jack High as the best hand, right?
Agreed.
Also, so it's an interesting one to play. Like, you might be good, but if you are, especially on 5-4-3, you're not, like, your opponent's going to bluff you at some point. So
well, now Tom just wins the hand. Right? I mean, 4 clubs on a turn. Gut shot to the 7 high straight.
we'll see. Coleman does have the queen of clubs, but probably Tom wins this hand.
Well, turn goes check, check. And Tom gets that. Coleman seems content to try and get his queen high to showdown.
At this point, I do wonder if Coleman ends up bluffing. It's kind of hard for him to have a worse hand played this way. I mean, really, the only way would be like a deuce and a 7 make a straight. So like, you know, 9, 10, and Jack high. There's only one 9 high. Coleman checks. You have to imagine that this is just a check fold.
Two-thirds on the river. I think well played by both, to be honest. I think on the surface, looks like a nothing burger. Well navigated.
Yeah, I agree.
20 minutes left on the clock before we call it a day. 15 left. Aussie Katola is the tournament chip leader.
Yeah.
Man, I wonder if what Korzanin left us with, I know there's a lot of Triton poker fans watching this that would have seen the reel from Monte Carlo where Vladimir came into the booth with myself and Ali, left a couple of departing messages after winning the 150K. But Korzanin's message to the poker world was pretty much, if you don't care to win in poker, by proxy, you will win more. Now, I can't say whether he's right or wrong. I can only go based off the results and the fact that he won 8 million in Monte Carlo, came second in the Invitational, and shipped the 150K. But Aussie strikes me as the type of player that could care less. He doesn't care. You see it in his body language. You see it when he flicks it in with 6 deuce suited in 100K. So maybe the student of Vladimir Korzanin, Ossi Katola, is onto something here. Because everyone else cares, Brian. Legacy, money, status.
Listen, philosophically, what he's saying is true in the sense that attachment leads to suffering, and suffering leads to bad outcomes and suboptimal play.
Dap me up, bro. Love that.
Right? So, like, when you're playing, even if you're Jason Kuhn and you're like the Triton GOAT and you're like, can I add to the Triton titles and win number 11, or anyone else for the same reason, you can't attach to those things. You have to just go in and play everything one hand at a time, which is pretty much not caring, right? Not caring about what the result will be and just trying to play your best. And that's true for everybody. So, you know, when you do care about the result and you get attached to it, that's when you start fearing something going wrong, not getting the result the way you want, thinking about the money, all this. And you do have to not care about all that stuff while you're playing.
Agreed.
That much is true. In the other sense of not care, you could interpret that to mean, like, because he didn't specify, like not caring about playing well, which would be what like calling it off with 6 high would be, which is not going to lead to good results in the long run, even if, you know, you can get lucky, obviously, in any hand of poker. And in that, I would disagree with, at least from the standpoint of trying to play good and win the money. You know, maybe that's fun, which is a legitimate reason to do something. But yeah, anyway.
I appreciate you, Brian Rast.
Likewise, Henry Kilbane.
Charles saying, to be fair, Aussie did call it off with 6 high. He did. He did. God of Disco saying, good on the commentators for pointing out how wrong commentators are compared to Jason Kuhn, who is factually correct. We have no idea what you're talking about. Brian anticipated the 4-bet jam from Jason against the button 3-bet from Fatal, so showers to you, mate, because
Hearts, right?
you're just wrong.
No, he
And also, I mean, I only used Kuhn in that example, and that he's, you know, if you're going to talk who's accomplished something here at Triton and might think about what this means to his legacy. Yeah, Jason's probably accomplished the most here at Triton, right? The most cashes, the most Triton titles. But this applies to anybody playing poker, whether you have a legacy really or not, right? Everybody cares about winning money at the very least, and attachment to the results leads to bad play. Really, you are playing your best poker if you are just truly in the moment, unattached to the future or the past, and perceiving things as they are, not paying attention to anything else, and just in the moment trying to make the best decision and watch other people and get reads. That's it.
Couldn't agree more.
Nothing else exists outside of the felt around you. It's
100%.
all black and white.
I think if you look at some of the most successful people at Tritons, they embody that. Ben Heath comes to mind. I remember Ben talking about how once he's made the decision and the chips are all in, for example, he's taken a rejam spot for 20 bigs, or he's open jammed, or whatever it is, once it is out of his control, he's over it. That's it. Let the poker gods take care of the rest. If he thinks, theoretically, a 20 big blind rejam spot is the correct play at the point in time, the rest is out of his hands. Whether his opponent calls, whether he gets sucked out on, whether he wins the flip, it's not in his control. And I think that's amazing.
You might get information in the future that would let you reevaluate your prior decision, right? Like, for example, sometimes you could see a hand your opponent has in one of those spots that would then, wow, I didn't even know he could have that hand, and if I had changed his range, it would affect my decision, etc., etc. But yes, your decision's done once you've made it, and the rest is in the hands of the poker gods.
The poker gods dealing Mosbok and Katola the same hand pre-flop. They will chop this one up at showdown. It did check through on the ace 8-7. 4 of clubs on the turn. Changes nothing. See if Aussie can find a bet here. He's going to check through. Jack of diamonds completes the run out. Point remains the same. King high v king high. Shared kicker. Chop it up unless someone sneezes at this pot.
If you're bluffing here, it's because you're trying to get your opponent to fold a pair. Mario is a lot more likely to have one of the smaller pairs that might fold, like a 4, 7, or 8. But King, Queen still the nut-no pair.
Same hand? Same hand, I think. Yeah.
Fantastic outcome.
I thought Muller was staring someone down for a second. I just realized he's looking over at the tournament clock. I was thinking that's quite the intense stare down.
Oh.
Uh-oh. Strap yourselves in, ladies and gents. We go in mystery hand time with none other than Aussie Katola, which, to be honest with you, is a mystery in of itself.
King Zubov with the ace-10 of hearts, 40% of a royal flush. Feels like he's going to play it. And it seems like a spot you just flat the 2.5x from under the gun +1.
Well,
yeah, he has position. They're relatively deep stacked at this stage of the tournament. Zubov has nearly 50 blinds to start the hand. It will let Mosbach in with 4s. He's definitely going to call getting this kind of price.
There we go. Little three-way affair with a mystery hand. 760 in the middle. 6, 5 deuce. Gut shot for Mosbach. Complete whiff for King Zubov.
I mean, Zubov probably checks this back.
Right on cue. Board pairing 5. Now a 2-tone texture on this turn.
Seems like Mario leads here a decent amount. His actual hand benefits a lot from the clearance, especially with the 5 pairing, so now a 6 counterfeits him as well, as long as whatever 2 overcards his opponents might have, assuming they don't have a pair. You know, he can also be encouraged by the fact that both players, when given the option to bet the flop, didn't. It's a very small bet, right? He bet like 20%. So
Aussie wants to see a river. That should get rid of Zubov.
it is not ridiculous if you were to call getting this kind of price.
What is it, like 7-1 on the call?
Yeah.
Let's it go. Front door flush gets there.
See how Mosbach decides to navigate this. He would love to just get check, check. But, I mean, I was deciding whether or not a block is a thing here. I'm not sure he could bet more than a block. So if Aussie bets, let's see what size he bets. Might clue us in as to what kind of hand he can have.
1,000. Yeah.
Pot size bet.
Oh, wow. I mean, I feel like if you're betting $1 million here, you're kind of saying, I have at least ace-jack. He could have aces checking the flop. Maybe he hits the ace-jack. Flush. 3 5s that don't raise the turn. What bluffs can he have? Well, I mean,
get the pen and paper out because it's a long list. I tell you what, not that I necessarily have to have a favorite. Wow, Mosbox called it off. Aussie with the flush up to 8.3 million gets paid a pot size bet on the river. Mosbach down to 1.7 mil now. Aussie is running away with it. Not that I have to have a favorite, but if I had to pick between Lococo and Aussie, you'd have to hold a gun to my head to say one name. I just want one of them on a feature table at all times.
I know who I'm picking between those two.
Throw in Sean Winter as well because he's just hilarious.
I like watching Aussie play, but I'm taking LAS Muy Loco, okay? For sure. I mean, he has like another level of aggression that I just feel. And even to a certain sense, it's like refined a bit. I don't know.
I know what you're saying.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. You know, that's my personal choice.
That's Muy Loco.
You know, guys, I think Makita with that outfit has been following and listening to Raul Paul on Twitter, who's talking about the banana zone, okay, which is what happens when assets go straight up. And he's like, yeah, it's banana zone time, guys. All right, I know only like 5% of you are going to get that reference, but if you do know what I'm talking about, it is totally the banana zone costume.
All right, question.
Yeah.
What happens first, Bitcoin 120K or Bitcoin 95K? I'll let you chew on that one. You lock it. Finds the jam. Well played, sir. Got to take these spots as and when they're presented to you. Ooh, Vieira. King, Queen of Hearts is going to have to hit the mark. So Shark's going to spin the wheel. Cards on their back. 5 minutes left.
Like that.
Until they bag and tag for day 3. New Locker a 60-40 favorite.
Wow.
Jack in the window, but Broadway
Good at first.
for Mulocker. Bottom 2
Ace.
for Shark.
Ace of diamonds.
Has 3 outs once as we saw the Queen folded by João Vieira.
Right?
So Thomas up to 1.4 million.
Little double. Okay, I'm checking the price. The price right now is 100,700.
Yep.
So, I mean, if I'm picking between down like 5.5% and up like almost 20%, I'm kind of bullish right now. But like I've got to take 95K just as a gambling man.
Okay.
But if you had done something a little bit more commensurate and been like, what's first, like 115K or 90K, even though that's like 15 to 10%, I'll take 115K for multiple reasons, both the percentages, but also because 90K would represent a lower low on a very short time frame where it's kind of been making higher lows. But yeah, but I think 95K actually would, it's close enough.
Yeah.
There's a very long answer for you.
I'm max longing everything tonight after that comment.
Well, I mean, the time to max long everything was on Tuesday when we dipped to like 94. But yeah, you've seen like the dude riding in the space Corvette going like BTFD by the effing dip. You know, that's the way bull markets work, dude. There's a dip, you buy.
You're something else, mate. I need you out there on the tables, to be honest with you. I need to see you on the Triton feature table. Bossing it up out there. For all your bullish takes. Man, 15 left. I thought we'd get down to like final 2 tables. You know, 16, 17, 18. The fact that we already got there. 38 big blind average, although the blinds will be going up to big blind 100K when we return tomorrow. So average stack is going to drop down to 30 bigs. Aussie Katola is the overwhelming chip leader. And then it's pretty tight in the middle of the pack. Aussie has 8.3 million. Fedor's comfortably in second with 5.4. But then a huge drop-off to Foxen with 3.9, Davies with 3.9, Zubov with 3.5. Tomorrow's going to be a fight. And I think it's really just going to depend on whether or not Aussie hits the ground running. Because if he does, if Aussie goes on a bit of a tear and chips up to, say, 12 million early, then it gets really cagey from an ICM point of view. I believe the tournament clock has been stopped. Coleman going to come with a 3-piece and a can of soda. Just comes with the call. Wow, Canapon, just 5.25 bigs.
And he's going to take his chances.
Has to be done at this stack depth. Doesn't flop anything. Foxen with an open-ender. Coleman, 60% of a royal.
Foxen has the best draw. The only open-ended straight draw. Will he play it aggressively?
There's your answer.
If he does, he has a pretty good chance of winning this. Coleman probably peels 1, but not 2, unless he picks up hearts or a jack.
There is the call from Coleman. KT gets out of there, 1.1 million in the middle. And there's the heart on the turn. Maybe we do see a river card.
Well, now I think Foxen, assuming nobody improves, his only way of winning this is bet or check back bet river.
$475 is the size of the bet on the turn. Setting up a river jam, leveraging Coleman's 1.9 million chip stack. Kind of just sending a message to Coleman saying, hey pal, do you really want to bust the last hand of the night?
It's an interesting choice here because this is nowhere near geometric. Like he's betting 475 into what? That's 1.15, so it's like 40%-ish. But like now it leaves about 65% for a river jam, which is interesting because he has no pair. He also has no heart in his hand, but he does have jack high.
Well, Coleman has the 100% check mark next to his name. Guaranteed to chip up to at least 3.5 million unless Foxen puts more chips in the middle. Slows down, waves the white flag.
We could see in this hand why blocking hearts would be really relevant, because if he had a heart in his hand, hands like Coleman's would be very difficult to have. It's an immediate example of how blockers can help you out in eliminating some good hands from your opponent on the river.
David Coleman is going to bag for day 3, 4th in chips. His first ever Triton main event. Going to check back. Happy to just show this one down.
I'll tell you, that check seems pretty tight to me. Like, your opponent can easily have 3 aces there and is in a really tough spot. I feel like it's missed. Well, wouldn't have mattered in this hand because Alex was giving up, but seems like a spot where I mean, I get what he's thinking, right? My opponent's either giving up a lot or maybe could be checking a boat over to me, but he could also be checking 2 pair, 3 aces.
Look, man, if there's ever a time where I can sympathize with potentially passive line, it's going to be the last hand of the night in a 100K main, where if you just check back, you're guaranteed to bag and tag for day 3. I know exactly what you're saying there, as we welcome you back to the break desk. 15 players bagging for day 3, Brian. Aussie Katola is the man bagging the chip lead, has a sizable lead over the field. Second in chips is going to be Fedor Holtz, Seth Davies in third, rounding out the top 3. But look at that cluster there between 3rd and 9th. You know, a difference of just 10 big blinds when we come back tomorrow, big blind 100K. And should Aussie hit the ground running tomorrow, say he chips up to 10, 11 million early doors, I think it's just going to be ICM jail for everyone else.
Yeah, I mean, there is that chance. Aussie has already started to separate himself, and it could just get wider or could go the other way. We'll have to tune in tomorrow, guys, so you're going to have to come back and watch maybe me, maybe Henry, you know, the A team, or maybe the B team. They might be here too. Our great friends and compatriots and fellow commentators, Ali and Randy, doing a great job as always.
You're going to be kicking it off tomorrow, 1 p.m. local time, alongside Ali Najad. The players are going to be coming back, guaranteed $269,000 for their efforts. But of course, they're all going to be going to bed here on Paradise Island, dreaming of the $3.85 million, the Triton trophy, and of course, the world-renowned WSOP bracelet that will be going to the champion tomorrow. From Brian and myself and the entire team here, good night.